So this is the first part of the video wherein I'll just explain to you some basic components of the firewall and a quick review of the lab that we are going to set up, right? So let me grab my pen and okay. So what I'm going to do is I will be deleting this. Okay, so Checkpoint, right? Checkpoint is again a vendor that is having a series of firewall appliances, right? So these firewalls are like next gen capability firewalls. So they are like UTM, like Unified Threat Management blades. They have they have the basic firewall capabilities, and they have the basic firewall capabilities. They have the IPS capabilities, and they have the antivirus capabilities, right? And what and they have the URL filtering capabilities, and they have threat prevention capabilities, right? What else? They have application awareness, right? So this is like this. They have application awareness. So you might have seen, right, some like in your company Facebook is allowed, but Facebook videos are not allowed, or Facebook chat are not. That is called application awareness, wherein you can block uh, application using the app ID. And then you have what identity awareness also. So this is like you have a AD, and and you can just define that particular group in the AD, and only the members of that group will be allowed or denied depending upon the requirement, right? So that is identity awareness, not just source or destination, but the identity of the PC or the like person sitting on that IP, right? Because what can happen is, say you have a rule saying 1.10 will be allowed to go to internet, right? So but after some time, what happens, this PC that has 1.10, right, it goes like it shuts down, and another person comes up and he has been assigned this 1.10, so you have DHCP, right? So now that same rule, with the help of that same rule, this guy can go to the internet, right? That's what you don't want. What you want is this PC, if a person named admin, a username admin, right, yeah, he logs in, and then only he can reach the internet, while as any other person with a guest account should not be able to go to the internet. Or maybe people from sales, it's not just internet, maybe any other policy, right? So that's where the identity awareness helps, right? Likewise, you have many other blades in this checkpoint, which is very helpful, and they are the next generation capabilities of the firewall. Like you have anti-bot also, there's a blade, anti-bot blade, or you can have this IPsec blade also, right? So you have IPsec blade also, IPsec, or you can say VPN blade, right? VPN blade is there, anti-bot blade is there. Okay, you have email security also, right? You have DLP also. So email is like it can proactively check the attachments, right, in the email, in your email, right, and can define if that's a phishing attack or something that is suspicious, right? And then antibot is like if some of your applications are infected, right? So that can be also proactively identified and mitigated. And you have the uh, email security appliance, right? And yeah, so these are the things that next generation firewall features are supported by the checkpoint, right? So that's what is about the features. Now let's talk about the components of checkpoint. So checkpoint can be deployed in multiple uh, architectures, right? So you can call them models. So one is so let's talk about the components first. So you have a smart manager server, this is called the SMS, and then you have the smart gateway, right? This is the smart gateway, and you have something called the smart client. Okay, so this smart gateway and the smart manager, right? The iOS that it uses is GAIA, okay, and likewise here also. And this client supports only Windows, so there should be Windows operating system on this client. So this is basically Windows PC. So what happens is you install the GAIA software here, and then you log in from your client. You do an HTTPS to the smart manager and the gateway. Okay, you set up an IP for that interface, say ETH0 here and ETH0 here. You do an HTTP, and from the initial wizard, right? Initial setup wizard, you define whether this is going to be a manager or a gateway. Okay, once that is defined, what you do is, what is the work of the manager is that the manager is the one. So first of all, you have to attach the gateways with the manager, okay, and then manager will push the policies, the rules, right, to a gateway or multiple gateways that can be within your organization or outside your organizations. Okay, so this is a centralized management server, right? So from here you can push the policies and publish the changes to the gateways. Okay, this is your gateway 2, this is your gateway 1, right? So this is like on the internet, this is like locally on the LAN. So this can be done, and the communication, the control plane that is used to push the policies and the changes uh, is taken care by a protocol called SIC, secure internal communication, right? So that SIC is set up between the smart manager server and the gateway, and it uses certain protocols, certain port numbers that you need to allow, right, in the path. For example, for this it's the local LAN, so if you don't have a router in between, right, so that is will be permitted. But if you have some devices in between, say for example this gateway 2 is on the internet, right, so you might have some routers in between, right, you might have the firewall, this firewall, say. So you have to allow those ports for the SIC, so that relation between the smart management server and the gateway is set up, right? So this kind of setup, right, where you have the smart management server and the gateway and the client, is called distributed deployment. It's called distributed deployment. There's one another one wherein you have the firewall, the SMS and the gateway in one box only, and then you have the client, smart client, right? This is called standalone deployment. Okay, so this is how it is, right? So the lab that I'm going to set up is will be on the distributed deployment, right? So I'll have this SMS, okay, and then I have a switch, and then it is connected to this, and then I have a gateway, right, gateway 1, and then I have a client, smart client. This will be a Windows PC, and then, okay, I didn't say anything about the client, right? Client is just a Windows PC where you install the smart console application that can be installed from both these, either the gateway or the smart manager. Once you HTTPS and the initial setup has done, then you can HTTPS to the smart manager or the gateway and download the smart console application and install this on the client. And then, okay, so this is one side of the lab, and then this gateway is connected to the internet, and then other side of the lab is I have another gateway here, and I have PC here. This is just a PC, not a client. Okay, so this is a gateway to, I mean, this is not a smart client, this is a PC, PC2, say. And then so I'm doing this on my virtual machine, right? So what I'll do is I'll bridge these two to my local network, right? That is the 192.168.1.0/24 network, right? So on this local network, I have my own PC also, right? Wherein we have this virtual machine, Vmware workstation, right? So I have this PC on some address in this 192 range. So I'll keep this as this one as 168.1.1.111, and I'll keep this as .122. So inside also I'll keep this as 111 and 112. So this will be a 10.6.0.0/24. So I'll keep this as .6, and this one will be .120, and this one will be .110, and this will be 172.16.31.0/24. So how I'm going to do this is I'm going to assign this to a VMnet, say 3. So this will have interface with VMnet 3, this will have an interface with VMnet 3, and this virtual machine will have an interface in VMnet 3. Likewise, here I'll use VMnet 4. Okay, so this will be on VMnet 4, and this port will be on VMnet 4. Likewise. So this is the plan, and I'm going to show you how to create a lab, a home lab, a virtual lab for Checkpoint Firewall using Vmware Workstation. And I will tell you regarding the basic features of Checkpoint and the design architecture of Checkpoint, the basic components that Checkpoint has, and some next-gen firewall features. So without wasting much time, let's begin. For this lab, I'll be using VMware Workstation, right? So this is what I have. So if you don't have Workstation, kindly download it from the web. You will find the cracked version or the keys full version from YouTube also. So what the version I'm using is 14.1, and yeah, you can use any version. And second thing I need is the GAIA or ISO, right? So I'll mention this link in the comments, sorry, description. You can just download from here the GAIA, and I think I have downloaded it somewhere. Yeah, I've already downloaded it. So let me just explain to you the basic design of this lab. Okay, so let me grab this, and let me grab my pen. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so what we will have is for the okay, let me do one thing. So first we will have a SMS. This is called the SMS, Smart Management Server, SMS. So this is the SMS, and then I will have a switch here, say, and then this will be connected to this, and then I will have a PC, a Windows PC, and then I have another gateway, gateway 1. Okay, this is called the smart client. Okay, smart client, and this is the component called the gateway, smart gateway, and then I will connect this gateway to the internet, and through this gateway I will have another gateway here, gateway 2, and see there is another, what do you say, switch here, and inside I will have another PC. Okay, so this is just PC2. Okay, and then what I'll do is I'll bridge these two to my local net. So this will be in the 192 series, 192.168.1.0/24, and in this cloud I will have my own PC also, the physical PC. Okay, we'll use this in like future testing and all. And this I will keep on some VMnet. Okay, VMnet, say I'll use VMnet 3 for this, and I'll use VMnet 4. Okay, number 4, VMnet 4. So yeah, so this is how you do, like you have to mention this in VMnet 4, VMnet 4, VMnet 4, and this is how, like this is, say this switch is your VMnet 4. Okay, so this is how you do, and here also same VMnet, this should be VMnet 4, this should be VMnet 4, and this should be bridged. Okay, so this is the design that we will have, and okay, I think yeah, this is the video. Okay, so let me delete this, and let's begin. Yeah, let me close this. Okay, so once you have downloaded this, you need to go to the downloads folder, and I think I have kept it somewhere in the downloads. Let me look for it. Movie. Okay. Yeah, so I have this. I will copy it to a new folder. So this is the file that I have. This is around I think like 3 GBs. So you need to download this, and you need to go to the workstation, right? This is the workstation. Here you need to say create a new machine. Okay, just do typical, and don't just say I'll install Windows later. Go for the Linux version. Go for the 64-bit, right? 64-bit, this one, or you can go for other Linux. Okay, you should go for other Linux. So I'll go for the 64-bit version. Next. Okay, this is the location, virtual name I will keep as SMS. This is the management server, and this is the location. Next, I'll keep, so management server should have around 20 gigs because this will store the logs, and I will have it in as a single file. And what, yeah, I need to change the memory, so I'll give this 2 GB, 2 gigs, yeah, and finish, right? Okay, and I should see this in my list of virtual machines. Then I have to add this here. So now you go to the CD section, and go to user ISO and browse to the, okay, where is it? I think it's on the desktop. New folder 2, and then new folder 2. Yeah, this one. So okay, and then power on. Let's wait for this virtual machine to kick up. Yeah. So for the SMS, we need only one interface, right? Once you get this screen, you need to go and install, hit enter here. So if you want to get out of this console, you can press Control and Alt so that your cursor will be unlocked. If you press inside, it will be locked for that particular screen, right? So let's wait for the process to. So for the checkpoint, what it used as the like base OS is GAIA. So for the SMS, for the smart management server and the gateway, it uses GAIA. And for the smart client, right, smart client is uses Windows only, it supports Windows only. So on the smart client, it would be a Windows PC where you will install the smart console application. I'll show you how that's done. And smart console will use to HTTPS to the interface of the firewall and the gateway, sorry, and the management server. So basically what happens is management server actually pushes all the policies to the gateways, one gateway or multiple gateways. So management server is the centralized point from where you can push the policies to the gateway or gateways. So you can manage multiple gateways as well. So here you need to press OK, and then tap OK, and then here, oh, use okay, system GB is this, total should be like yeah, 8 plus 3, then 90 GB. Yeah, fine. Press OK. Password I will keep admin 123 admin 123. Hit enter. Okay. And DHCP, I don't want DHCP, so I'll keep. Okay, so let's keep the management server as 110, and for the management server the gateway should be 111. I'll keep, this is my okay, let's not keep it 192, because 192 is my outside, right? So I'll keep as 172 or 170. Okay, 170 172.16.31.1110. Okay, and my gateway would be 172 dot, this is my firewall actually, gateway. Okay, so this is my inside this LAN, and my gateway would be my firewall, right? That I will set up later as 111. So but for the SMS server it is the gateway, and also for my smart client, right, the Windows client, I will have 1111 111. Press OK here. So this should take some time, and what I'll do is I'll just pause this video for the time this gets loaded, and then again I will resume, right? Okay, till the time this gets loaded, I have a Windows machine here. I've kept this on VMnet 3. I'll just show you. VMnet 3, right? Okay, this is the inside one. This will be our smart client. So let me power it up, and I'll set the IP address to 172.16.31.120. So 110 is our SMS server, the management server, and then I have the gateway, that will be our 111, and the smart client, right? The Windows machine will be dot 120. So I'll set up this, and side by side, let me just set up one more virtual machine for my gateway, right? So gateway and the management server will use the same iOS, the GAIA 8.1. Sorry, so this is the smart gateway one, right? The same iOS, right? The GAIA iOS. So for 16, for this, I'll keep as 16 gigs, and I'll keep the memory to 2 GB. This should be enough. If not, we will just increase it later. So you should have at least 16 gigs of memory on your PC where this virtual machine is running. Because see, if you have 2 gigs for this, 2 gigs for the gateway, and another 2 gigs for the gateway, and then 4 gigs for the Windows machine, and another 4 means 8 plus 6 means 14 gigs, right? So at least that is what you should have. So let's go for the Windows PC. I think it would have been booted up now. For now it's taking long. Okay, let's see what's the status on the gateway. Okay, I'll go to gateway, and I'll do what? I'll set the iOS to the GAIA iOS R80.10. Let me browse. Yeah, this is the one. Okay, so we'll change the network adapter later once this setup has been done. So this is my gateway one. This should be actually on. Let's keep this on VMnet 3, and yeah, I'll keep this on VMnet 3, and I need to add another one, another network adapter, right? And this should be bridged. This is my outside. Okay. Okay, yeah. And then I will let's check on the Windows. What happened to the Windows? I will power up this gateway, or as well we'll do the setup first. My Windows machine is not responding. I don't know what happened. Let me start this once again. Power and shut down. I'll just start this once more, and the SMS is on. Okay, here same thing. So basic wizard is same for the gateway as well as the manager. So I'll keep this in multiple videos. For the first video, we'll just set up the lab, the first half of the lab, the left side, right? Uh, the manager, the gateway one, and the client. Right? I will set up that, and in the second video, I'll set up the other gateway, gateway 2, and the PC on that side, right? So let's see. So let this load. I think SMS would have been almost no. So for the Windows, it's starting up now. I don't know what happened for the first time. I'll just pause the video until all these setups are ready. Okay. Okay, guys. For the gateway, it's asking for me to proceed, and the process is same for the gateway as well as the manager. I'll just show you it. Okay, and then the password I'll keep the same, admin123, so that there is no confusion. Admin12. This is the administrative password to log into the GUI or the CLI, right? So I have to. You have multiple network ports on the. Choose the port you would like to use for managing this. So okay, it's 0 is the first one that we use for VMnet 3. So we'll keep this as management. Okay. So yeah, 0, and then I'll hit tab and I'll hit enter. So here I will specify 172.16.31.111, right? Remember, and this, and the gateway is nothing for this for now, and I'll hit OK and OK. For the gateway 1, we will have a default route winding towards our home network gateway, right? The bridged network has a gateway 192.168.1.1 in most cases, right? The router that we have at home has the 1.1 IP, right? If in your case it's different, you can just go into the command prompt and check what's the IP address of your router. You can set that the same to the next hop in the default route there that we will configure in the gateway, right? But I'll show you that I will not do that right now. We'll do it later. You'll see it. And for now, okay, so I'll just pause this video until the next process will come. Okay, my system has booted up, so I'll go into the network adapter settings, and I'll set up the IP address to 120. So it should come up, I hope. Okay guys, so the setup for the SMS, the management service has been completed and is asking for reboot. Let this reboot, and for the time being, I'll go to the Windows machine. Yeah, here I need to type run, and click on run. You go to the adapter settings and change the IP address to 172.16.30.120. So let's wait for the adapter settings to come up. and the gateway is also being installed. So the components for gateway would be, for now it's same. So for now the SMS doesn't know that it is the management server, the gateway doesn't know it is the. So once we get to the initial wizard, right, from the web GUI, there we have to define whether this is management server or a GUI or a gateway, right? So in the Windows we have the run. Here we will type ncpa.cpl. System has already become very lagging because of the resource being utilized. Okay, if I'm not able to, if I'm not able to have this gateway behind the gateway to any machine because of the limited resources, I will use my host PC, right, on which this VMware is working from the outside uh, to test some traffic, right? Let's see what we can do. But for now it's okay. And let's see what happened. Okay, so the SM server is starting. The gateway is still processing. Let me just pause again and continue when this is done. Okay, guys, both the virtual this smart manager server and the gateway has been rebooted, and let's log into this with admin, and password is admin123, all small letters, right? So this is gateway one. We'll keep this as smart manager server, right? So first of all we'll do is show interface. That is a command to see the interfaces. Show interface all. This should show us all the interfaces. That is invalid. Okay, show interfaces all, interfaces also. So the each zero is 172.16.31.110. That's what we set up, right? And second thing what we'll do is we'll set the host name as manager, right, mgr. So and then we can save config. So to save the config, the command is save config. There's another command, save configuration, right? This will save configuration to a file, right? So this is done, and let's go to the smart gateway. Admin password is admin123. Okay, and here we need to check the, first of all we set the host name as gateway 1, and then show interfaces all, and we'll see the okay, state is on, and the okay, the what do you say, IP address is what we set up, right? So you can also try pinging from here, ping 172.16.31.1110. That is my manager, so it's unreachable. Maybe let's check the setting, right? It should be in vmnet 3, both of the, so this is vmnet 3, right? Yeah. And what about this? This should be also in vmnet 3, the adapter. Okay, this is not. So that is the reason why this is not pinging. So I set up this, and this should start working. Let's see here. Yeah, it's working now. So I'll just stop this. Okay, now let's get out of this and go to the Windows PC here. Okay, now I've gone to the adapter settings of my PC, and I'll change the IP address to 172.16.31.120, and our subnet mask is 255.255.0, and the gateway will be 172.16.31.2. That would be my uh, what do you say, the gateway one firewall, right? And I'll keep this to 8888 and 4.2.2, the DNS server. We'll use it later. So I'll close this and close this also. I'll go to the command prompt. Let's try pinging the gateway and the manager. Okay, and ping 172.16.31.1 is my gateway, able to ping, and this is my manager. I'm able to. So let's open up to set up the manager. Let's open up a HTTPS connection. I'll open up the Internet Explorer, and I need to HTTPS to my gateway and my manager. So let's start with my manager first. HTTPS :// 172.16.31.120, not 110. So this is my manager, and let's wait a few minutes, not minutes, like few seconds, and the warning message should come up for the certificate error, right? Because the PC will not be able to, yeah, this one will not be able to verify the self-signed certificate from the manager. I'll say continue. Ask me later. I'll say continue, and this should ask me for the username and password. That is the default admin and admin123 that we used to log into the CLI. Once we are inside, so the initial wizard will come up, and the wizard will be same for the manager and the gateway. Just uh, small difference at the end where you select a machine as a manager and a gateway. I'll just show you here. I'll just show that in the manager, but not in the gateway, because this is taking a lot of, and because of that the video will be much longer. So you can just follow the same steps to set up the gateway. Okay, so here you have to enter the admin and the password admin123. Once you log in, you will see the web GUI of issue. So this issue is with the browser. If you have a Chrome or Firefox, that would be much smoother than the IE admin123. So in this video I'll just show you this much, okay, and in the next part I will show you how to download and install the smart console on the Windows, and then like use that to log into the device, this smart manager, and then from smart manager you will add the gateways. That will be in the next video. So we'll just go through the setup here. So you'll get this kind of screen. Here you have to press the next button. This is the first time configuration wizard, so you have to press the next button. You'll get this option, continue with R10 R80.10 configuration. You need to select and hit next again. Here you will get the IP address, so we are not changing anything. If you want to change, we can change it here and then next, and then comes the okay. Here you can specify the domain name. If you have DNS server, I'll set up as the Google one and hit next, and the time and date is fine. Hit next, and then okay, here you have to select secure gateway and secure management, right? Next. So here you get the option for the management and server. So there is some issue with the browser, I said, right? So this is our management server, so I'll select this, so I'll get this option of primary or secondary redundancy for the server, right? So in the gateway you have to select this thing, okay, but this is management server, so I'll do this. Rest everything will be same. So I'll use the GAIA administrator, the admin account, right? Same thing, or you can define it. So for the GUI access, I can keep as this machine only, so that this machine will be able to access the HTTPS, right? Will be able to HTTPS to this management server, or I can keep any address, any IP address. Okay, so I'll keep like any, and then next here, finish. I'll show you on continue, yes, and then again the setup will start, and you have to wait for a couple of minutes, and then this system will be rebooted. Likewise, you have to do with the same with the smart gateway. Okay, I'll not show that. You need to do this by your own, and you need to just HTTPS to 111, right, and to continue the same. But remember to select the gateway option instead of the management, right? So we have done the initial setup wizard for the management server, and what I wanted to show you is, while doing the wizard for the gateway, you will come up with this activation key. This is the key that I explained to you about. This is called the SIC key, secure internet communication, that is between the management server and the gateway, right? So when you try to add the gateway to the management server, you will be asked for this key. So you need to remember this. This can be same, but it's preferred that it should be different from the admin password. So I have kept the admin password as admin123. I'll keep this as test123 with a capital T. Okay, and apart from that, everything is fine. Everything is like same. So I think I have to do this again, admin123, because of the timeout, I guess. Yeah, so that is one thing that you need to keep in mind while doing the initial setup wizard for the gateway, right? So next, this is the interface ETH0, and I have a ETH1, but I'll set it up later via the CLI. So gateway 1, and the time is this same. Here you select gateway, and here you unselect the security management. It's like next and yes, and this is not a dynamic IP. Here you have to give the TEST123, TEST123. So next and finish, right? And the wizard will again continue, and this will be rebooted. So we'll wait for this, and I'll continue with the installation of the smart console. Thank you. Okay, guys. So the setup is complete, and I have logged into the web page of the. This is my gateway one, right? So let's go and configure the outside interface from the interface that is facing towards the internet, right? So that is ETH1, right? So you go to the network interfaces here, Ethernet 1, and then click on edit. You will get this, and you first of all enable, and I will set up this IP 192.168.1 dot. This is triple one, right? Subnet mask is /24, so 255.255.255. 55.0, and okay. Right, so this is your management, and this is your so if you want to set the Ethernet like management of here, you can change. And then I will have a static route that is pointing towards 192.168.1.1. I'll go here and edit this default route, and I'll add the gateway IP address that is 192.168.1.1, and okay, and save. So this is done. You can set up some messages also if you want. If you want to configure this firewall as a DHCP server. Here it's the option, and you can configure some message. So this is the banner message. While you log in, I can say welcome to the gateway one, right? Like that, like that. And there are some other options also. So to download the console, right, the smart console, you need to go to maintenance, and you can see download smart console. This is the same option in the management server. Plus in the management server you will get an option in the main page also to download the smart console. So I'll go here and download, and I will save this in my computer, right, on say on the desktop. Okay, download itself. So I'll let this download, and once this is finished, I'll show you the procedure to install. Okay, guys. Okay, so this has been downloaded. I'll go to the folder. This is around 390 MB, and I'll just double click to install. And once the setup comes up, there's nothing new in the wizard. Just you need to follow the instructions in the wizard and install the software. That is this one, Smart Console, right? Run. It will extract and install the .NET framework. Yeah, first, and then the application, that is the Smart Console, right? So I'll just finish this and resume the video. Okay, so this will also pop up. So you need to install the .NET framework. Click on OK and continue with the installation. So when you finish the installation for the .NET, you will get this installation wizard, and then click install, and again wait for the installation to complete. Okay, then the installation will complete, and just click finish so that the smart console launches. Finish and wait for the smart console to get ready, right? And okay, now that the smart console is up and ready to like connect to the manager, let's try and ping the manager first. And the manager is responding. Very good. Okay, now we have to provide the username, password, and the IP address of the manager to the smart console. So username is admin, password is admin123, right? Admin123, and the IP address 172.16.31.1110. So hit enter, and this should go and connect to the. I think the password is wrong. 172.16. Okay, connect. Let's try once again. Admin3. Okay, let me just restart the management server. Okay, now I've restarted the management server. Let's try once again. Admin123 and connect, and you should get the fingerprint of the management server. That should match, so that like confirms that you're connecting to the management server that you want to. So if you go to the management server and do cpconfig, right, you will get the fingerprint with the 7th option, right? So you can see the fingerprint is ending from form and rage, right? So you should get form and rage, yeah? So that means we're connected to the authentic management server, and then proceed, and then the management server will initialize itself. It will take a couple of minutes. I'll just pause the video and continue. Okay guys, the smart console is ready to go. You can just drag this from the top. This is just a flash screen showing the latest updates, the R80. So here you can see it's lower than regard to the 200. Okay, okay, I need to just increase the memory for the management server. So okay, so that means you need to keep it around 30 gigs. I'll try to go here and increase that if I can. So that should be this one. So I need to add more 10 gigs, right? So this is hard disk SCSI. I'll add 10 gig and finish. So here what it is, you want to save it, no, enter, and then I'll exit with 9, and I'll go to the Windows server and I'll try to connect this again, right? Console is starting. Alright, so I'll enter the password admin123, login. They should log me into the management. So okay, until the time this initializes, I need to go to my smart gateway, and remember I have to like bridge the outside. Okay, I've already done that, and I have already like given the IP address to that interface. Now what we need to do is, once we log into the management server, we need to add this gateway to the server, right? So that server can push the policies to that gateway. So okay, this comes up, and you can see by default I think I need to restart this gateway, and anyways I'll keep this and restart later on. So you can see an object has been created with the name of manager, and it has the IP address of the manager that we have, right? So next what you need to do is you need to go to the objects, gateways, right here you can see manager is there. So you need to add this more network object, gateways and gateway right here. One option is this. Second, you can go here also, new more objects, network object, gateway and servers, and a new gateway. So two options here. You have two options again with the visit mode and classic mode. Go with the visit mode, it's kind of automatic, or wherein the software does most of the job for you. Name of the gateway would be GW1, right? Platform is an open server. We don't have an appliance, right? If you're working with an appliance, then you can specify the appliance model. So we are working with open server, and the IP address is 172.16.31.111, right? And then I'll give next, and it will ask for the SIC password. Remember that we created while initializing the gateway, right? I kept it as test123 with a capital T, right? T123. You can see trust is uninitialized. This should not be like this. This should be initialized once we start the process. And this is going to the okay. So you can see, right? So it has communicated with the gateway, and it has got both the IP addresses, right? It has pulled down the IP addresses from the gateway. So we'll close this, and you can just check this so that you will come up with the gateway properties, or I'll show you from where it can be again pulled up. So I'll click finish, and I should have an object of firewall 1 in this window, right? Yeah, I got this window, and if you double click, you'll get the properties of this gateway right here. So from here you can, if you want to, if say sometimes what happens, the communication breaks, or the management server is not able to communicate to the gateway. So from here you can reset the communication, right? You click reset. Before that, you go to the gateway. Here, admin123. You have to reset the SIC password, right? You go to cpconfig, and here in the gateway you will get some different options. What you saw in the manager, right? So here you can see in number 5 you will see SIC communication, right? Would you like to reinitialize? You have to specify yes, and then it'll ask for the new password. I'll say no for this time because everything's working fine for me. So I'll go here, and then you have to specify reset, and then you have to specify the new password here, right? So I can just test the SIC status. If it's saying communicating, that means everything's fine. Press OK. So here you have the blades that if you want to activate. Remember I told you IPS blade is there, URL filtering blade is there, right? Data loss prevention, application control, all these blades are here. So I'll just click OK, and yes, and yes. Okay, done. So now that this needs to be published. So publish is like you have multiple administrators for this console, right, for the manager. So if you don't publish it, the changes will not be pushed to all, the changes will not be seen by all the administrators, right? Once you publish it, then everybody will be able to see the this changes, right? So install policy is to push the policy to the firewall. You can click on install policy, and then again you will get an option to whether push it to 1 gateway or selected gateways or all of the gateways, right? So yeah, once I push the install, and right now we have only one gateway, so that's why it's showing only one gateway. So I'll push it, and they should be successful. So let's see. So you can just pull up this process bar from here, which will tell you the percentage of the process. Like right now it's 45%. We'll wait for this to finish, or you can see some errors might occur. You can just go to the details and check what is the problem, right? So the best part here is you get a 15-day evaluation license for the checkpoint, right? So you can for the lab, it's for 15 days or 14 days is more than enough, right? For you to practice the lab, right? So that's it. That's that. And let's wait for this to complete. So 70%. So I encountered some errors. If I go to details, I can see that threat prevention policy has failed. So I'll close. Uh, uh, but I can keep it like this only, maybe because of the blades that I enabled right now. So I can just, okay, let's just disable all these blades, and I will also disable this for the time being. Okay, I'll push the, so when you click install, it will publish as well as install. So if you want to just reflect it to other and other like administrators on the console like manager, you can just click publish, and but if you want to do like push the policy as well as publish, you can click directly install. So that will do both for you. Okay, so next is I want to check the uh, from here. If you go to the uh, license and packages, I'll show you that we have an evaluation period of, see, you can see we have a trial of 15 days, right? So you can click here, license and contracts, and you get 15 days, right? You can see here, right? 15 days. The manager, and it should get license. So you have 15 days. So that is this. I'll close this. And next is we need a policy. So let's check that our gateway one, right, is able to ping the actual gateway, that is 192.168.1.1. okay, let's take this one. Yeah, this should be able to ping gateway one. Okay, this is my gateway one, right? Yeah, so I'll check show interface with one. So here I can see if the state is on, yes, IP address is 1 to 1. So I can, let's try if that is working. Yes, then I should be able to ping this IP address. Okay, let me check some settings on my laptop. So if I go to edit virtual network adapters, let me see if I have like attached the Wi-Fi adapter with the bridge network or not. Okay, I'll come up with this and change settings. Yes, and the actual settings will come up. So here, yeah, I have this bridge interface. Vmware 0. Okay. So let me ping www.google.com. I think ping source is there. So I need to test the ping 192.168.1.1, right? That is my gateway. If I check my computer's CMD, right, I'll go to this and check my CMD. So I'll try to ping from my PC to this via the outside interface. No, so it's not working. Okay, I need to push this policy of so from this I need to go to, so by default the ping is not allowed, so I'll go to global properties and I'll say accept ICMP. Okay, and then I'll install this on the gateway, right? Okay, publish as install. Let's wait for this policy to be pushed to the firewall. I'm waiting. So the policy has been pushed. Now I'll check from my PC that I can ping this triple one. Yeah, I can ping the gateway. So that means this is fine. Then why? Then I should be able to ping my gateway also. Yeah, I'm able to ping the gateway. So maybe some issue was there. Control and C. Yeah. So I'm able to ping the gateway, right? So I should be able to ping this also because did I configure the DNS? I did, right? Okay, let's see. I'm able to ping this. Okay, fine. My firewall is able to reach the uh, uh, gateway, right? So I'll be able to ping the Google also. Yeah. So my firewall is able to reach the internet. So next is I'll set up my internal PC, this one, right? So my PC has no access to in 8.8.8.8, say it has no access to the gateway because the firewall is blocking it because firewall has no policy. So if you want to see that, you can go to this and you can go to the security policy. So by default, the policy, there are three kinds of policies for the gateway, right? I would say four. I would say four. So I'll close this like this, minimize. So one is called the stealth rule. Stealth rule means that any stealth means to be invisible, right? So any traffic hitting your firewall should be denied, right? Should be dropped. So stealth rule is like you have to create. So it's from the policies are uh, uh, like checked from top to bottom. So I'll create a stealth rule here, STEALT, stealth rule, saying source any and coming to my gateway, right? Coming to my gateway one, this is the one, right? And VPN any services any, I will drop it and then I'll log this, and then I'll log this also. This is the cleanup rule. So one is stealth rule, that means mm, um, any traffic to the firewall is dropped, and then you have the cleanup rule, that means it's like the implicit deny, like you have in the ACL, right? At the end, deny everything. If it's not permitted, deny everything. That is what the over the firewall is, deny everything. But whatever you permit, you specify that in the rule, right, before the deny rule. So that is one. And the third one is management rule. So I will create one above here and say management rule, MGMT rule, right? MGMT rule. So uh, it will be like your so if you don't have what do you say object defined, you can just create one from here. So I create a host object, say my PC, right? This is my PC, right? So my PC1, that is the one that you are seeing the console on, right? So this IP is 172.16.31.120, right? So I create an object for this space. Okay, so this is the management rule. So whatever PC you have, and I'll specify the gateway as well as my manager, right? So it should be somewhere here. So this is my policy for my manager, and so source is my PC and going to destination of gateway or the manager, any services, any I don't need this VPN. Just I right click on this and say hide the VPN column, and I'll accept this. I want this to be allowed, and also log. Okay. So this is the management rule, stealth rule, cleanup rule, and then you have one rule, that another rule, that is the user rule, where you permit inside traffic to go outside. So I'll create one below, new rule below, and I'll say this as user traffic. So user traffic can be based on the source and destination of the like the machine or the device, or it can be based on the zone. So inside and outside is allowed, like in other firewall, zone based firewall, right? So you have the concept of zone here also, but for now I'll not do zone based concept. For now, just let me do like this, and my PC going to anywhere, services any, I'll accept that and I'll log it. Okay, so this is the one, and I'll push it, and I'll install this on my gateway. So now my PC should be able to reach management gateway. It's already able to reach that, but in the future, when I push many policies, this should be allowed, right? So with the help of this user traffic, my PC should be now able to go to the internet. I mean ping. For now, I'll say ping, not uh, uh, the. It should also go to the, like, browser should be working now. Let's check that. Uh, but I'm not done natting. But natting will be done by the original router on the outside. But I'll do that later if that is required to uh, enable, right? Enable the browsing and all. Let's test this. But I have, see, my Hmm, let's see what happens. Let's wait for the policy to finish and finish installation. Wait, let me check the percentage of the process. 99, almost done. It should be finished by now. Okay, the policy has been installed. Now let's go to the machine and go to the CMD, right? And I'll try to ping 8.8.8.8. So this should work. No, let's try to ping 192.168. Okay, so for this to work, I need to enable NAT obviously because my inside PC is on 172 and the traffic is actually going. So if you want to see, you can just click on this and go to logs, but the return traffic will be blocked because not blocked itself, it will be blocked at the destination. Like 192.168.1 doesn't know how to reach 172, right? So it knows how to reach 192, but it doesn't know anything about 172. So I need to NAT this inside to the IP address on the outside on the 192 series. So if you check the logs here, wait for some time to the logs to come up, and you'll see my inside PC going to 192.168, getting permitted, getting allowed by rule 2. Okay, you can see this one. I'm pinging, right? Once I'm pinging 8. You can see I'm pinging 192. This is the last thing that I did, and it's using rule number 2, right? User traffic. So this is an echo request, right? The reply will not come because 192.1.1 doesn't know how to reach 172, right? So for that, we'll do a NAT just to show you guys how this works, and later on I'll just explain the types of NAT. So to do this, I'll just do a NAT on my. Okay, I need a object. I have an object. Let me go host. Okay, I'll just double click here. It's really easy. Just go here and I'll hide this behind the gateway. That means it will do patting and install on gateway 1. Okay, and then I'll install and publish. So I'll explain all the netting types when we reach the netting part of the checkpoint, right? So after this, I'll install this. So you'll see a new rule will be like added here in the hide NAT, automatic hide NAT, and the translation will be there in the logs. You'll see that. Okay, let's wait for the policy to finish installation. 99. You'll see a natting rule come up with the rules stating my PC going to anywhere on the internet, getting translated to the getting patted to the external address of the firewall, then 192.168.1.1. So okay, now that the policy has been done, I'll go to this. You can see here my PC any, and you can see an H, that means hide NAT bat, and the translated source is the, you can hover over there, double click, or if you just single click, you'll see the IP of my PC, right? So this is the rule installed on gateway 1, right? So now I should be able to reach 1.1. This was not successful earlier, and now I'm able to reach, and I should be also able to reach my uh, DNS, right? 8.8.8.8. So this is working now, and if you check the logs on the security policy here, the same policy, this one logs, right? So let me refresh my logs, minimize this side, and this is over. So we'll see, you should see the translation, right? Yeah. So this is getting translated to 192.168 with the source NAT source port of this. So if I go to the open the web browser and go to www.google.com, this should work now. A DNS request. Okay, wow, great. So I'll just again check this, and you'll see a Google. Uh, okay, so this should be the one. So you have the DNS request, right, going on UDP 53 to 44444, right? And then this is the response, right, from the internet. So if I go and say ns look up www.google.com, so this should be the IP, right? Okay, so Google may have multiple servers, right? So that's why I'm getting, see, you can see there was a different response this time. The IP was different. from ns lookup. Okay, let me just try this ip. The ip was which one? Not this one. This is my ip. Okay, destination this one. Let me check this ip. Paste. Let's check the lookup. So this is non-existent. But if I check the ns lookup on google.com, you can see the response is from this server 36. Next time is 64. Next time is 32. So 36, right? So Google has many servers, right? Load balancing. So this is how you do natting, right? Natting and the what you say, the policies on the gateways, configuring the policy on the manager and then pushing it to gateways. So this third, what we did was on this machine, right? So I was able to go to internet through the gateway one, and by doing by installing a policy which enabled me to pass through the firewall. And also I natted this on the iPad, that is like pat, which is called hide nat. I natted this PC's IP address to the external IP address, that is 192.168.1.1, right? So what I did is I'm going to download this Chrome on this system in my virtual machine, right? Because I have internet access. And for the time being, let me just tell you the plan for today's class, or the session, I would say. So let me grab this and my pen. So what we did in the last video was we set up this manager, right? And I have the smart console here installed on my smart client, right? Smart console. So it's already installed on this client, and I can access the manager from smart console and create policy and then push to gateway one, right? So next is what we can do is so next part is that I added this gateway into the manager, right? And what I did is I was able to ping this IP address, right? And I configured the DNS to be 888.8. Okay, some my pen is like 8.8, and also the secondary to be 4.2.2.2. That's why I was able to go to the internet via this route, right? When I created a policy here where that said if the source is my PC going to anywhere, and I will permit that, right? And plus I natted this 120 to this 111 interface address, and so so that's the reason it was able to go to the internet. But in reality, this router is also then natting it to the public IP address. That is what, but we are simulating this to be the internet, right? The cloud. So in reality, my firewall should be connected here, but this is the lab, right? So just to give you an impression, right? And also the home router is connected to 1.1, and my PC, right, where I'm running my VMware, right? So that is actually here on this IP address 1.5. So I can also reach to this via this, and later on we'll try to ping this also, right? The like out to in traffic, right? And what I did was I in global properties I enabled the ICMP, right here, ICMP, and by default firewall will not accept any traffic, right? So you'll not be able to ping once I enable this in global properties. So now I'm able to ping the firewall, right? So now in this video what we'll do is we'll just add this gateway to this manager, and I'll say I'll show you how we do that. So I've already initialized, I mean installed the GAIA OS into my virtual machine here. But for the initial wizard, we'll do an HTTPS from here to here on this IP address 112, right? So I can use this PC also because it's on the same. But I want to show you how to get policies for this on this. We'll create specific policies because remember I created any, so this will be allowed using that any. So that's it. Let's just start with the lab. Okay, and let me just minimize this. So Chrome has been installed. So first of all, I need to go to my smart console and connect to my manager. And you can see that gateway 2 is here. I'll just show you the what do you say, the IP address on this, and this is show interface. If I say it's 0, right, it's 0, that is my interface, and you can see this is 1.112, right, 112, and I need to set the host name to gateway 2. So that is my host name, and that is done. So now what I can do is So what you need to do is on this gateway 2, right? I'll just show the settings so that there is no issue with you guys. So on the first adapter that should be bridged so that that is ETH0. So that is what I've connected to 192.168.1.112, right? And then I have connected another interface that would be my ETH1, which I have not set up until now. I will set it up from the CLI. I'll show you how to set it up from the CLI because I've showed you how to do it from the GUI in the gateway 1, right? So this will be on my 10.6.0.0 network, right? Okay, let's you've seen this. So I'll close this and let's go to my Windows and provide the password, that is admin123. This should connect to my smart manager, right? Okay, let's try once again. Happens admin123 ADMI, sorry, ADMI123. So yesterday also we faced some issues. Happens, you might need to like mm, reboot your smart manager in case you face this kind of issue in R80. Okay, I'll pause this video and once this is done, I'll resume. Okay, so guys, this is starting now. I had to restart my smart manager, so I restarted this, and seems like I'll be able to like log into my smart manager because it's saying launching application. That means it has authenticated, right? Username and password. So yeah. Okay, fine. So now what we need to do, okay. So the memory is going anyways. Just keep like that. I'll just close this. So what we did yesterday, remember, this was the management rule. Okay, my PC going to gateway and manager. So this was just a like example, and this is the actual rule that allowed my PC to go to the internet, right? So what I'll do is I'll create a new rule about this. So if I disable this, you can disable a rule like this, and I'll create a specific rule, new rule available, saying this would be my what you say, GUI access to GUI to GW2, right? So source would be my PC1, right? I have that object. If you don't have that, you can just go and create a new object here, and my PC1, and add this. It's really easy, and that should be allowed to going anywhere. No, actually it should not be anywhere, but let's create a what do you say, a host uh, object, right? That should define my what do you say, it's 0 of gateway 2, right? I don't think the space is allowed, so I'll give a dash, and the IP address is 192.168.1.112, right? So that is the IP address that my PC will be allowed to go, and okay, once this is done, this will be automatically added here, and I will add the services. So you can add the services from here. So I'll add HTTPS only, right? I should be only able to HTTPS that firewall, right? So that's it, and I'll accept, and I'll log so that I show that this rule is hitting. And when I push, because of this rule was disabled, I'll not be able to go to the internet. But for now, I just want to access this GUI of the gateway 2 so that I can initialize it using the wizard, right? So once this is done, okay, I'll be asked for the gateway. So for now, because we have only one gateway associated, so in the next window you will see only one gateway, right? But once we have two gateways, you will have option to choose from that also. But the preference is given to the selection that you do inside here, right? The targets. So if I have specified a target here, then that takes preference over the selection. What you do on the other window, right? That pops up after you uh, click the install policy. So that said, let's wait for the installation policy to be installed, installation to be 100%, and then we'll try. Okay, so two things. One is my PC will not be able to go to the internet. Second, I should be able to access the web GUI of gateway 2. That is 192.168. And if I hover over this, it will show me 112, right? So this IP address should be allowed, and only HTTP should be allowed. So I should not be able to like ping. Ping will not be allowed because I have not. So ping right now will be allowed because it's I not initialized the firewall. So that is one thing. once I initialize the firewall, right? So then it becomes a firewall, and the policy default policy gets loaded that says nothing is allowed to and through, right? So that time the ping will not be working. So at this moment also ping will not be working because this is not allowing, and ultimately there is no rule, and the last rule says drop everything, and the ping will be dropped by this cleanup rule. We'll see in the logs. Let's check if the policy has been installed. I think it has been done, right? So the screen is not responding. Wait for a couple of minutes, and I think yeah, it's succeeded. So first, what we'll try is let's try the ping. Let's try the which 192.168.1.168.1.112, right? Because I'm natted, so this ping will go through, right? Because of the NAT and also the ICMP request that I allowed, right? So this will go through, and because I'm not initialized, so you can see right now I'm not initialized gateway 2. That's why the policy has not loaded. Once I initialize, I'll not be able to ping. Let's check. First, I'll go to the browser and https colon 192.168.1.112, right? You'll be thinking like I said, because I'm not allowed here ICMP, and how the ping is going. Remember I did this here, this thing. This allows the to and through both on the gateway one. This allowed the two ping traffic and through ping traffic. So ICMP is allowed because of this one, not because of this. Or so let me check. Yeah, I'm able to go and proceed, and I have admin 123, right? So that is my. So let me check this on in my log. So this should be allowed by this rule. So if I go to this log and I see a destination, yeah. So I'll check this, and my rule should be rule number 2, right? So this is getting natted. Because of the nat rule we have, the policy is, you can see. So this is the policy that has allowed the this traffic to pass through the firewall. So now if I try to, okay, let me just initialize, and sidewise let me try to go to Google, because I don't have any policy saying to allow this traffic, right? So this will be denied and blocked on this one cleanup rule. Let's check the logs, and side by side let's initialize, hit next. So this is 1.2 with one I'll set up through CLI to show you guys. For this also 8.8.8.8. If you don't specify the DNS, this firewall will not be able to resolve the addresses, right? So this is fine, keep it default, security gateway, and yes, no, I'm not using a dynamic IP, no, and the SIC will be the same. I'll keep the same, test with a capital T 123, test 123, right? The one I use for the gateway one, and we'll hit this. So you can see that internet is not. I'm not able to go to the internet, and that should be this one, right? Yeah, you can see. So there was a DNS query for the what do you say, google.com, right? You see all are blocked. So you can see it's 10:37. My clock is showing 10:39, and so the last thing was this. So I did a DNS request, this one, and it was dropped because the traffic is from my PC going to this 888, which is not allowed. I'm not allowed DNS, right? So that's why my query is getting failed. And if I try this, what is this? This is policy manager drop, policy manager drop, and yeah, this is like cleanup rule only, get dropping this thing. This is another traffic from my PC. Destination is a broadcast. This is a broadcast, so this will be a DNS request, right? Okay. Okay, let's do one thing. So this is this. So this says that I'll not be able to go to the internet. So let's create a separate what do you say, rule, right? I'll create a separate rule. Okay, let me create a rule saying my PC. Yeah, so I'll say, okay, name. This is destination. I'll specify the name. Internet access, right? So again, I can just drag and drop if I want to. So I can just, sorry, I can just drag and drop like this. So destination should be any, right? Yeah, destination should be any because we don't know. I can go to Google, I can go to internet is like any, right? So services I can control for the internet. So I'll just say I'll allow, if I don't allow DNS, my internet will not work. So I allow DNS. Then what else? I should allow HTTPS, right? HTTPS. Also, I should allow HTTP. HTTP. Where's my HTTP? HTTP, like that, right? So it's kind of same like I disable that one, right? So let's see. So I'll just accept this and I'll log this, and again I'll push this. Let's wait, and here this should have been okay. So this will be done in the time I install this policy and check what's moving. And this is like mm, for source and destination, right? So you can also create a policy based on zones, right? So people who know about the firewall, they would know, right, about zones, inside outside DMZ, like that. So this checkpoint also supports the same concept of zones. So I'll show you that. So this is almost done. Once this is done, I should be able to, right, I should be able what's this? Yeah, I should be able to reach the internet, I mean browse the internet, but not what, but not ping. But ping is allowed through gateway one because of that ICMP request, right? So if I disable that, then I should not be able to ping anything outside my local LAN, right? 172.16.31 address. So now if I do the same thing, this will work. And if you check the logs for this one, and they should show you, so this internet access, they should show you the my PC, right? So they should show the rule number 3 allowed this access, right? So this is how you create the rules policies based on source, destination, and service and applications. I'll show you more on this in later videos, but for now rules and policies is this much. And next what we will do is so once this firewall, this one is initialized, okay, so this is rebooting. Let's wait for some time and it should boot. And the ping data was working earlier should not work, because now the policy will be loaded, the default policy that says I'm a firewall and I'll not like entertain any to and through traffic unless I'm explicitly said, like, by defining a policy and pushing it to me. So let's go to smart. So this is starting. So I'll pause the video. Once this is started, we'll add this to my manager. Okay, guys, my firewall gateway 2 is ready, and what I said, remember that this ping will not work, right? So let's try, and tada, this is not working because to traffic by default to the firewall and through traffic is blocked, denied. That is the primary like functioning of a firewall, block everything, right? So now it is a firewall, so I'll not allow any entertain any to and through traffic. So that's why it's not working, even though my firewall one like is you can see if I see on the ping, right? Okay, I'll not get that logs because for that I have to enable an option. I'll show in later videos. Okay, so let's add this gateway, right? So for that, what I need to do is many like, let me see options I have, like ways. Okay, so I can go here and add the gateway here. That I can go here, right here, and new and more and network objects gateway and gateway. So I can go to wizard mode, and before that, let me show you how to like mm, go and uh, configure the IP address on the CLI, right? Show interfaces all. Okay, I have ETH0 with the 192 address, so ETH1 I should have ETH1. Where's ETH1? Show interface and say, like, if you want to say specific one, ETH1, right? Like interface ETH1, not interfaces. So you can see as this is showing the status off, right? And IPv4 address is not coming. So first thing you can do is you can go and use this command set interface, right? Interface ETH1, okay, then IPv4 address. With the help of the tab you can see, and also you can hit question mark, right, to see what that after this, sorry guys, one IPv4 address, then you have to specify the address. So according to our plan, that address should be 1.0.112, right? 112. Then you have to specify that mask length, sorry, mask length, and you can specify it like 24. So that is done. And if you see again show interface ETH1, you'll see that IP address is there, right? IP address you can see. But again, the state is off. To set the state to on, you again say set interface ETH1 state on. Simple, right? And then you safeguard. Why I did this is because when I add this, right? So I'll get this topology change on the management. So I go here, and I specify gateway 2, right? And platform is again open server. IP address is 192.168.1.112, right? So next, yes, and then I will specify the SIG. But why isn't this working? Okay, SIG is test capital T 123. Okay, so we'll wait and we'll wait and we'll wait, and this will not work. Why? Because remember I said, okay, let me just open up this whiteboard. Okay, so remember I said like this manager and the firewall, right? So they communicate through what? Through SIG, right? There is this SIG protocol, right? SIC, right? SIG, secure internal communication. That is the password, right? So that works on some ports, right? TCP/UDP. So from here to here it was simple because this was on the local LAN, right? But from here to here you have a firewall in between, this one. So you need to allow those ports, you need to open those ports on this gateway one, so that that communication happens, right? So if you want to see, you can see these ports getting denied on the cleanup rule. Okay, let's go and check the cleanup rule and cancel this. We'll just do once more. Let's go to security policies, and if I go to the cleanup rule, this should show me my manager, right? So this is going to, my manager is going to, my source should be my manager, and destination should be my gateway 2, right? This one. So you can see I have a this, right? So you can see TCP port 182.1.1. There are multiple ports that are used. So in this one, you can see I see a push 182.1.1, and if I see this one, this should be a different. Okay, this is also the same one, and there will be more of this, right? So once I enable, so if I go on and specify this port, right? TCP 182.1.1, right? And specify the service to be TCP 182.1.1. But then I have multiple ports, right? So I have to specify all the ports. So to make it simple, what I'll do is I'll create a rule. So I'll just delete this rule. I don't know, just created something like that. So I create a rule here, new rule above, saying manager to gateway 2, right? So source is what? Source should be my manager. So the traffic that I'm allowing is my manager. Is my manager, right? Going to the gateway 2, right? So it gateway 2 is my object. So that is going, and services I should keep any, and action should be accept. Okay? And I'll log this, and we'll see certain type of traffics getting permitted because of rule number 3. So I'll push this to my firewall 1, right? As of now, in my gateways and servers, I have only one firewall in the gateway 1. So let's check. Okay, okay. So I need to install here also. And let's wait for this policy to finish. Once this is finished, I'll go and add the manager. Sorry, gateway to my manager. Right? Again, I'll do the same process, but because this policy has been configured, so I actually knew this. So just wanted to show you why this will not happen. Okay, this is done. 99% done, and let's wait for this policy to complete. Okay, guys, the policy has finished successfully. Let's now go to my gateways and servers tab, and add. Okay, I'll try it. I'll go from here. Sorry, not an object. Add more objects, network gateways, and a new gateway, wizard mode. And this should be gateway 2. Maybe platform is open server, IP address 192.168.1.112, right? So I'll go next, yes. And this is like capital TEST 11123, right? So this time my communication will be successful because of that rule. So I'm waiting for this to complete the six. So I have created the rule here which permits my manager to go to the to pass through my gateway one, right? So that is done. Uh, okay, I think that is the problem. I think this will fail again, and I'll explain why. I'll explain why. And yeah, let's wait for this to fail. So let me just explain to you for the time being. So I'll delete this, right? So my manager is this one, right? So my manager is this one, and this is my gateway. And okay, so this is like this, and this is the cloud, and this is my gateway 2, right? So gateway 2 is here, and this is gateway 1. So the ports and protocols that SIG users I've allowed because I set the source to be my manager, right? And my destination to be any. No, the service is to be any, right? And my destination I specified this one, right? 192.168 or 1 dot or 1 dot 1.112, right? 112. So that was my policy, and that is done. So I took care of that. Now just imagine the packet that goes from this to that. What is the source of that? That is 172, right? Dot 16 dot 31 dot 110, right? 110 and going to what IP address? To going to this going to which one? Okay, going to 192 dot 168 dot 1.112. So I had not connected the pen, so that's why I connected. So this is more clear. So that is the packet that reaches the gateway. Gateway has a default route, or it will not use a default route because it knows the destination, right? This is directly connected. This is directly connected on this one. This is 112, right? From the signal. So it will throw this traffic to this guy. So this guy receives a packet from 172.16.31.1110, right? Destined for him. Okay, he knows this. But when the return traffic goes, the destination will be this one and source will be this one. So does this guy has a route to reach this or a default route? Say default route. I have created a default route when I was initializing this, but that is going to my 192.168 1.1. So if it doesn't know anything, it will throw to this address, and 172 is not through here, it is from here. So I need to create a static route here, right, pointing to this gateway. So that is the issue that that's why we are not able to ping, right? Oh no, the communication is not happening. Let's see, it's failed. So I'll cancel this and I'll go to the GUI of, oh, that is my GUI. So I'll go here into my, okay, so this is my interfaces, right? So I created this through my CLI, right? So I'll go to IPv4 static routes and see I have a default route that points to my 1.1. I'll keep it like that. And I'll create a static route that will point to 172.16.31.0 network with a mask of, say, okay, 255.255.0. And my next hop would be my gateway 1. 192.168.111. Okay, so that should solve the routing issue of this guy. So let's try again. So one is this one, right? From here you can add a gateway, or you click directly here any gateway. You go to wizard mode and I'll press gateway 2, right? Platform is open source 192.168.1.112, right? So next, okay, so this is like test 123, and this time yep, it should work. I solved the routing issue. I have the policy in place for my manager to go and talk to my gateway 2. Okay, let's wait for some time. I have this. You can enable ping here if I want this interface. So I can. It should work now. So I had actually given the gateway IP address wrong. It is 182. So I corrected it, and now the SIG should be working. Okay, so the firewall has been recognized by my manager, and you can see it has pulled the configs from the interface. This is the inside, this is the outside interface. We'll just go and finish, and this should come as okay. It's warning that okay, I have okay. Remember, I created a like object for this with each zero gateway, right? So you want to keep changes, yes, anyway, and finish. So I'll have this. This is my gateway 2, and I should have the gateway 2 object here also. So I click here, and I can see the test. This trust has been initialized, established, and okay, and okay. And no devices are different topology. Okay, anti-spoofing and not enabled. So multiple objects have the same IP address. Do you wish to keep? Yes. Or I can do one thing. I can go to the policies where I have selected each zero right here. I can change now to gateway 2. Likewise, I can just take it here and I can remove this one and remove this one, right? And I don't need the it 02 object. So I'll go to the objects here and I'll go back and I have a host and I'll delete this. So I delete yes. So now I go to gateways and I have this one here, right? I'll go to the license. I'll close and publish this now so that all the administrator on my smart manager will be able to see this change, right? That new gateway has been added. So once this is published, I should see a green status for my gateway 2. You can see there's a pen type sign on my gateway 2. Right? So I'll wait for this. Done the publish, and I'll install the policy also. The targets both. See, the status has changed to green. That means my firewall is successfully added to the manager, and we can go on and configure the policies on gateway 2. I mean, push the policy on gateway 2. Before that, what I'll do, I'll just in my next video, actually not in this one. So this I'll just end this video here, and in my next video, what I'll do, I'll add a Kali Linux behind this gateway 2, and we'll configure a policy so that my Kali Linux can communicate to my outside world, right? So I'll push the same policy from push the policy from my manager to gateway 2 so that my Kali Linux machine can go to the internet, right? So so this was fun, right? We did a lot of things. We added the gateway to the manager. We troubleshooted some of the issues that we faced while doing so, and I explained to you some of the concepts for the rules and how to create those, right? So in my next video, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you zone-based policies, and let's see what I can like cover up on the second video, right? And in this video, I'll be showing you guys how to add a checkpoint firewall in EVNG, right? So you need to be connected and go through the whole video, and you will see the steps on how to install the EVNG, I mean firewall, checkpoint firewall in the EVNG. So first of all, you need to log into the GUI of your EVNG, and here you can see that I don't have the EVNG installed in my VM, right? You can see that the checkpoint selection is grayed out, right? This one. Okay, so next what we will do is you have to go to this link. I'll paste this link in the description, and go and download this file from the Google Drive. Once this is downloaded, you have to go on and extract this in your drive. So I have already downloaded this file in my system. Let me show you the file that I have in my system, and then I will extract the file also. So this is where I have my file. So this is the file that I downloaded from the Google Drive. I'll extract this, and let's wait for this to complete. I'll just fast forward this so that you are not going to see all of this happen, right? So we'll save some time there. So once that is done, I will go to the WinSCP, and then I'll WinSCP to my VM machine, and the IP address that I'm using is 192.168.1.222, and the root and eve is the default username password. Then I'll go to the root folder, and inside that I'll go to the OPT folder. Then inside that I'll go to the unit lab, and then add-ons. And inside add-on you have to go to QEMU. So here all the nodes are copy pasted. Okay, so now what you have to do is you have to go on and browse to the folder you have saved and extracted the file, this one. So next what you need to do is, okay, still extracting, so let's wait for this for extraction to complete.
Once this is complete, you have to go on and extract this, drag and drop this file, or you can see copy paste this file and transfer this file inside the EVNG machine under the chemo folder. Okay, so like this, I'll drag it, and okay, then again, it will take some time for you guys to, this file to be copied inside the file system of the EVNG. And side by side, what you can do is you can go on and run the putty session, yeah, on 192.168.1.222. And because after this is copied, you have to type a command to fix the permissions. I will paste the command in the description, so you don't need to worry about that. You will just putty to the EVNG machine, and then you can just copy paste the command with the right click, and just hit enter. So let's wait for this to complete, and then we'll hit the enter on this command and execute this command, right? So yeah, let's wait for this copy to be finished. Okay, so as you can see, this is taking some time, and yeah, let's wait. Okay, so that the copy is finished. With the help of the editing, I have propped the part where the copy happens. So I'll just change the font of this window so that you guys can also see the command change, and then I have to go to the font. Yeah, here I'll make it bold and make it around 18, and apply and apply. Oh, hope you can see the command right now. So this is the command that you need to paste. I'll hit enter, execute the command, and wait for the prompt to come back. And for security's sake, I'll do it once again, so I do it twice. Anyways, next what you need to do is you need to go to the EVNG GUI and refresh page once more. Okay, and now you can check the node. You will have the checkpoint there. So since checkpoint uses the same image for your gateway as well as your manager, so I can take these two nodes, okay, one for the firewall, one for the manager, and I'll keep the rest of the setting as default. So one I'll name as mgr. I'll edit and name this as the mgr manager, cpe manager. Okay, and then I'll add L2 switch. Yeah, I have the Cisco IOL. I forgot to change the thumbnail, so let's change this to the switch. Where's the switch? Where's the switch? SSSW. Yeah, let's go with this one. Okay, nice. Now I need another node. Okay, let's change the what do you say, the name also, SW. So I have to go and add a node of Windows. Okay, so this is very important. In the case of checkpoint, you need to have a Windows machine as your smart console, because the smart console application can only be installed on a Windows machine. So that's something you need to remember. And then yeah, I'll add this on the management and this network. So I'll keep ETH0 as a management interface. Yeah, ETH0 here also. Okay, once I have completed this, I can go on and add the gateway with the network, this cloud network, so that my gateway can reach the internet. So that is for your lab purpose. I will just do it as a demonstration. Okay, I will not okay, next I need to go on and turn on all these systems. 1 2 3, turn on, and the switch. Nice. And okay, so once this is turned on, I will have to go to the CLI, right? So for that, I have to double click on the node, right? So I double click here, and this. Oh, okay. So if you want to stop these things moving here and there, go on and unlock the lab. So now it will not move. So I have the CLI console here, and this is the firewall CLI console. So I have both here. Let's wait for the firewall and the manager to boot up so that I can do the initial config and access the GUI through the Windows machine. So I'll just expand these CLI consoles. Oops. Okay, I'll just move it here, and I'll just resize this again, this one also, and I'll change the settings of the font so that you can see the command that I type in, right? So change the font here, and bold and 18. Yeah, apply. Okay, apply. Next, okay, on the manager also I'll do this, and then appearance, change font, bold 18. Okay, done, apply. So now let's wait for the both the machines to boot up, right, on the CLI. And yeah, I'll just pause. I think I'll just pause the video till the time this manager and the firewall will come up and ask for the login and login credentials, right? So yeah, okay, fine. Let me just align these two here, and this one goes here. Fine. I have, okay, enable this. Okay, fine. Now that the login screen is there, let me log in with the credentials of admin and password. Okay, so let's try admin123. Let's see if that works. Oh, no, it doesn't work. Let me try again with admin and admin. That's the password. No, it doesn't work. Okay, let me try with the admin, and this will work. Test 123. So capital T E S T 123. Yeah. So it's working super. So remember, it's admin, and the password is capital T small E S T 123 numeric. Okay. So now once this is done, now you have to you can check the interface by if config. Okay, fine. So if config will be in the expert mode. So you can do show interface and then it's 0. ETH0 is our management interface, right? So interface and then space and then ETH0, right? Yeah, ETH0. So you can see I don't have any IP address on that. So let's go on and configure the IP address on this. So the command is set interface, yeah, ETH0, then IPv4 hyphen address, and the IPv4 is 10 dot, I'll keep this 10.1.1.111, and the mask length is 24, right? Okay, mask length is 24. Now enter. That is done. Let's go to the manager and configure the IP address of the manager interface also there. So now here I'll do set interface and then ETH0 IPv4 hyphen address, and the address is .110 and the mask length 24, right? Super. So we have the management interface configured on both the manager and the gateway. So let's go to the Windows machine, boot it up, and yeah. So here the password is again, I think, yeah, the test 123 capital T EST 123. So let's try that and enter. Did I type it right or did I do any typo? Let's wait for a while. It should, I mean, log in. I think I typed the correct. Yeah, great. So let's go to the desktop. Don't send desktop, and let's change the IP address. Oops. Right click here and go to the network and network settings, or you can just run and type the ncpa.cpl and you will land up in the interface, adapter settings. Here you can go to adapter settings, right click properties, go to the IPv4 section, double click on that, and configure an IP address from the 10.1.1.0 subnet. I'll go for 10 here, and then the mask length, it should be 24.255.255.255.0, and you don't need the gateway in case it is just for the management. But if you want to use this as the test PC also, then you have to give it the IP address of the gateway 111 and also the name resolution DNS servers, right? So let's keep it 888 and 4222. Hit okay. Now I should be able to access the GUI of the firewall as well as the manager. So I'll go to my Chrome here and I'll type the HTTPS and the management IP address of both of the firewall and the manager in in the tabs. So let's go with the first one, my manager dot 110, and then I'll go with the firewall dot 111, right? So let's access dot 111. Yeah. So yeah, I can get the certificate warning. Anyways, proceed. I am comfortable with that, and here also proceed. Yeah, so let's log in with admin, and password is test123 with a capital T. Login, super. And here also admin and password as a capital T EST123. Login. Nice. So now we will go to the fire manager and the firewall initial configuration wizard setup, right? So the difference would be only that I will select manager in the manager management and the firewall gateway in the firewall. So anyways, next here I'll not set up the interfaces. Here I'll rename this host name as CP manager, and I will give the DNS. Okay, let's give the DNS at 8888. Fine. Next, I can do this in the GUI also. Anyways, next, and then here I will specify security gateway, and here I will uncheck the gateway and uncheck these automatic these logs. And next, and IP address is any IP, and also don't send any logs. Fine. Next, and here on the gateway, again I'll continue the same thing. Same. I'll not configure this. I'll change the host name to my CPFW1, and I don't need the DNS. So next here on the time also, and here security gateway and management, and I will uncheck the management and automatic services also disabled, and yes. And here I'm using a static IP address, so I'll say yes. And here I have to configure the SIG. So this is used for the relation, to set up the relation between the manager and the SIG. So when you add this firewall from the manager, you have to specify this SIG password on the manager. So I will keep this as admin123 capital A and finish, and yes. So yeah, so now you have to wait so that this process is completed, and then the you can access the GUI, right? So yeah guys, and then you can download the smart console in the Windows machine and then add the gateway, right? In this video I'll be talking about the zone based policies, okay, and then we'll be talking about time based policies,
how to set up the time-based policies, and then I'll be talking about multiple smart console administrators and how to set up, and I'll be talking about section and titles, and I'll be talking about the policy packages. So let me just brief you about these concepts here. So this side we have uh, in my last video I said I'll be using a Linux PC here, but now I've changed it to a Windows PC, as I'm not that much comfortable with Linux, and then I cannot demonstrate things uh, like, so I'll be running later on services like FTP here, TFTP here, and we will do some file exchange. Okay, so this side is actually 10.6.0.0, right? So this one is dot 6 and this is 1.1.12, right? So in my last video of this PC was able to go to the internet via policy here, which said if the source is PC and the destination is any means anything in the internet, right? It will be united to this interface, that is 111, and that's why it was able to go to the internet, right, reach the internet. And also I added the second gateway, this one, and also I had a policy for that, right? And then now in this session I'll be talking about zone based policy, right? So zone based policy, so zone based policy is a concept that all the firewalls do have, like in Palo Alto say trust and untrust, right? Trust and untrust. So like that in ASA you say inside and outside, right? Inside and outside. So likewise in this Palo Alto you have that concept, and we will use the word inside and outside. You can use trust as well as untrust, and then you can apply those in the policy, right? You can say like anything from inside going to outside, right, is allowed. Okay, so inside will this will be more wider in range of covering the devices inside as compared to a specific host, right? So likewise what we will achieve is a less number of policies on this gateway. So and how does this like firewall comes to know about the inside and outside? We go to that interface and say this is part of the inside, right? And the way it knows when the policy hits is via the routing table. So when it sees the packet coming on that ingress interface, and then it checks that like ingress interface is part of which zone, right? If it's inside, and then checks the policy likewise what is the egress port, right? So like that the policy will work, and I'll show you the demonstration also. And next is I will have a time-based policies. For example, you have in your like a corporate network, you have sales, you have accounts team, right? So say you have a need that your accounts team should only be able to access certain resources over the internet, or to the other side I mean on the branch offices, right? And you want to like segregate them on time base. So for example 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. only you will allow those traffic to pass through your gateway, right? So like that you can define the policies as well. And then there is the concept of multiple smart console administrator, right? So that is the change between R77 and smart console, right? Smart console admins, right? Console admins. So this is a change between R77 and R80, wherein in R77 you didn't have this feature, so now in R80 you can have multiple admins login into your smart console, right? Smart console. So what I'll do is I will have a smart console in this PC also, and I'll install that here, and then I'll log into the manager using that PC and using a different account, right? I will create an account here. Not here actually, I'll be creating the account in this SMS server. Like from here we use admin account, right? I'll create a new account, and then I'll use that to log in from the other PC, and we'll see what happens after that. And then I'll show you having multiple packages, like one package for this firewall, one package for this firewall, so it will be easy to manage, right? So without wasting much time, let's begin this video, and I'll start with showing you the. I'll close this uh, network diagram that we are working on, and this is the smart console. You can see this is my Windows PC, this is my client PC. I'll just power it up, and so first thing I want to show is your zone based policy, right? So for the zone based policy, let's check the policy as of now that we have on our smart console. So this Windows PC, right? So let me open up the browser. Let me maximize this, and I'll open the browser, and let's go to Gmail. So this PC has internet access, right? And that is because of two things. One is the policy, second is the natting that we did a pat which is called the hide NAT in case of the checkpoint, right? So the policy that is allowing is this one. So if you see, if I disable this policy and install the policy, uh, my gateway will lose connectivity. Okay, let this policy finish. Mm, I'll click install, and this will be installed on my gateway. So now that the policy has been installed, if I go to my Internet Explorer and try to reach, say, Google, this should not be allowed, right? Because I don't have any policy that allows my access to the internet, right? So let's do one thing. Let's create a zone-based policy. For that, what you need to do is you need to go to the gateway and assign the interfaces to the zones, right? So how do you do that? Is you go to the properties and go to the network management section, settings and section, and then you can, if this is not there, you just go and get the interface with topology or without topology. Once you get the interface, you click on that interface and click edit, and this ETH0 is my inside, right? So that is a trusted. You click on the modify, specify security zone. Here you see, here I will go and assign this to inside, right? If you want to create untrust or something like that, you can do here, and then I'll create inside. And okay, so this is anti-spoofing, right? I'll be talking about this later. So I'll press okay, and I'll assign the other ETH1 interface, right, to the outside. So I'll go modify and specify, and then select outside, and okay, and then I'll publish this, and then okay, I'll install, so that is it gets published as well as it gets installed to the gateways, right? So install, and I'll wait for the installation to complete. Okay, this is publishing first, and then it will install. And okay, I'll install this, and then I'll wait for this to finish installation. Okay, now that we have the zones defined on the gateway, till the time this gets installed, this policy, I'll create a rule here. Okay, I'll create a rule. Right click on here and create a rule above. Okay, so just keep in mind that the policy goes from one to up to bottom, right? So all the allowed policy should be above the drop policy. So if I click above. Okay, so the policy has been installed, so I'll go here and click here, and I'll install a like create a rule above, or I'll try to create a rule below. Okay, so anyways, so let's define this the name of this rule as into out. Okay, let's edit this. Let's wait a second. This is very heavy. Okay, let me do one thing. Okay, so I'll define this as in to out. Okay, so here in the source you will specify the zone now, not the host, right? So I'll go inside, and source should be outside. So if I look for outside, yeah, it is select. Okay, I selected, and then services, like services should be DNS, right? DNS, right, and then HTTP and HTTPS, HTTP and HTTPS. Okay, and I'll be allowing this action, and then I'll be logging this also, and this should be pushed to gateway 1 only. This should be specific to gateway 1. So I'll just push this policy, and after this policy, my inside PC, right, the client, the PC that I'm using to access the console should be able to reach internet, and I will see that it is because of this rule number 4. Okay, the policy has been successfully pushed to gateway 1. Now I'll check my browser, and I'll check the. Okay, now I'm able to go to internet, and I'll go to this policy and select logs, and I can see my PC is going to HTTP, is using the HTTPS services, and the policy that is allowing is rule number 4, right? So yeah, that's the zone-based policy and how it is applied. And second thing, what we will do is we will create the multiple policies, right? So for gateway 2 also, I need to like have some policies, because I have a client here, right? This one, and let me check its IP. This should be 10.6.0.6. Yeah, this is 6, and I ping my gateway, that is 10.6.0.112, right? That means, so yeah, I'm able to reach my this gateway, but I'll not be able to reach internet because I don't have any policies on the gateway. So for that, I'll create a new policy package, so that we will have different policy packages for different firewalls. This one is like you have to specify the target here, right? Install on gateway 1, gateway 2. So it becomes very hectic in the sense that you get confused, right? So it's better to create different policies for different firewalls. So let's do this. How you do it is like, one option is you create here on the plus sign and then click on the manage policies. Second is you go to this menu and then again click on the manage policy. It will open up this window, right? So it's one of the same thing, different ways to do it, right? So I'll click here and it will open up the same window. So here what you do is, first of all, I'll just edit the standard one and I'll name this as the policy for gateway one, policy gateway one, right? And I have to specify the install target here. I'll add gateway one only here and press on OK. And then I'll create a new sorry, this is the edit option. I'll create a new one which says this is policy for gateway 2, right? Policy gateway 2, right? And then I'll specify the target as gateway 2, install target, specify plus, and then gateway 2, right? Okay. Okay, and I publish. Okay, and okay, now I have these two, and I'll close this, and then I publish this. Okay, so that all the admins can see this change. I'll not push the policy to gateway 2. I'll define the policies and I'll push it so that we can save some time. So let's just find out which policies are like meant for which gateway, right? So I can see rule number 2 is actually meant for gateway 2. I'll just cut this and paste it here in the policy 2, and it should be above this, right? Paste above. So this is a cleanup rule, and I'll paste it above. So I'll go to this cleanup rule and I'll log this, right? So I'll log it. Yeah, nice. So I don't need to specify the target here because I already have specified the target. So I'll just remove this. Okay, and then I should have the stealth rule, right? I should have the stealth rule. I'll copy this. Okay, I'll paste it above the cleanup rule, and I'll change the target to gateway 2. I'll just drag and drop this here, drag and drop, and I'll remove the gateway 1 because this is specific to gateway 2. Remove any drop. So this is the stealth rule. This is the cleanup rule. This is my GUI access, right, from the my PC that is on the LAN side of the gateway 1, right? So that should be like allowed, right? So that is that. And then I have another policy. Okay, the first one is management rule. Okay, for one, this is manager to gateway, and gateway 2, manager gateway 2. Okay, this is for one only, and I need this one, so I'll not specify the target here. I'll just remove it, and I need a same policy for gateway 2 also. So I'll just paste it above here. So this should be, no, I didn't paste it. I have to delete, and then I have to go and paste above. So this is in and out, and I'll, so because my client on the gateway 2 side, right, it should be also able to reach internet, so I need that policy for that also. So I'll define the inside and outside on the gateway also. So I'll go to the gateway, so we will have many changes and we'll push it one time, so that I don't have to wait again and again, right? I'll go to gateway 2 network management, and same thing that I did on gateway 1, right? Specifying the interfaces as inside and outside. So in this case, this ETH0 is my outside, so edit and modify, specify, and I'll select outside. Okay, okay, same thing for each one, but this is inside, so I'll go modify, specify, and inside, and okay, and okay, right? So now this policy for gateway 2 is enough to allow my inside users to go outside using DNS, HTTP, HTTPS, except and log. I'm logging this, and what else we need is stealth is there, management rule I don't need for this. So looks good to me, right? Okay, let's push these policies to both the, so when I click here, right, I have to like do it twice, one for each for each one for the gateway, right? So when I click here install policy, this will prompt me for the gateway. So now I don't have the selection of choosing either gateway 1 and gateway 2 because I'm in the policy for gateway 1 only, right? So you'll see here I have gateway 1, and I think I have not selected this. It should not prompt me for this gateway 1. Let's wait for this policy to finish and then I'll check. Oh, I have not published actually, so that's why. So next time when I push any policies, I'll not be prompted to select the gateway. So for gateway 2, I'll not be prompted because this one I created a new one, right? So let's wait for this policy to finish. So this policy has been pushed to gateway 1. Now I'll go to gateway 2 and push the policy for gateway 2. So gateway 2 and install. So it's asking that this will be overridden. Anyways, it's fine for us. So we know what we are doing, right? So let's wait for this policy to finish. Okay guys, so the policy has been successfully pushed to gateway 2. Now let's go to my PC here, client, and this is done, right? So one more thing I need to do is the natting, right? So I think I have done it. So I'll go to my console here on this, and I need to create Win. Okay, I have created this Win7 client. So okay, what you have to do is you have to create a new host here, right? So new host and create this Windows client, right, with this IP and NAT it, right? You have to NAT it, right? So when this PC goes out to the internet and hits gateway 2, right? Gateway 2 should mm, have a route, right? So it has a default route, reaches to the gateway, and you know that that a private IP will cannot go to the internet, right? So what we need to do is we need to have a netting for this PC. So for this purpose, I have done static netting. So about the netting in Checkpoint, I'll be creating a separate video and I'll be explaining to you the different types of NAT. But for now, what I have done is I've added a static NAT to this IP 199, right? And I've installed this on gateway 2 because we need this NAT on gateway 2. Okay, and I'll push it. I don't need to push it actually because it's already there, but yeah, I'll just push it like this. So now that the policy has been pushed to gateway 2 successfully, if you check the NAT in gateway 2, you'll find a statement for that particular static NAT here. So let's open NAT and you can see the NAT here, right? So you have the WinPC any, original destination is any, and original service is any. Translated source is my Win client 7. That should be my this is my source, the original this IP, right? And the translated address. I'm not translating the destination, right? So the original source should be this one, this, and the netted IP is this one, right? Okay, so this is pushed on this, and let's move on to the Windows client and check if it's able to go to the internet, right? So I'll go here. I have defined the DNS in the settings, so I should be able to go to the internet. Yeah, I can see that internet access is there. So right, and this will be hit on the policy of inside to outside on gateway 2, right? So if I check and go to my policy and then go to my gateway 2 policy, and if I check the logs here, so I should find that rule number 2 should be allowing this traffic, right? So my client is this getting netted to this IP, and the rule number 2 into out is allowing this traffic. Okay, so that is the what do you say, separate policy packages for different gateways, right? And next that I'm going to uh, explain to you is a feature called the section. So what happens is in a corporate network, right, you will not have only like 5 or 10 policies, right? You will have hundreds and hundreds of policies. So you need to manage those policies in orderly manner, right? So if you want to troubleshoot, you should know the particular section you need to go to, right? So for that, you have an option to create sections. What you do is, so for example, this is management section, right? You can see management traffic here. This is the user traffic here. This is the stealth traffic here. This is the cleanup rule, right? So likewise, what you do is right click, and in the new section title, you create a section above and name that as management section. Management, right? Management. So this is your management, and this you create a new section above which says this is your user traffic, right? User traffic. So user traffic, right? And this should be your new section above. This is your stealth section, right? STEALT, it's stealth rule. And last but not least should be your cleanup rule, right? So clean up. So now this looks much cleaner. You can just uh, collapse these segments out. Now this looks really nice, right? So I'll publish this, publish and publish, right? So I'll do the same to policy on the gateway 2, right? Let this be published. You can see the pen sign going away. That means this has been published. So I'll do this here as the GUI to gateway as management section. I'll create a section. I'll name this as management section. Management section. Okay, this should be my user traffic. And this is my stealth section. And this is my cleanup, right? So this is my clean up. Nice. So I can just collapse these segments and publish. Okay. So that's it, and I'll publish this. So these pen signs, right? These are like uh, the the changes that haven't been pushed. So you will see now that these changes have been pushed to the gateways. Now this is available for all the admins. So this is what section titles are, right? So this helps in creating the policies in an orderly fashion, so that tomorrow if you want to troubleshoot, right, you know where to look for, right? So that is done, and the next thing that I want to show you is the uh, what zone I've covered the zone based policies. I've covered the section titles and the uh, separate policy package, right? Next is the time based policy, right? So let's define a policy for gateway to user traffic. We should have two policies, right? So right now the Windows client PC from the gateway to this one, right, is using rule number 2. So I'll create another rule. I'll copy this and paste that rule above this, or let's paste it like below. Okay, and what I'll do is I need to create a object, a time-based object. So that what I need to do is go to new and more, and you'll see this time, right, time object. So you create the time object here. I'll create two objects. So as of now it's 9 p.m., right, 9:17 p.m. So I'll create this as 9 to say 9 p.m. to say like 6 a.m. Okay, so this is 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. and the hours should be like in railway format, like 21 and 06. So 06, right? So I'll press OK, and this object, the field from must occur before the to field from to. Okay, so this should be in AM and this should be in PM. So let's create from 6 p.m., right? That is 18 to say 23:59, right? That is the midnight. So that we can cover this in this one, and then I'll create a new one, time and time. So now that should be from 12. It should be from 00 midnight to like say 9. I created that 6, right? I'll keep it as 18. So not 18, it should be 17:59 exactly. 17:59, right? So that 1 minute the traffic will be tough. So let's keep it as 18 only. 18, right? Okay. So what I please fix. Oh, the name. Sorry. So this is from 12 to 12 p.m. Right? Yeah, to 6. Actually, this okay. This is fine. So I created two time objects. Now I have to apply this time object to the policy, right? So you cannot see any section for time. So you have to right click on the bar and you will see that time is not selected. So you have to check that sign and you will get the time column here. So for now, this second policy was used. I'll add the time policy for like it should not cover this is 12 p.m. No, I'll cover this 12 to 6 here, so that this is not covered by the rule number 2. So my should be mm, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. This will not cover 9 p.m. Oh, so this will cover. Okay, so now when I push this policy, the rule that will should be used should be rule number 3. So let's wait for this policy to be finished. So now that policy has been successfully installed on Gateway 2, let's go to my PC on the other side. This is this PC, and let's open up some YouTube traffic, right? So let's go to this, and okay, so it's loaded. Now let's go to the logs here, and I'll check the logs on 3 because that will hit this traffic only. Traffic will hit this rule only. So if you check on gateway 2, there is no traffic, like current traffic. This was like old one, right? 920. But check on 3, it should have some traffic. So you can see 921. So this is the policy that was used, number 3, right? I told you. So this is because of the time section, right? That we used. So this is how you use the time-based policies, right? So next, what I'm going to talk about is the multiple administration, right? So what we'll do is on this client, I will open up the console, smart console, and I will connect to my manager, right? That is like on the other side. Let me open up my diagram, right? This one. So this one, right? So I'm going to use this PC, right? So I have the smart console here, and I'm going to connect through these firewalls to my manager. So do you think anything is needed here and here? So based on the policy, right? I have a policy that says here, right? The inside will be allowed to go outside. That is fine, right? And again, then I have a natting. That means it's getting natted to 199, right, on this interface, so that this firewall knows about 199, the source, right? And then this firewall has a policy. Does this has a policy to allow the outside traffic to go to this manager? We need to check that, right? So I'll close this and let's go and check, verify that. So for that, I need to go to my uh, smart client, and I need to go to the gateway one, and I need to check the management. So this management rule says my PC1 should be able to go to gateway 1, manager should be able to go to gateway 2, and I don't think there is any policy that says out to in is allowed, right? So I'll go here and I'll create a new rule below that says this should be like empty console from client on branch. Okay, so this is this, and source should be, so here you need to think being the firewall. Okay, so when the traffic leaves from this gateway, right, let's read this. So from this gateway to this gateway, what would be the source IP? It will be the natted IP, right? Natted IP 199. So in the source I have to specify that only, but not the original IP of the client PC, right? And destination is my SMS server, right? So like that, what I need to do is I need to create a host object, right? I'll create that host object, a good host, and I'll name this as natted uh, what client IP, right? So this is my 192.168.1.199. That is my IP, right? Natted client IP. So here in source, I'll give that only. So this is the one, and destination should be my manager. Okay, so this is the manager, right? And then services, like I'll specify as any for now because we have multiple ports here. I'll accept and I love this policy targets. I know this is for gateway one, so that is fine. So just to confirm that without this policy, the manager will not be allowed. And one more thing you need to do. So let's disable this rule for now, and you need to go to manage and settings. You need to, because we have only one admin, right? So we need to create multiple users here. So you create here, and I'll say sales, right? So authentication method you can use here if you want to use like X Radius any server. I use Checkpoint database only, and I'll type the password as capital TEST test 123, capital TEST test 123. User must change password on next login, right? So I'll not specify. If I check on this, when you log in with the test password, you will be asked to change that password. So I'll not click that, and I'll specify okay. Permission, okay, I'm sorry, the permission, I'm not giving the authorization, what level of authorization it needs, right? So I'll make it as super user. I'll create a new account, say accounts team, set password again test test 123, test test 123, and in this I'll check this user must, you will see the difference, right? So I created this. I'll publish. Also I'll install it, but I'll not create that, what do you say, the a rule. I'll not push the rule so that you will know that this traffic will not be allowed, right? And this one gateway one. Okay, so let's wait for this policy to be installed. So now that the policy has been installed, I'll go to my Windows 7 client here, and I'll try the accounts here. I'll try test 123. That is the password I set, right? Capital TEST 123. So you'll see that this should be blocked on gateway 1, right? So I'll go to security policies. I'll go to gateway 1 here, and in the cleanup rule it should be dropped. So if I check the logs, there should be some logs that are being dropped, right, by gateway 1, origin gateway 1, and the source is this one, right? And this is some old rule. What about stealth rule? Maybe the stealth rule is okay. No. Okay, let's check on the client what is the condition. Okay, so I don't need that rule actually. So we need to know what is happening, right? So we'll go to the logs here, and we'll filter that source, right? Source will be my client, netted client IP, right? So I'll just go to logs, and let's check which rule is allowing this traffic. So if I go to, first of all, I need to specify this origin, right? Origin should be my gateway 1 only. So should be gateway 1 only. I need to check. Okay, so what happened is I went to my policy for gateway 1, and rule number 2 is allowing this traffic, right? So from gateway 2, if it's coming to manager, it's allowing this. You can see here, right? You can see manager and the gateway 2 client netted IP is there. If I just expand it, you can see the netted IP, right? So this rule is like bi-directional. Okay, so that's great, right? Okay, let's move on to my other side, that is this one. And I remember I checked that use prompt the user to change the password. Okay, so I'll do that 123 and admin 123 the new password, admin 123. Okay, and then change password, and my console should open, smart console, and I will see the name of the administrator. That is, I think I logged into the accounts, right? And because I will go here, and you can see it's admin, and it says another connected administrator. I'll click here, and you can see the name of the administrator. If you go to more details, you'll find more details about that administrator, right? In the sessions, view sessions, right? You see my IP, and this is the admin IP, right? So if you go here, it's still launching. So this is a very useful, because for auditing, right? In a scenario where you want to know that who made these changes, right? And what IP was he from, right? What is the time and what changes he did, right? So this is very useful in that perspective. So if I go here, likewise, if I click here, so I can see admin and my account, right? More details if I click. So I can go to the details that I saw, right? So if so this is account, and if I want to take over, I can do this. If I want to disconnect it, I can just click like this and gone. So this console has been gone, right? So yeah, so this is the multiple administrator console, right? So and I will be talking about the feature of NATing, right? Network address translation. That is a very important topic, and for that, I would like to uh, take in consideration our topology, right? So this is the topology that we have, and I have done some natting on few on the firewall, remember? And at that time, I told you I'll be like telling you more about these things in a later video, right? So what we can do is, okay, let me grab my pen. Okay, fine. So first thing is, what is natting, right? What is uh, network address translation, right? Okay, network is, so most of the people say like from like translation of private to public, right? This is what I've heard, private to public, right? So it is like, it is right. It's not. I would not say this uh, is not right, but it's not completely. It's not wrong, but it's not completely right also. So the thing is, natting can, you can do natting on a public IP to public IP, right? It's not necessary it should be a private to public. So what happens is, it's actually a masking of like it's changing of IPs, right? Whether it be destination or source, right? So what is the need? The thing is, we have RFC 1918 space address, right? 1918. Those are called the private IPs, right? And they are non-routable, right, on the internet. So to reach internet, we cannot use those IPs, but we can use those IPs in our LAN segment, right? So the ranges of IPs that we have is, I would think you would probably know, obviously, 10.0.0 slash 8 and 10.60 slash 12. That means 172.16.0.0 to 172.31.0.0, right? So that is the network, and actual IP would be 255.2. So that, and then we have 192, right? 192.168.0 dot anything, right? So this is the range that we have, and it's not actually 24, it's 60. So that is the range that we have that we can use in our internal LAN. But when it comes to going to internet, these IPs are not permitted. Why is it so? Why is it so? Because what the provider does, so for example, this is the ISP router, right? They will have policies here. They will have many policies, and one of the policies would be deny these range of addresses, right? /8 and then like that on. So these range of addresses would be denied, right, on this. So in order to reach internet, either we should have public IP for each of our hosts. I mean, like, you can just understand like how many hosts can we have? It's unlimited, right? We can have thousands of, and having thousands of public IP was not scalable, right? So this happened in like early 90s when the IETF came to know that engineers at IETF came to know that we will be facing scarcity of IPv4 address, right? IPv4 address. So at that time IPv6 was already developed, right? But we needed an interim solution, right? Interim solution. So for this interim solution, what happened was it was decided that they will go with a concept called natting, right? So they designed this concept of natting, and what is it does is, so the concept is the this feature enables you to change an IP from one IP to another IP. So what this was used mostly was to change the private IP to public IP. Okay, so whenever you have this inside host that wants to go to the internet, okay, he would go out, and this NATing device, whatever it is, whether a router, a firewall, would NAT this device to a public IP that is routable on the internet. Routable in the sense what? So for example, just imagine this scenario. Okay, my PC that is on 172.16.31.120. This is my PC. This is the source, right? Source going to a destination. Say check DNS Google, right? The 8.8.8.8, right? This is globally reachable address, right? Okay, source destination. So once it comes to this device which has routing capability, this is my own device that I manage, right? He knows about this IP address, right? Source, he knows. Destination, he knows, because maybe it has a default gateway, right? It might have a default, in our case it has a default gateway, right? So so what it'll do is, anything that it doesn't know, it'll throw to like default gateway. In my case it's 192.168.1.1, right? 1.1. So when it reaches the this what do you say, the ISP router checks the destination. It knows 8.8.8.8, right? And it forwards. Just imagine this packet going to the server at 8.8.8.8. Okay, this is the Google server, and the Google server receives this packet. So the return traffic needs to be the vice versa, right? So this will be the destination and this will be the source. Now imagine this Google server, does he know about this 172.16.31.120? No, obviously no, because this is not in the internet routing table, right? This IP. So there the problem lies, right? So what we do is, the device that is facing towards the internet, okay, that has a public IP, or we can like register some public IPs for our usage, right? According to our usage, how many servers we have, how many users we have, right? So like that we can register the public IP and then NAT those devices to the public IP that we register from the INA, right? INA. So this is the organization wherein you have to purchase the IP, and then there are types of NAT, right? You have let's talk about NATing types specific to Checkpoint, right? You have AutoNAT. So the word itself says AutoNAT, right? So that means it's dynamic NAT, right? Automatic dynamic NAT. And you have the PAT, port address translation, wherein you can NAT hundreds and thousands of IPs to have single IP, right? Single public IP, right? Single public IP. And what happens at the background is this device, right, who's doing the NATing will have a table, right, of table of which does the which holds the port address translation, right, table. So this IP inside IP say dot 120 went to, like, source would be always a like random IP, so random source port, right? So that port say 6519111, right, goes to say 80 port, right, somewhere. So reverse traffic, when it comes, it knows this IP went to this port, or so it needs to be untranslated back to this port, right? So like that, it'll keep a translation table, port address translation table, and it can do this pat, right? This is called hide nat in case of our checkpoint, right? So this is hide nat, and then you have the manual nat, or you can say policy nat. So in this case, you define the NAT like you have policies on the firewall, right? So source destination, you will have objects, and you will manually statically define those policies for NATing, right? So we will see different kinds of NAT, and I'll be demonstrating all of them in the checkpoint firewall. So without wasting much time, I will begin with this demonstration, and also I'll be talking about one more thing, that is anti-spoofing, right? So I'll be telling you about anti-spoofing feature of the checkpoint, right? So let's start, and so let me close this, and this is the uh, dashboard of my checkpoint firewall, right? The console. Okay, so this is the console, and netting can be done on the destination as well as source, but 99% of the times we'll do source NAT, and I'll show you the I'll demonstrate those things on our this checkpoint. Sorry. Okay, so let's begin. So let's go into the NAT, and as you remember, right? So this PC, that the internal PC, right? The PC that I have here, this is having 120, right? IP config. So if you see, it has 172.168.31.120. This was NATed to a public IP of, I think, the external interface. I need to go to the object of this 172.16, that is my PC object. So I'll go to this and check the okay, I need to go to host object and check my PC, and remember I did this natting here. Okay, I'm hiding behind the gateway, so that means the address that I'm getting when I go out, right, it is the address of the gateway 1, that is 111, right? So this is the IP that my PC is getting translated to. Let's check this. So I'll do a trace RT minus 3, means don't do the lookup, to 8.8.8.8. So when this packet goes through my firewall, it hits my this firewall, right? So I think the trace route is not working. Let's ping 8.8.8 or 8.8.8.8, right? Oh, sorry. Let's ping 8.8.8. Oh, my mistake. Let's ping 8.8.8.8, and the traffic is going. Let's check the log. Uh, let's go to this log, and I'll filter by source, saying my PC is my source, and let's see what policy is like allowing that traffic to pass through and ultimately reach my internet, right? So my gateway one is doing the netting for this, right? Okay, so this is the draft. This is the log, and this is the packet that I want it to be. So my source would be my PC, and I want to see this on the gateway. So anyways, I'll just click any one of this. So this is the one. Just let me expand this window, and I can see from here only that the source, the NAT, right, is source IP, right? So this is one type of source NAT, right? So what I'm showing you is right now source NAT, because I'm translating my source. Right? So this is my source getting translated to the gateway. So this is called your auto NAT. Okay, but this is doing what? This is doing PAT, not NAT. So this is PAT, actually, port address translation. So let me close this, and I want to show you one thing, right? Let me just collapse. Okay, so this is the like hierarchy, like what is preferred before what. So first that is preferred is the static NAT, one to one, right? So when you do a static NAT, say I am like changing my internal host IP, that is my PC, to another IP on the outside, and that will be dedicated to that host only, that is static NAT, that is the most preferred NAT. Then you have machine hide NAT, right? Again, you have the NAT. Again, this is PAT when you do like I did, right? So this is the PAT when I do, again, like selecting a particular machine and patting it, right? That I did, like selecting the object and then patting it to the interface, right? So that is second most preferred one. And then you have the address range static, wherein you define an address range, right? Say a private address of 10.0.0.1 to 10.0.0.15, 50, 100, right? And then you NAT it to a IP, right? Again, so that is again preferred after the machine height NAT. Machine height NAT means you specify that host, right, as the source to be changed, and then you have network static NAT, right? So that is when you define the whole network, right? So say I will define my inside network, right? Inside network is 172.16.31.0/24, and I'll NAT it to an IP, right, or pat it, right? So that is network static NAT. So I define a network that is preferred after the address range. Then comes the address range hide NAT, and then network range hide NAT. So first is the NAT 1 to 1, or a pool of IP, right? So that is the pool of IP, and then you have the hide NAT, the patting rules. Okay, so you can see the static is preferred, whether it is a NAT or a pat, right? And then comes the manual rule. So the policy, that's what I was talking about. The policy NAT, that is actually preferred the most, because you have the power to define it anywhere, right? So I'll go and define it at the top. So that is the one that has the highest priority in that sense, because I'll place it at the top. So the table will go top to bottom, right? So that's the thing. And what we did right now was hide net, machine hide net, right? I did this machine hide net. So let's do what address this network. Let's do the network static NAT. Okay, network static NAT. Let's go and create a network host, right? So I'll call this inside GW1, right? GW1, and I define 172.16.31.0, right? So that is my inside IP 255.255.255.0, right? And broadcast is included, say okay, and then I'll NAT it, right? I'll NAT it to say this IP address, say, mm, I'll do it for like when the external is 192, right? 192.168 1 dot so let's do it for 1.100, right? Okay, so let's do it for this one and click OK and publish this, right? So this rule should come in the netting policies, right? Let's see where this pops up. So I have created a network and should go to the network static NAT. The rule I'll publish. Okay, you can see, right? So it came here inside gateway 1 going to, wait a second, I'll just explain this to you. So here you can see the actual rule. This is the fifth one. So my original source is my network, right? Whole network, and destination is any, obviously, and the translated source would be this gateway. You can see right here, you can see a static S. Here you can see hide NAT H, and when you click on this, you can see the source on the NAT here. So this will be my NAT. But then again, my machine NAT is actually preferred. So when I go to the okay, manager, right? Let's see if a manager goes outside what it prefers. I'll push this to my gateway 1, yeah. Okay, I need that. And I don't remember what I have done to the, let's check for the manager. What I have done is host, and no, I need to check for my manager. So I'll put here and here, and I'll see what I've done for my manager. If again that is a NAT, no, I've not done any NAT for my manager. Okay, let's close it, and this should take the 192.168.1.100 address when it goes out. Okay, let me install this policy. It's publishing to the other admins, and now I'll install it on gateway 1, right? Yeah, I'll install this on gateway 1. So now the policy has been pushed, and let me go to my manager. Where's my manager? It's in server right here. Let me log in with admin and admin123, and let me ping gateway 2, that is 172.16. No, that is 192.168.1.112. So that should be reachable, right? If there's a problem, let me just go and ping my next hop, right? This is 192.160.16.31.111, right? This is my gateway. So I'm not able to ping my gateway. Okay, let me check about the configurations on the manager. If I go to gateways in this servers, I will go to the GUI of my manager actions and open the web GUI. I will go to the GUI. You can go like this also, or you can go to the web browser and HTTPS advanced and proceed. And the username password is admin3. Let's check. I should have a default gateway, and okay, I'll just unlock this. Okay, go to IPv4 static routes. I have a default gateway that points to my 111, right? And what about my interface? One more time, right? And the DNS, it has been configured. Okay, I think there is a policy that is denying this ping, right? So let me go and just refresh this log and check if I can see anything that is going from my manager. So yeah, this was the ping that went through, and the NAT is 1.210. Okay, that has been natted. Anyways, the NAT is successful, but it's not reaching the internet. And this is the, I think I typed in 120 or 210. Let's see. Okay, I have to go to the policies and go to the NAT and see what was this. This was this, and NAT was 100, right? Yeah. So this is another one. Same thing. Okay, let's try once again. Let's try another ping from my manager, right? I'll go to GUI, not GUI, I'll go to the shell. Username is admin, password is admin123, right? Login. Yes, yes, please. Yep, I can go and I can ping 172.16.31.120. Let's ping my internet. Let's ping the dot. Okay, let's ping my gateway 192.168.1. Okay, I'm able to ping my gateway. Okay, let's go to the logs again and check what IP this is getting translated to. So this should be my source, should be my manager. So gateway 1, and I cannot see. Okay, I can see this thing. Let's check the destination column, right? Add filter, and this should be 192.168.1.1. Right? So this should be my destination. There is no match for this destination. I think that ping has been allowed by the. Okay, let me check this. Global properties. Yeah, so ICMP is here, and I'll be logging this row. Okay, now let's see. I'll push this to my both gateways, and I'll just explain this to you if this is the reason. I'll push this to my gateway 1 first, install, wait this policy to be installed. So now the policy has been installed. Let's try once again the same thing, the same ping, right? I'll go to this and actions and open the shell, admin 123, and do the ping once again, ping 192.168.101. Okay, great. And let me just stop this, Control C, close this, go to my logs, refresh, and this should come up now. Yep, so this is the reason. The policy that was allowing this was the implied rules, right? So we have the implied rules that I showed you. You can check them from the properties and go to global properties here. These are the implied rules. And remember when I allowed the ICMP, so this allows the to and through, but this is not logged, so you cannot see this as log. So now that I have enabled logging, you can see this in this, right? NAT rule number 5. So I have to go to NAT rule number 5 that is translating this traffic. So let's go to security policies, NAT, and this is the rule number 5. This is translating this IP address, right? NAT, and then I have done the static, right? Static to this range actually. So this range, any IP can be taken. So from 100 to like the complete range. Okay, so this is your the network static NAT. Okay, if I do this to hide, right behind this IP, single IP. So this will go to this second one after the static net. Let's try this. Okay, and then I will publish. So then it will be doing port address translation. So the IP would be 100 that time. That's single IP, but having multiple ports. So let's open up this one, and I'll install also this on my gateway one. Wait for the policy to be installed. So now you can see it went to the hide network hide NAND, right? So I have the inside, and then I have this thing. So now if I check the same traffic, it should go via 1.1 only. Sorry, it was 100, right? Open shell and login, and I'll try pinging. Let's try 8.8.8. It should also work. I don't know what happened there first time. Anyways, let's close, go to logs and monitor, refresh once, and the destination is this, and I can see it was an echo request. Now you can see, right? So this was your network hide NAT, right? So you've seen the network hide NAT, network static NAT, like, and the other two goes as same, like you will have address range instead of your network, right? So that is that, and then you have the machine hide NAT that I've already done to my PC, and then you have machine static NAT, right? Static NAT. We have this remember we did the same on the other side, right? But this machine static NAT is also called destination NAT. We use this as a destination NAT. Okay, so let me just explain this destination NAT concept to you guys. For that I need my uh, diagram. Okay, that is here, and I need my pen. Okay, fine. So what we use this destination NAT for is, if say you have a server here, right? You have a server here, and this is a say DNS server, and then you have another server here. This is your say TFTP server, your file transfer protocol server, right? And this is your domain name server. Then you have another server right here. This is your web server. Okay, and then you have another server here. There can be multiple or hundreds of servers inside a corporate, right? And this is a farm. See, you have an email server. Like that, you can have many servers, right? So what you do is you have this on your private IP range, right? Windows 6.0. This is my 6, right? The Windows PC, and this can be like 100. This can be 200. This can be 210. This can be 230. Right? But say the people on the internet want to reach this IP, these services, they want to access these services, but they cannot access this on this private IP range, right? 10.6.0 dot whatever range, right? They don't have access to this public private IP range. So what you do is you represent these servers on the external like the public side of the network with a public IP, right? So there can be two cases. Either you can assign single public IP to all the servers, like one for each. Say for example you have this 192.168.1.0/24 range, right? In this I've given 200 to the Windows 7, right? Windows 7, remember, in the previous lab. And then you have the 111 and 222 taken by the firewalls, right? And then I have this 100 given to my NAT, like that. So whatever IP has been left, right? So you assign this, you do an like assignment, right? You do like 192.168.1. Say 50. 50 goes to this is actually linked to this 10.6.0.230. This is an email server. So on the internet, email server is been represented by this public IP. Say this is a public IP. I know this is a private IP, but you have to assume this as a public IP. So on the internet, my email server is represented by this .50 IP. Likewise, you can assign another IP to 168.1.60, right? This is being assigned to the 10.6.0.210, right? So if anybody wants to reach to this uh, web server, he has to go to this IP on port 80. Okay, so that is the thing, and what you can do is, this is your static NAT, right? You call it destination NAT, also DNAT, because if you just think it like from the client on the internet, right? This is my PC. What is the packet that it sends to this web server? Say web server. So he says my source is like anything, right? It can be like 2.3.1.2, right? So this IP is source of his machine that is reachable by internet, and he is trying to reach what? Email server. Email server is 192 192.168.1.50, right? He's trying to reach this IP. So guys, this is this destination, right? When it reaches this gate, this firewall, right? So it should change the destination, not the source, right? So that's why we do a destination NAT, DDAP, right? So this firewall does what? It changes the destination. It keeps the source as it is, right? 23.1.2, right? And sends it to so it received on 192.168.1.50, and it switches it to the internal one, 0.230, and it goes to this server, and then server replies, goes back, and while going back, this static NAT is actually bidirectional. Or you can define again a rule for this reply traffic. So what IP it should take while going out. So you might have some rules in your NATing table, right? So likewise, this server would have a default gateway that points to this 112, right? So it can, the traffic can leave again back to that uh, the original source, right, where the traffic was initiated. So this is your destination NAT. And then again you have another concept, that is the like for you can say port translation or port forwarding, right? So there are two things: port translation, and the other one is port forwarding. So this is where the manual NAT, the policy NAT, is being used. Without a policy NAT or the manual NAT, this cannot be achieved. Manual NAT, right? So this is the purpose of manual NAT. So what happens is, again, let's just imagine you have those servers, right? You have the web server, you have the DNS server, you have the TFTP server, right? So, but then you have only one IP here outside, 192.168, 1 dot say 160. You have this IP only. Say your company has only this IP left in the pool, right? So you don't want to purchase any more IP. So what you do is, so this is 230, right? Inside IP, this is 260, say, oh sorry, 260 cannot be there. Okay, and then you have this as say 220, okay, and this is 210. So what you do is, this is your web server, right? Web, so it's listening on port 80. Okay, this is your FTP server. This is on 67, right? Port number 67. Likewise, you have different applications listening on different ports. So what you do is, you tell the, if you're using the default ports inside and outside, right? Default ports inside and outside, that is called port forwarding. Okay, that is called port forwarding. So for example, this again, this person on the internet wants to browse to the web server, so he connects on port 80, HTTP or HTTPS 443. So this is listening for both, right? So what happens is, it comes on 80, goes through the firewall and leaves as 80 only. The destination port is 80 only after it travels the firewall, right? So that is called port forwarding. So one more thing can happen is, so say for example you have load balancing. Now just imagine you have load balancing for the web servers, right? I've seen so many guys like asking for the same thing. So you have these two servers, right, who are both are like web servers. And this is like another say email server, or not load balancing, say, so you are hosting multiple servers, right? So what you can do is, this guy, if he wants to reach to um, this server, right, on the same IP, but he wants to this is listening on 80 and this is listening on 443, so you have different servers, but he wants to go to this IP now. So this is 230, say 230, and this is dot 231, right? So what he does is, he points to this IP, this public IP 192.168.1.160, right? But he uses port 8080. So whenever the firewall sees 8080, it sends the packet to this server who is hosting 80. So this is called port translation, because the port number is getting translated after it is crossing the firewall, right? 80 to 80. Likewise, if you have, if this guy wants to go to the HTTPS server, right? So he'll do, you might have seen 8443, right? 8443, and when it passes through the firewall, it goes to the 443. So this is called port translation, wherein the port gets translated from the original destination port to a different one that is in the inside, right? So we'll see this. I'll demonstrate this also in the lab that we have, right? So that was that, and let's move to the next topic, that is our static NAT, right? The static NAT and the destination NAT. So in order to demonstrate the destination NAT, what I'll do is, this is on my Win 7 client PC that is behind my gateway 2, right? So I have installed this TFTP client wherein I'll be running this server, okay? And what I'll do is, you can see you have server as well as the client, and I have installed this on my Windows PC here also, wherein I have this, and I'll be running this as a client. I'll allow this. Okay, I'll be running this as the client, and I'll be just, you know, trying to fetch a file from the other side of the uh, behind gateway, the Windows, right? Through both the firewalls. You have the firewall 1 and the firewall 2, right? So let's do one thing. In the settings, I have defined the current directory as my, say, I'll go to, who's this? I'll go to my documents. See, okay, creation and my document. So this is my this directory, and I'll create a file here. It will be a text file, say demo, and inside that I will have, hello, this was the demo for static, oh sorry, static NAT, or you can say DNAT, right? DNAT slash, like inside I say static NAT, right? Static NAT. So I'll just save this file, save, and close it, right? So I'll just fetch this file from the outside, and in order to do that, I need to go to my gateway, no, this Windows, and open the console. So I need to go to the policies. Okay, I'll create I already have this host, right? I already have this host. Okay, I'll just go to this home and I'll check host. I have this Win7 client, right? Let's check what IP that I'm statically assigned to this. Okay, this was 199. Let's do this for 200. So on 200, if I if I go to 200, it should translate me to the 6.0.6, right? We'll check advanced server, right? So you have what? Mail, web, and DNS, all those settings. So let's do okay. So my PC, right, should go to this so this PC. Okay, let me just push this policy on the gateway 2. I need to push this on the gateway 2, right? Let's see this. Okay. And then inside to outside, I have that inside outside policy that will allow my uh, traffic, right? Yeah. Okay, let's push this, and I'll go to my Windows PC here. I am on the PC, and I'll go to this and I'll browse. So this is a bit complicated thing wherein you have to go to that folder. Okay, say I will go into documents. Then I have to create a file that should be, so I'm fetching a text, right? Text file. So I'll be creating a text file here. I don't remember whether it should be the same name or a different name. Let's try to keep it as a different name, or let's keep it as the same. You can try this while you are demonstrating, right? Demo.txt, and you can see this is like blank, right? It has nothing inside. So what I'll do, I'll go to client, I'll type the host 192.168.1.200, right? That is the IP, and the port is like 69 that it is listening to, and the local file that I have to specify this, and the remote file that I want to fetch is the same, right? With this name, and then I say get, and I say yes, right, override. So now I want to see if like which firewall blocks this traffic. Like I don't think the file was like received. Let's go to logs and just check. I think I need a policy in my gateway 1 or gateway 2, because this is okay. I can see gateway 1 is dropping it, and let's check and why, and see why it's dropping it. So the source is my PC, destination is this, my PC is going to 200, and why it's blocking? Policy is this, and this, and this, and this, and it's not getting natted. My PC should be getting natted right to 200. I think okay, okay, okay. Let me check the my PC. Let me see the natting address that I have. So I'm natting it behind this. And what about my nat controls here that I did earlier? My PC, this one was inside gateway. This was the, so let me just delete uh, this one. I did a hide nat. I need to go to this gateway policy nat and then stop it. Okay, gone. And then my PC is getting natted to my address. Good. Fine. Let's push publish and push this again. Install policy gateway 1. Okay, guys. So the problem here is that I'm not allowing any traffic of TFTP, right? So if you see in the, let me close this. Let me go to the gateway 1 policy. The policy that we have in out, right? It doesn't say anything about TFTP. So I need to add this service TFTP, right? Add this and install on firewall 1. So now that we have created this policy on gateway 1, I'll push this policy to gateway 1, install. And I think I need this policy on gateway 2 also, install. I'll go to gateway 2 and I need to add into out. This is into out. I need a policy from out to in, that is uh, so I'll create a new rule below. So let's say FTP FTP traffic. The source would be, in this case, let's keep any for now, or else we can keep that server IP. And then we have this destination is my this client, and services is TFTP, right? TFTP should be allowed and should be locked. Okay, and then I'll push this policy to my gateway 2. Okay, let this policy be installed on gateway 2, and then we'll resume this. Okay, so the policy has been installed. Let's go to my, okay, this has failed, and let's once again check the file that I have here and see it's blank. Yeah, and I'll do the same thing and say get and okay, and I have received the file repeat. So let's go to my documents, and this file is empty, and this is the file that I received from the side. So if you go and check on the gateway on this and check the log here, so you should have traffic here with the TFTP. You have this traffic, and see, let's see. So the source is the gateway's IP because that was natted there, hide nat, right? And the destination is this IP. And on gateway 2, right here, this was done on gateway 1, and on gateway 2, what was done is it was translated to this address using rule number 2, right? And the access rule was TFTP traffic, and thing is the port number that it uses is UDP 69. So I think in the explanation I said 67. So that stand is corrected. And yeah, so this is the demonstration for the destination NAT. Likewise, you can just change the port numbers on the other side here. Okay, if you go to settings, here you can change the port number, right? Wherein this is listening. Okay, so great. So that is done. So that was NAT. I have shown to the source NAT and the different types of source NAT and the destination NAT, auto NAT, all those things, right? So, and the next is the policy NAT. So for that, you can do is you can create a new policy right here and say you can say here also above. So you should keep it like on the top. So you can have for the source, you can have the Win client, right? So you can drag and drop this here, and you keep the original destination services and you translate the source. You just uh, assign an IP address to this, right? So you can say gateway 2, right? So this, and then translated address is same, right? And then you push it. So this is your manual NAT, right? Wherein this will be given the highest preference, like that. So that is your manual NAT, because you define it as a policy, right? Not by going to an object or creating an object and defining the NAT rule, right? So that is your policy NAT, and that is given the highest preference. Right? So that is the NAT part of the checkpoint, and also I wanted to show you about the spoofing, right? Spoofing, what you need to do is to go to this and go to the gateway properties, double click here, and you can see an option for spoofing, right? Spoofing. And you double click on the interface, right? You get this anti-spoofing. It is enabled by default, and what happens is anti-spoofing means somebody from outside is pretending to be somebody from the known networks, right? From the 172.16.31.1, and how he can if somebody does that, actually the traffic flow on checkpoint, the first thing that is checked is the anti-spoofing rule, okay? And by default that is turned on. That means if the firewall on the external interfaces receive any IP from this range, right, so it will drop it, because it knows that this IP source will be residing inside, not outside, right? So that's how the anti-spoofing rule checks the traffic. If the source it's seeing in the packet as 172.16.31 dot anything in slash 24, right? So it will drop it, because that should not be received on the outside interface, that should be received on the inside, right? So like that, it checks the packet and drops in case of if there is any spoof packet that is coming from outside, right? So what are we going to do in this video, right? So these are the topics that will be covered in this video. So what we'll do is inline policy, we'll do URL filtering, we'll do rate limiting, we'll do app control, and we will do HTTPS inspection using Checkpoint Firewall, right? So what are these things, right? These are the next gen capabilities, right? The UTM blade, right? Unified Threat Management. So this consists of all these functions, right? Before, what happened is, to do URL filtering, you had a separate device. To do app control, you had a separate device, right? To do HTTPS inspection, that is like your proxy server, you can say, you had a different like hardware or an appliance, right? So like that, for firewall, that was different, right? So in case of Cisco, we had the ESA, and then for URL filtering, you had the WSA, right? Web Security Appliance, and for email security, you had ESA, and for all those proxy servers, you had WSSA, and all those stuff, right? So now in this checkpoint, we have all of these played, like, what do you say, integrated into one device, one appliance, right? That is the checkpoint appliance, right? So what this URL filtering is, right? Before that, I would like to show you what inline policy is. Okay, so let me begin with my uh, this network diagram, right? So this was the network diagram, right? In our earlier video, I had this manager, right? This manager, right? And then I had added this gateway 1 and this gateway 2, right, into the manager, and this was my smart console, right? So but this time what I'll use is this part only, because for to do URL filtering, I need this gateway, this PC as a test PC, which what we'll do is, from this smart manager, will push some URL filtering policies to this gateway, and then we can control the flow of traffic from this PC to internet, right? We can block certain URLs, we can block certain like applications and all those stuff. We will see. I'll demonstrate this. So I don't need this gateway 2 right now. Neither do I need the PC that I have here, right? So I just shut this these two down, and actually what I have done is I have the my VMs, right? So I actually deployed new VMs, the SMS server, this checkpoint 1 gateway only. I have not created a checkpoint 2 gateway, because I don't need it right now. So when I do the VPN stuff, right, I'll just deploy another one, a new one, because what happened is, you have 15 days of trial license, right? So that trial period was over, and now in this I have again 15 days more. So let's begin, right? So what I have is, so this client, right, this client PC, this one, I'll just, okay, I'm on that only. Okay, this is my Windows client. Oh, this is the client. Okay, fine. So I'll maximize this. Okay, so this PC is able to go to internet, right? So I have this rule wherein, okay, let's say I can go to Google, right? Google.com. Okay, whatever. So that is a mistake. So google.com, I'll go to this. So I am able to access with the help of this policy. If you check the logs here, so I just went to Google. So I'm allowing DNS, HTTP, and HTTPS, right? So you can see here my traffic went using this policy number 2, which should be internet traffic, right? So So that is just a simple policy, right? But nothing fancy. So what I'll do is I'll show you the inline policy. So you remember, right? In case of sections, it was just we created the sections to manage the policies, right? In order to troubleshoot. But say what happens is in case of rules, right? So in our case, we have just three rules, but in the real scenario, you will have like multiple rules, like 1 to like 100, right? Maybe 1, 2, and then like that, right? It will go up to what 100, right? 100 rules. So the way this policy works is like you will have like 1, 2, 3, 4, and till 100, right? So it will go one by one. It will check like first rule first, and then second, and then third, like that. It will go till 100, right? So it consumes the resources of your uh, uh, firewall, right? Resources of the firewall, right? And it will have a delay also. It will not be that much, but it will have delay, right? Because of the this long list of ACLs that needs to be checked, right? So what we will do is we will create groups of the ACL. We will have a parent group, right? Parent group which says any traffic, right? So this will be a parent group, right? Parent policy, okay? Which says source being inside, say it's a zone based, okay, and destination being outside or any, say internet, right? And action, right? Action, you will not say accept or whatever, but you will point this action, right? Action to an a layer, another layer. You will name that, okay? This is called inline layer, but you can name that layer. We will say web URL control, web URL, okay? We'll say this name. And then for this one, right, policy one, you will have child policies 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, 1.5, right? And then at the last, you will have a cleanup rule for this policy. Cleanup rule which says drop all, right? But we'll log that, okay? Drop all. And like that, you will have policy 2, right? Which says, say this is what do you say? Management policy, MGMT, right? So this says like any source would be your, say the test PC, right? The test PC, and destination your manager or your gateway. So you can do that like this, gateway one, right? And then action is pointing towards another inline layer. You can say management layer, like MGMT layer. So like that, you can have 2.1, 2.3, 2.4, right? And then at the last 2.5 would be your cleanup for this one. So how does it work is, see, for example, it checks the first rule, okay? It checks the first rule. If that matches, if the source is inside, from the inside and destination is any, it will go inside 1.1. If this doesn't match this one, right, it'll skip to directly to second one, right? And then it will check again. If that is fine, if that matches, then it'll go to 2.1, then 2.3, and ultimately it'll drop it here at 2.5 only, and will not go to third one, right? So like that, you will save time, right, and resource, right, processing resource. So it's unnecessary that you check all the ACLs, right? So that's where the inline this policy, inline policy comes into picture, and that helps. Let's see how we can configure this thing. So to demonstrate this, I'll go to my PC right here, and then I have this rule, right? So what I'll do is I'll create one new rule about this traffic, right? Inside traffic, I'll say above, and let's say I'll say inline internet traffic, right? Just the name, right? And then source I would specify inside, okay? Because I have this zone. And then destination I would say any, and services I would say any again, okay? So or else what I'll do is I'll just keep this for DNS, HTTP, and HTTPS, right? Or yeah, let's have this DNS, add HTTP, HTTPS. So what else can I have, right? So I may have this telnet service that I'm allowing to, right, through an SSH, right? So maybe I'll be doing some SSH, or I'll be doing some file transfer, right? So FTP I'm allowing, and maybe TFTP, right? So these are the applications that I'm. So here what you say is like, you don't say accept drop or something, you say inline layer and new layer, right? Like that. So you will name this as what? So this is your internet traffic, right? Internet traffic. So then you define the blades that this layer will do. So in this case, I'm using just for this for the internet traffic. So I need the firewall blade only. In case we want to do application URL filtering, you will select this, right? Content awareness you will do. You will select this, and mobile access, right? The remote access VPNs, right? For this, we'll use mobile access. So and you will say multiple policies and rules can use this there, right? I can like select this rule in multiple this policies. So what happens when I click that? what happens, you can see I have automatically this 2.1 which says clean up rule any. So I have this rule for cleanup on this for the second one, right? But I don't have any permit. So what I'll do is I'll copy this and I'll keep this here so that you can see that this will not be like this rule will not allow the traffic. Actual rule, what will the traffic will be allowed by the rule inside this second column. So I'll go and paste above, so because above the cleanup rule, right? Internet traffic inside, outside. So I'll segregate this. I will remove DNS, right? I'll remove DNS and accept, right? And then I can again paste one above, right? So this I will just keep as DNS, and then I can also press below. So this one I will add, say what? So I have SSH, right? I will add SSH. I can add like this, SSH. Then I have telnet, uh, telnet. Okay. Then I have what? FTP, DFTP, FTP. Okay. Let me just select this DFTP so can I. So first this one and then FTP, right? Okay. So I have all these services, right, that I accept. So you can see now I have this rule number 2 saying inside to any, and then I have rule number 3 also inside to outside, which was being used earlier to allow the traffic outside. So let me just install this policy on this firewall. Okay, let's maximize this. Okay, and install. Let's wait for this policy to be successfully pushed to my gateway 1, right? Okay. Okay, I faced some issue. So I went to the details and it says layer network rule 2 conflicts with rule 3 for service. Okay, fine. So it has detected actually that rule 3 will have no value because rule 2 will not allow any traffic to go to this, right? So I'll just disable this and then I'll push it and I'll wait for this policy to be installed successfully on my gateway. Okay, great. It's almost done. Yeah, great. Let me go to my browser and go to Facebook, right? Facebook.com. And yeah, I can access Facebook. Let's see. Let's see in the logs. So this was from my what? This was from my PC, right? So it should be gateway 1 PC. Yeah, this one. So I can see the rule that it has used is this one, right? So I'll see. So this is the 2.2, right? 2.2 and yeah, and 2.1 also. So 2.1 is for DNS. So first it will do DNS, right? And then internet traffic, right? So if I see in my policy, what's 2.2? Inside, outside, HTTP and HTTP, right? 2.1 is DNS. So both were getting hit, right? So you understand, right? So like this. So this is the demonstration for what you say inline layer, right? Inline layer. So this is actually mandatory. I mean, a requirement to deploy this URL filtering. Okay, so let's do URL filtering. Why do we need URL filtering, right? So application control and URL filtering, right? Why do we need these two? So first, like what do you say, the benefit, right? The benefit that we get from application control URL filtering is you can protect your inside corporate network from malware, right? And from non-approved sites, right? And then abusive sites, and then bandwidth abuse. This you can achieve by doing rate limiting, right? Rate limiting. Like that means controlling the speed of upload and download to that user, right? You can do that, and then you have inappropriate sites. So there is something called AUP, acceptable user policy. So in your corporate network, right, you might not have the what do you say, approval to use every website, right, using the corporate LAN. So in some companies I see that they don't allow to use the video streaming sites, right, like Netflix, like Dailymotion and YouTube. And some of the companies don't allow to use the social networking sites, right, from their LAN. So that can be like Facebook, Twitter, and all those stuff, LinkedIn, all those stuff, right? So that is the policy that every company has, and each company has a different policy, right? So how to achieve those things, right? So first of all, you have to enable the features. So you have to enable the blade, right? So you have to enable the blade. So let's go to the gateway, right? I think I have done it, but let's see how to do it. So you have to go to the gateway, right? Gateway, double click, or you can go here and activate blades, right? Or double click there and go to properties. And here you can see you have the blades, right? So I have actually enabled these two layers. I don't need identity awareness for now. I will just do application control and URL filtering, click OK, and then publish, and then install the policy to the gateway, right? I'll install this. Let's see, install this, and it will take effect, right? Anyways, you can see like these two are enabled right here. uh, Firewall blade is already there, and then application control and URL filtering is enabled on this firewall, right? So next what you do is, this is enabling the feature, right? Then what you do is you go to the policy and create a policy that has URL filtering, right? So what you do is here in this section, right? I'll just edit this one. What you do is you just add this layer, new layer, which will say web URL, right? Web URL, and in this I will like check this application URL and URL filtering, right? And press OK. So that's where you enable this. The selected rule has an inline layer. Are you sure you want to continue? Yes, I want to continue. This is where you enable this rule, right? With the capability of URL filtering, right? So I go inside, right? I go inside, and that all the rules are gone now, right? So I go inside, I'll create a rule above, a new rule above, and which says this will be for DNS traffic, right? Okay, what happened? DNS traffic. So I will allow this traffic separately, right? So this is like I go from inside. So I'll do this as zone based. So you know, right? Zone based and the like object based policy. So I've shown you in the earlier video. So from here I can say all internet or any. This is same, right? You can see the address 00. So this is a default object that will be present in the checkpoint itself. So you can specify the DNS, right? DNS, and then I will say accept. I will not. So this should be accepted without any problem. So what the URL filtering that we do is in the next section, right? New rule right below. So the traffic. So I'll say deny. Say what? Deny few URLs. Say some URLs you give me, right? So I'll go for cisco.com, right? Deny cisco.com, right? And cisco.com, comma. What else? Okay, ini.com, right, like that. Okay, so you can just add few more URLs, right? So I'll go to so some news channels. I'll just get the URL. So this is like statically manually you define the URL, right? So this is just a name. Okay, I'll keep it like this, and I'll go here and I'll define my PC here that I have the local machine here on this one, or you can just define the zone itself. So anyone inside the zone, right? So I'm just showing you for my PC right now, and then here you can add the services. So now when you go here, right, you can have these are the categories and applications that is already there present, right? So I'll go here and I'll say custom application and site, right? So here I can build a name that says block Cisco, right? Block Cisco, and then I'll add URL, right? This is www.cisco.com. So one is this, and I can, so this will be the what do you say, the base website, right? Plus I can have multiple pages in it, right? So I say www.cisco dot, not dot, I will say star anything, right? After Cisco anything and dot anything, right? So that's one, and I can add more, that is www.ini.com, right? Like that, and I can specify also the same thing here for ini.com, but I'll keep it like this only. So okay, so this goes block. Now what you do is, this is your services and application, right? Now what you do is you select the action now, right? So in the action you can say accept, drop. So accept is fine, but we don't want to do just accept. I'll drop it and I will have a message with it, okay, saying boss, you cannot what do you say, you have to log this and wait for a while. You will get this edit here, right? So edit, and you can have the message here, application control, right? You can have the logo of your company, right? So you can just or you can just go and say something like this. So this is from my past what do you say, so I have actually created some few of the rules. I will just show you. So because this takes time to take effect on the gateway, right? So you can just say okay. So you will have this message displayed to the user saying you're not allowed to go to access. Okay, you're not allowed to access cisco.com from the company network, right? Like that's okay. Or you can have some other message displayed, right? So block and then display this message, right? And then again I will have a new rule below which says so this is URL category, right? Then I can block the applications, block applications, right? Apps, okay, block apps. So I can again say the same thing. I can just drag and drop this thing here and this thing and this thing here, right? And I can say right here I can specify, you can see custom services. You can go to this one, sorry, you can specify services, or you can go to applications. So this time I want to go to applications, and applications will be displayed here. So now I have to search, say I will block Facebook. So that is the application, right? Inside Facebook I have many applications, right? So that is the granular approach, right? So what you can do is you can allow Facebook. You will not add Facebook and then block the apps, the games, right? So you see like what else is there. Facebook Faces, Facebook Video, Facebook Posting. You might be able to go to Facebook, but you will not be able to do what? Facebook Messenger, right? So like that. So I'll just block Facebook and I'll block YouTube. Okay, I'll block YouTube. Okay, I'll go to YouTube like this. Great. Okay, and then I'll block what else? Netflix. I'll not block actually. I'll not block. So blocking, you have seen this in Cisco, right? Netflix, and then can go to what else? You have Daily Motion, right? Daily Motion, that is again a video streaming site, like that, right? So I selected these things, and then I'll say this time I'll not say drop. I'll say ask, right? I'll ask the permission of that guy, right? I'll provide him with a user agreement, and he has to click OK that I know the risk that I'm taking, right? And then he has to say I accept and all those stuff, right? So that is that. And then the third thing I want to show you is, again, let's have this, and I'll say ask, and then you have inform user. Okay, saying same thing, a gateway. So I'll say this one, I'll say internet, and then here I can say, so if I'm using any, so I'll now in this case I'll use a category, right? I'll use a category is like services and applications. Okay, fine. I'll go to applications and say, so you have many applications like social media. So social media will have all the social like, so if I go to social networking, that is a group category, right? So this will cover all the social like social media apps, like you have Twitter, right? So in one shot I can cover all of them. I may not remember all of this, or you can have some say but news, right? So if I go, I have this news category. I will have this news group, right? This one. You can see the icon, right? This is the group. Or I can have say search engines. Let's do this for search engines because I'm using search engine. So Google is one search engine, right? So I'll just do for job search you can do, or you can just go for applications. No, I will go for search engines, right? This is search engine category. Nice. So what I do here is I just say inform and notification. I'll notify that guy that this is what you are doing, right? So you know this. So you don't have that accept button here. That is the difference between ask and inform, right? So after this, I'll just push this policies, right? So what I'll do is I don't need this actually. So I have actually created this one here. So what I'll do is I'll delete this whole of it, right? I'll delete the whole of it. Great, right? Now I'll enable this thing, and I'll enable this thing also. So this is what I've already created. It's like the same, right? So I have a block, then I have this ask, and then I have this inform for social networking, right? So and then the cleanup rule, right? So and then I have this one. If I keep it here, so this will become useless, right? Right? So I'll go and keep it below this 3.4 and above the drop, right? So I'll go here and paste it here, right? This is fine. I don't need the DNS because DNS I'm already doing it here. I'll remove it here, and I'll push this policy to my gateway. Install policy, publish and install, and wait this to be installed. Okay, great guys. So this has been installed. Let's go to the browser, and first of all, let me do one thing. Let me clean the history and all those stuff like cookies and cache. So I'll just clean everything. Okay, let me check and let me go to what? Let me go to Google. First of all, Google search. This is opening, so it takes some time. Okay, let me push the policy again just to be sure. I'll pause the video. Okay, great guys. So I push the policy once again. So this takes some time to take in to come in effect. Okay. Okay, fine. So I push the policy once again. Let me go to my browser and again delete the what do you say settings and all the cache and cookies and history. Right. I'll just delete it. And let's go to the, so first thing what I've done is I've blocked cisco.com, right? And I should get some message saying you're not allowed to access this cisco.com. And no, it's not working. Okay, let me check the second one. Second one is YouTube. Okay, it should ask me you're doing this and that. Okay, youtube.com. Okay, nothing's happening. What's the third policy? Third policy is social networking. So let me go to Facebook, right? Facebook only. So I'll go to Facebook and it's okay. It's not asking me anything. So let me just try this YouTube search here. Okay, and go to this youtube.com. This is taking some time. Facebook. Go to the search and I click Facebook here. Okay, let me just close the browser once again and we'll try once again. Okay guys, after waiting for like 5 minutes and I push the policy once again and Now when I go to this www.cisco.com, right? So it should prompt me, right? So now it's showing that my firewall is blocking, and here is the message that I get, right? And I have also added the INE, right? www.ine.com, right? So this should also be blocked. Yeah, you're not allowed. So the messages should be different, but in this case, I've used a single policy to block these things, right? So next, what I've done is the Facebook, right? Facebook. So, okay, let me check. So Daily Motion, Netflix. Okay, let's try Netflix. Let's try Netflix, and this should be allowed, but it should ask me. Let's go to Netflix directly. Yeah. Okay, let's try here. Netflix, and like this. Yeah, it is asking you're trying to access Netflix. Okay, so I have to say I accept. I will use the site in accordance with company policy and say okay, right? So this is the ask option, and then the next one is, so after this I'll be able to go to the Netflix website, right? So yeah, I will go to Netflix. So next what I did is inform, right? So this is for social network, so I'll use say link LinkedIn, right? I'll go to linkedin.com, right? This one. So this doesn't ask. Let's try Facebook. I think that this doesn't come into this policy. Okay, Facebook is also not asking me this thing. Let me just open once again and put this and clear the browsing history again. Okay, because I have tried this Facebook and all those stuff. Right? Or maybe okay, just let me think about any social networking. So I'll see what are the social networking sites, right? So I'll just try what are the categories: Facebook, WhatsApp, WeChat, Tumblr, Instagram, Twitter. So let me go to which one? Let's try one of it. Mm-hmm. What is this? Oh my god. Facebook. Okay, these are right. These are all what. Okay, what else you can do is you can go to this application wiki, right? From here, it will open a page for Checkpoint, right? So from here you can see what all pages come into that category, right? You have this, and I'll go for say social networking, right? Yeah. So I'll click enter, and I'll get all these things, right? So what I have, let's just take one of this, right? Mm. Okay. So I have Instagram, right? Instagram. Let's go to Instagram.com. Okay, that policy is not working. So that is not different than so this. Okay, just let me show you. So if I go to Facebook, so this will ask me only once. This is not asking. So if I open this time Netflix, right, they will not. It will not ask me for that accept, right? Because it's like, see, the policy. It's like if you go to this one and ask, right, ask and company policy, and then here if you go say more, right, you have this, right, frequency, right, what frequency you want, once a day, once a week, once, or confirm user per application, per site, per category, per data type, per rule, right? So I have said per application or site, right? So once a day, and so tomorrow again if I visit this site, it will prompt me for the agreement, right? So you can do this lab on your side, because Facebook I checked and it did prompt me and I said accept, so that's why it's not again prompting me. So that's how the URL filtering is done, right? And also application control, right? So I've shown you both in this video, right? So anything that is not been dropped, or like section ask, everything will be for everything will fall in this 2.5, right? And everything will be accepted here if it's HTTP and HTTPS. Apart from that, everything will be dropped by 2.6, right? Okay, so next what comes into our list is we did this. So next is rate limiting. Okay, let's do rate limiting on YouTube. So if I am using this YouTube, right, so I'll do this, right click and more, and I should have rate limit right here. You can see, right? So I can go to this, and okay, so for that I have to create an object of rate limit. So let's do one thing for rate limiting. Go here, and I have to create a new object, more, and limit object. Okay, so I have to create this limit object and say download object. Okay, download is my save. So not Mbps, I'll say kbps. So there should be a difference, right? I'll say 120 256 kbps. Okay, and upload say 128 kbps. Okay, like that, and I'll hit okay. And now you have to add that here. Okay, you have that. What do you say? Okay, I've not pushed it. I created that, but I didn't publish it. So before that, if you go to Google, YouTube, right? Let me go to YouTube, YouTube, right? Hit enter. I will go to YouTube, and then what I'll do is, so I have that ask, I think, created there, right? Yeah, ask daily motion. So let me wait for this. Search YouTube. I'm going to go to Google first, okay, and then go to YouTube, okay, and then I go to YouTube. This should open up YouTube, right? Okay, friends. What we'll do is we'll use. Let's try once again YouTube. What I saw is that it is hitting that ask policy, and something is happening. I don't know, some bug or something in the VM. Okay, let's use this daily motion. Okay. So you can see I am able to access daily motion, right? And I will play a video, and let's see what is the speed, right? Is this buffering or not? It should not buffer because right. See, I can play this video, right? There is. Right, so nice. There is no buffering and all. So let's do one thing. Now I have configured that thing, right, the rate limit, and now I do push this policy. Okay guys, the policy has been successfully pushed to the gateway. What I wanted to show you is this thing, right? You can see in the log that if I go to this ask permission, right, ask, and you can see here in the logs that the policy is being hit, right, and the access rule is saying ask for permission 2.3, right? So I don't know why it's not popping up that thing. Okay, let's go to daily motion now. Daily motion, and go for there, and then here. Now let's see, is there any difference? And if I scroll, so the time is 9:05 right now, and should see some latest hits. Yeah, I can see this here. Ask, and it is hitting that thing, right? So I'll go there. I think 256 is right. But it's good for this. Let's search for some heavy videos here. Let me just pause this, and I can search for like you say 1080p videos. And this should have some. That should require some heavy bandwidth, right? So what is it? Relaxing. Let's try this cartoon. Some cartoon is there. So now, yeah, it's lower compared to that. The thing is, right now, if I see quality here, it's very low, right? So because of the lockdown, right, they have reduced the quality, and for this quality, 256 kbps is more than sufficient. So this is how you do it actually. So that's what I'm going to show you. And that traffic is getting hit here. You can see, right? Ask for permission, third, that 2.3, right? So that is rate limiting, right? This is how you can control the bandwidth usage, right? So so that is covered, and now application control is also covered. So all these four things, right, I've covered, and now it's HTTPS inspection. And what is HTTPS inspection? I just want to like briefly explain it to you. So imagine you have this PC, right? The PC that I have inside this one, and 172.16.31.120, right? So this PC, when it goes to Google, right, I have the gateway here, right, gateway 1. So I have a server here, say Google server, or say YouTube server. So whenever you go from here to that server, right, you are using HTTPS, right? HTTP uses SSL, right? So this is encrypted traffic, right? So if the traffic is encrypted, right, my gateway will not be able to do this application level filtering, right? Application level checks, right? So in order to do this, right, you know that what the proxy servers do, right? So what it will do is now it will generate a certificate, right? And it will, so this has to install that certificate, right? This PC has to install the certificate. So what it will do, it will when my PC will go to that server, right? So what it will do is it will have two SSL sessions, one SSL and two SSL. It will break that, in a sense it will break, but my PC will not come to know, right, that this is been done, right? That now that it was a client and this was server, right? Now this is the client, this is the server, and this is the client and this is the server, right? So it has two sessions, right? And it's maintaining, and for that like little period, right, when it's decrypting here, right, decrypt, and then it's encrypting again, right? So for that little period, the data here is open, right, for the gateway to look into, right? So I can look into that HTTPS packet, right, if it is like 443 port, right? If inside that, if the attacker is trying to do anything else, right, that the what do you say, the behavior of that uh, packet I will check, right, if it matches the HTTPS or not, right. So like that I can do the HTTPS inspection, right. So that's the explanation, and let's see how we can achieve this. So in order to achieve this, you have to enable the feature. Again, you have to go to this inspection settings, right. So it has already these profiles, right. So you have to go to the gateway. So this is the inspection policies, right, default policies. And then you have the profile, recommended and default. So what it's using right now is default, and it's like the severity is low. But I'll go here and I'll edit, and I'll just say I want to use a recommended inspection on this gateway, right. Once I do that, I need to publish this. Okay, then I have to go to the properties of my gateway, and then there I will have this HTTPS inspection here, right. So here what you do after this is step one, create the that certificate, right. So I will name this something, www.zapqureshi, right, zapqureshi networks.com, like that. And the private key would be admin123, right. And that is the validity, right, 2000%, more than enough. I need this for like 10 or 20 minutes. Then what I do is I can view this, right. I can export it, right, to install to the PCs, but I have to install it to this PC only. So what I'll do is view and then install. Next, place, and I'll place this in the trusted root certificate authorities of this PC. Next, finish, and then say OK. It'll prompt you, say yes, then say, and then say OK, and then enable this HTTPS box. OK, yes, and then I'll install this policy. I'll push this policy. Okay. So before that, wait, I'll not push. I'll say Google, right. I'll say Google and check the certificate here. Okay, I can check the certificate here, and you can see who's the issued certificate, google.com, right. So it's having a direct connection with the Google server. So nobody's what do you say, sniffing the packet, being a proxy server and all those stuff, right. So okay, I'll close this, and now I'll install this. Okay, now that the policy has been pushed successfully, let me go to my browser. Okay, let me go to my browser and open that again, Google, right. Enter. So let me check the certificate again, and this time you can see issued by who? That's me. So just remember this. So if you have a proxy server in between, so the connection that you're making is not safe unless that proxy server is a reliable one, right. So imagine I'm going to CCSA bank. So I'm doing my banking, okay, later, and I'm logging into my account, right, and I'm connected to this proxy server, and I'm doing my transaction, whatever, I'm entering my credentials, right. So see, the server is able to decrypt that packet, and it has the all the information. So guys, be cautious that while connecting to a proxy or using these VPNs and all those stuff, right, on your mobile and all, don't do these like don't access the like critical sites, right, the banking and all this stuff, right. So yeah, so this was HTTPS inspection using what you say the checkpoint, right. So we have covered all of this for this section. See what is the agenda of today's this session, right. So in the last video we did the URL filtering, right, and then we did some other concepts also. So this time we will do identity awareness, captive portal, and threat prevention, right. So these are the next gen capabilities, again the blades that are supported by your checkpoint, right. So let me just explain briefly what identity awareness is. I have some these definitions. I'll go quickly with this, and then I'll explain on my diagram, right. So identity awareness maps users and computer identities, maps user and computer identity, right. So user means when I log into my computer, right, I say username Zubair, right, and then password, and I have an IP address, right. So that gets mapped using identity awareness. This lets you enforce access and audit data based on identity. How does that help you? Is when you see the logs, right, until now, let me open this my Windows PC is this one, right. So let me just go to the console, log into the console of my gateway. Okay, so let me like log in with the admin and admin123 is the password. Okay, so this is asking for the fingerprint. I'll say proceed, and we'll let this smart console initialize, right? And for the timing, I'll pause the video. So the services are initializing. So this is my dashboard, right? So what I'll do is, okay, let me just maximize this. Okay, let me just generate some traffic here. Let me go to Google. Okay, and then I can go to say what is this, the blog, something. I'll go to YouTube. Hmm. Okay, I configured that URL filtering, so that's why this is asking me for permission. So, okay, okay, done. Right, so I generated some traffic. So let me go to my logs and see if, what details can I find, right? What details can I find without enabling identity awareness, right? So when I go to my logs, let this just come up. Okay, so the dogs are up. So I had this traffic, right? So let's see what details can I find about this traffic, right? This one. So I have the source PC, right? But it's just the IP address and nothing regarding the username, right? And destination service I have, and then this is like the accessible number that was hit, name, policy, and the description, right? So as you can see, you have the IP address, right? Only about the source machine, right? But you don't have any details about the identity, right? Who the user was, right? So when you enable this identity, you will get to know this user also, right? And based on that, you can allow or deny that traffic, right? You can think this of an added layer of security, right? So policy will be more granular, right? And okay, just let me explain with this scenario on my diagram, right? That is this one. So okay, so for example, just think that there is a user, right? This one. So this is me, right? I'm logged in as, no, without identity. I'm just 120, right? And yeah, I do have a username, right? But this is not having identity awareness. This is without awareness. Okay. So just think, this is me. I'm logged in as Zubair, right? And I authenticated. And now based on the access rule, right? It says like inside net going to source is inside net and going to internet, right? Any destination, any you can permit, right? That's why I'm able to go to internet, right? Reach internet. But now just think, imagine that now this user, right? I am turning off this PC, right? I'm turning off this PC, and now what I do is, so I'm leaving for the day, right? And then what happens is, on that same desktop, someone else with the name of say Ravi, he logs in. He logs in and he gets this IP. He can get, right, because this is DHCP. So when I logged out, that depends on the lease period, right? If maybe that lease period was expired. Just imagine, okay? And what happens is, now Ravi has this IP address, and Ravi has this IP address now, and now he can go out to internet using this policy. Or just imagine, let's be more granular. So I have this object for this PC, yeah, my PC, and that is, this object is specifically saying 16.31.120. Even if I had this object as my source, this Ravi will not be stopped from going to internet, right? Instead, now if we have this identity awareness, right, what happens is, this IP address, right? This IP address gets mapped to this user, say Zubair. Okay, Zubair. So you have this identity awareness now. Okay, now what happens is, when this user tries to go to internet, this firewall asks him your username and your password. Username and password. Okay, I mean, it'll ask you to authenticate. So I say Zubair is my username and password is something 1234. Okay, and this gets authenticated with an AD server. Right, AD server. Windows 80 server, or can be an LDAP server, or can be an Radius, ACAX, whatever server you have, or even a terminal server. Okay, so that is terminal server. Goes to that server and authenticates the user. I'm there, right? Okay, it says okay, fine, he's there, authenticated, and then I'm allowed to go out. Now what happens? Now Ravi comes in. I go home and Ravi comes in. Now again he logs in and this gateway prompts him for username password. But Ravi is not there in the AD server, so he gets denied access. This is how identity awareness helps you to make your the network more secure. What if now the question arises? What about the guest users? Right? What about the guest users? So I may have some guest users also, right? Ravi may be a guest user, so he needs access. Right? So for that we have captive portal. You might have seen you get some free access on airports, right? In the airports you get some free access, internet access, or cafes, right? Or like railway stations maybe, and you get some Wi-Fi signal and you have to connect to it, and it asks for your email ID maybe, or phone number, and you might get an OTP, right? And that is your captive portal, right? What happens is you when you try to go to internet, right? This firewall will prompt you with a username and password, this screen, right? So here you have I do not have you have an option. I do not have username and password, right? You have to click that and it will redirect you to another page which says enter your name. Depends what they are asking you, name, phone number, maybe email ID. So the thing here is the catch here is this information will not be authenticated with any server, right? So this can be you cannot trust this information, right? So I might not give you the 100% exact info, right? But then again, it will be used for auditing because you in your logs you will come to know what this user did, right, in this time. And also you have the option to grant this user some time, right? Both of these users, this or this, say 60 minutes. And also you can force them to keep this portal open. If I close this tab, right, I'll be disconnected from the internet. So that is also an option, right? So this is the whole story of the what do you say our identity awareness and captive portal, right? Okay, so I have a definition for captive portal also. A captive portal is a web page that the user of a public access network is obliged to view and interact with before access is granted, right? That's what I said. Before I'll be able to access internet, captive portal will be prompted to me with the like it will ask me for my details. Captive portals are typically used by business centers, airport, hotel lobbies, coffee shops, and other venues that offer free Wi-Fi hotspots for internal user, like guest access. Right? So that's the definition, and that's what I explained to you. Now it's time to demonstrate, right? So let's go to our dashboard. And for this, what you need to do is you need to enable the blade, right? So with this, you go to the gateway, right? You go to the gateway, and then what you do, you double click here, and you have this check option, right? So here you have to do identity awareness. You can see identity awareness, right? So it will prompt for your AD query, but in this case I don't have any ADs, so I'll go for browser-based authentication, and I'll say next. It will ask me for what? For the AD. So I'll just uncheck AD and go next, and I'll say I do not wish to configure an AD at this time, right? Next, and it will show you this thing, this example, right? You need to have this show finance user access role. Okay, so then again I have to explain to you what is access role, and then the service and the action, and with the accept option you have this display captive portal option also. So I'll show you this, and then you have this redirect interface, right, which directs you to the firewall interface, right? Or you can just edit these settings, and I can say I want to access this portal through all the interfaces. So, and say next and finish, and I then for identity yeah, for captive portal I just need to enable this identity awareness. Okay, okay, and then I'll publish this. Yeah, I have to publish. Yeah, publish. So this has been published. Uh-huh. And okay, now what you need to do is you need to create this policy, right, on the security gateway. Okay, saying that I need to be prompted. Okay, so I'll just edit some of the policies that I have. So I have that accept all policy, right? I'll just use that one. Okay, let me expand this policy root. Okay, I have this. So for root and all social networking, I'm saying ask. So I'll just remove this one. I'll just delete. Okay, so social networking will fall in this 2.4, right? And for this I need to have an access role object. So how do you create that? Go to new, more, will go here also, new, and then I have user, and then I have access role. So what is access role? See, it's again an object, but it binds networks. It binds a network, right? And user group or machines, right? You can just bind the machine with that network, right? So let me just go to network and specify it will pull from the object. So I have an okay, I don't have the inside one, right? I have networks, no. So let me create one, or I can say any network. Yeah, I can say any network anyways, or you can just add that object, network object, create an object network, saying inside users, right? And here I will say any user because I don't have any ads, right? Any group, or you can just specify that group, right? Group of users. And then machine also you can just add those, like specific machine, right? But in my case I'll say any, and this is for remote access, so let's keep it like this one. So this is my access role, right? But I have to name this access role, say my access role, like that. Okay, and then press okay. Fine, so I have this access role now, which actually defines any. So I'll go here. I have to specify the access role in my source column, right? Without that, without the access role, I'll not be able to do this identity awareness. Okay, remove, and my this should be say outside also, but I'll say all internet. Okay, I'll just remove this, remove HTTP, and I'll say accept plus what more. I can say enable captive portal, right? Okay, and then okay, and then this, and then I'll push this policy. And then let's push this policy, and we'll wait for the installation to be pushed to my firewall, right? Okay, the policy has been pushed. So let's go to my browser and let's access say something. First of all, I'll go to Google. Okay, and what else? I might have to. Okay, yeah. So it see it was redirected to this IP address of my this firewall, right? Now it's asking for the username password. If I had a username password and if I had connected it to the AD, so I will be authenticated with the AD, right? If the username is correct or not, right? But in my case, I don't have, so I'll be acting like a guest, and I'll click on here. I do not have a username and password, right? And then it'll ask me for this details. Okay, one more thing. You can just what do you say? Go here more, and then okay, not here. You can go here, double click on the properties, and then you have identity awareness now, right? You can just uh, see now what I had was, just let me expand, just see. So I had name, company, phone number, email address. So I can say anything, right? 1234, company this, phone number, email this, @this.com, right? So this is a fake information. But if I click this, I'll be allowed access, right? See, so I have access. Now I can go to any site, right? So that's the captive portal, right? So one more thing is you have to make some changes on the captive portal. So I closed it. Now you can make some changes here if you want to. You can go to this settings, okay, and you have to check this thing, unregistered guest login. Then only you will get the option of clicking on I do not have the username password, right? Then you can edit the portal. This is the portal logo here you can change your portal logo and use some other logos for mobile, and then I can go to settings here, and then it will ask me if I want to add any field. Right here I'm asking for name, right? So I can also like add, right? Add is like what your designation, right? So I can add that. So it will ask me for definition, uh, purpose to log in, right? Like that. So you can add your list of details, and I like the ask user agreement also. So I can go here and I have this agreement, right, where I can say company name. So the company is my say network lessons. Like that, you can just edit the agreement, right? And then also you have this amount of time that will be that the user will after authentication he'll be able to access internet for how long, right? And this thing is log out users when they close the portal, so it will force the user to keep that browser open. I closed it, right? So if I click here, okay now, and then I again install the policy, right? I go here, then I again install the policy, right? Now I install the policy, push the policy to gateway, and we will have to wait for this to complete, right? So okay, so this will be completed. Before that, what I'll do is I'll change the IP address of my PC, right? Because the 120 is now associated with that fake user, right? So I'll just change this to 121. Let's see, so that I can have different users, right? Let's see. Let's wait for this and then try. Okay, that's done. Let's go to this and let's go to some page, right? Google should redirect me. And this time I should be forced to keep that browser open, right? I don't have access. Let's wait. Okay, I'll not have access because like you can see the user traffic is permitting only this 120, right? So if I go to this my PC gateway 1 object, this is specifying this IP, right? So let's change my IP back to and see if that helps, or then or I will have to change this policy. So let's make it back to 120. Okay, cross, and then okay, just let me go to my browser quickly and Google. So it will be giving me, I think, based on the earlier access, right? So it will be allowing me. Okay, let me just change this thing here. So I'll remove and say inside, right? So inside anyone can access, right? And then I will install this policy. So now it will hit that the policy will hit this one, and then it will come down to this 2.4, right? So let me change my IP again. So the last access was for around 1 hour, right? 60 minutes. This one it will be given for 120 minutes. Plus I have to keep the browser open, and plus I have added some more details, right? And then we'll check the logs that what difference it makes, right, from the earlier uh, information that we were getting. So that is done. Now let's go to the browser. Go to Google. This time I should be, yeah, I have internet access. I can see here. And then let's try something else. Clicks. Come on. Yeah, I was redirected. Okay, and I have a username and password. I can go back to this. I don't have. Now you can see to do more like additions to the details that I need. So I'll say Zubair, right? Company name, network lessons, and what phone number, something, email zapqureshi990 @gmail, right? Designation design architect, right? Purpose of logging is fun. Say fun, right? And login. Uh-oh. Let's check this. Okay, now it's saying your time remaining, right? And if you close, you must leave this window open as long as you require this access. Now, if I close this window, I'm gone, right? This is gone. So this access will be gone. So in case I go to Google now, so I'm able to do web browsing, right? Netflix, it will, I think, prompt for the application. No, it doesn't. Okay, fine. Then what? Now let's try closing this. I closed it. Now let me go to Google. What happens? I'm able to go to Google. Okay, let me just close the browser itself. Hello. I have access. Maybe because of some other rule, not because of this. We'll see. I'll go to logs now. Refresh this. I should have, yeah. Now you can see the difference, right? I have the details of the user, right? This was Zubair, right? Guest, and the role number that was hit was 2.4, and what service is HTTP. The extra thing that we are getting is this thing, right? And you can see before I was authenticated. So this is detect. This is HTTPS, and there should be some redirect also. Redirect with an arrow. So this is Zubair. Let me scroll before. I don't have any Zubair. Okay, here. What is this? Identity awareness. Okay, I'm being added. So this is updated. Right? Oh, okay, yeah. Here you can see some redirect. So this will redirect it to my gateway. This side, and you can see that fake user. Right? His identity is also there, but then the thing is like that is of no use, right? So here you can see username. It was stopped. Let me check this thing. What is this packet? Identity awareness blade was used here, and source was this in captive portal. And if I go up now, I've been authenticated, right? Now this is like unauthenticated guess, but this is for access. This is from the firewall, right? So this is the identity awareness in captive portal. Hope you understood, right? You need to practice this to understand this. Okay, let's go for the next topic, that is our threat prevention. Right? Threat prevention. Threat prevention refers to policies and tools that protect your corporate network. Right? This may include tools for intrusion threat detection and prevention, that is your IPS or IDS. Now we have IPS that does both advanced malware protection, right, antivirus, and additional endpoint security threat prevention, right, the email security appliances. Okay, let's see if I can explain it more. Okay. Okay, until now what we did is we did the access policies, right? So I can write down these access policies, right? Access control policies. So in this, what we did is the firewall policies, right? It's the source and the destination that we specified, right? And what else we did is the, so I can write down firewall policies, right? Okay, and then what we did the URL filtering, just to see the layer of protection we provided, right? So with this, what we did is we denied the proxy sites. We denied the malware sites. We can do that, right? We're using the categories, right? Cat, oh, right? Using categories and other inappropriate sites, right? Then we did the we can do the content filtering also, right? Based on the type of application and all, right? So we can block the file transfer sites. What else? We can block the games applications, right? We can block torrents. Nice. Block torrents, right? Then we did NAT that protected our inside what? Inside net. I mean inside network, right? That protected our inside network from the outside world. And at the last we did HTTPS inspection, right? We did HTTPS inspection that was behaving as a proxy server, right? So that was an added layer of security. So this is your next in capabilities, right? Again, then we have one more thing that is called threat prevention. What is threat prevention is, so we have these access policies separately. You can see on the left pane we have access policies, then we have NAT, and then we have threat policy. I'll show you. So threat policy is separate. Okay, what it deals with is the antivirus blade, okay, the IPS blade, which what do you say, scans your inside internal network for any like unnatural behavior. It checks the anomaly, right? And then we have threat emulation, which prevents from zero-day attacks and all those stuff, right? So these things are like inbuilt default. Okay, so let me show you this. Let's continue and go here, right? And go to the security policy, right? In the security policy on the left side, let this page to be loaded. Okay, here you can see access control policy, right? NAT and policy. Then you have threat prevention policy. So access control policies I've already set up, right? So let's go to threat prevention policy, and I'll just I'll say my threat threat prevention, right? And scope any, okay, and these are the blades, right? IPS, this should be enabled, anti-bot, antivirus, threat emulation, and threat extraction, right? This is for your email, right? It can extract those malicious or phishing uh, emails and the content inside it. Okay, so you have optimized selected, right? So you can just click on that, and then you have three options: basic, optimize, and strict, right? You can edit this. You can have a new profile also, so you can create a new one also, right? Here, so this will be a new template, right? You can on your requirements, right? You can just like increase the severity, but it will affect the performance of your firewall because it will consume more resources. Right? If you keep this as strict, right, the packets will be looked more strictly, right? There will be more strict checking of the packets, right, and it will consume resources. So that's the threat prevention settings, right? And then you can go to this threat wiki also to get some details about threat types. Right? I'll push this policy, and then on here I have to select the threat prevention. Okay, before that I need to enable this threat prevention on my blade on my firewall, right? Go to this. Here I have to enable all this. Locally, I'll say. Because I don't have any cloud emulation services. Okay, ignore because it needs the resources. Okay, I don't want to share right now. You can just, so this is same prevention policy. Okay, antibot, IPS. Yeah, you can also select on data loss prevention. I'll just select this, and now you will see all the blades getting activated here, right? In this blades section. You can see that. And once this is published, I need to install, including the threat prevention policy. Install. Let's wait for this installation to complete. Okay, now that the policy has been pushed, let's go to the browser and try to download some malicious or malware or some virus from the internet. Okay, let's download malware for testing. Which one? Let me go to this site. Okay, and let's download this thing. This should be blocked, and it should not allow me to download this file, the zip file. Yeah, as you can see, page blocked. Okay, activating malicious file, exploit download, right? So this has blocked, and let's see which blade has blocked me. It should be the threat emulation blade, right? So I'll go to my logs. Okay, so I'm in my log, and let me just scroll down to see where I was blocked. What is this? This is threat emulation, right? Let me just refresh once again. I should have a block. There's blocked. Okay, I can see here. Yeah, double click. So this is from firewall. It's not threat emulation. You can see again this one. This is again firewall. Okay, yeah. So this is the one. Yeah, you can security. You can see. So now you can see, right? Antivirus, and blade was antivirus threat, right? User message is this thing. Notice this and all. Frequency is 1 day, and yeah. So this was the rule name, that right. My threat. This proves that my the threat policy was used, right, to block this. So guys, what is the agenda of today's video is system backup, system restore, config backup, config restore, and this is all via GUI, and I'll show how to do it through CLM. So this is actually done using the GAIA or administrative OS. That means you're not using the smart console, you will directly HTTPS to your firewall. Okay, so I have this firewall up and running, right? GW2. I have logged in through the GUI HTTPS to this IP address, and as you can see, what configurations I've done is I have configured the IP address, and that's it, right? So let me just go to this IP, and okay, what we can do is we can have a point we can where we can restore, and I can see the difference, right? So I'll just restore this. You see I don't have any static routes. I have a default route. I don't have any static routes. What else? I don't have any of the let's check the users. Okay, I have only 2 users, and those are the default users, and that's it, right? So let's do one thing. Let's take a snapshot from here. And what is, so when you go to this system backup, right, you can see you have these options: backup, restore, import, view logs, and view last backups, right? So here what you do is you can see the location where it is stored, right? Your backups. Backup means a complete backup of your uh, firewall, right? The gateway. Okay, it will back up your routing policies, everything. Not the policy, the routing configuration. The policy is on your smart console, the manager, right? So this is the backup of your gateway. Let's do one thing. Let's create a backup here. Click, and then you have these options: to the appliance locally in the hardware, right? Or management, to the management this what do you say, manual server. Any SCP server that you have to specify the IP address, FTP, TFTP server, right? So I'll do this appliance only. The backup will be made to this appliance. In order for the backup to be effective, you should copy the file outside the machine. Okay, backup. Click on the backup, and the backup process has started. Right. So let's wait for this process to complete. Right. Okay. Backup has finished. Backup has finished after 8 seconds, and then the name. The name is by default the date, right, and the time. That is in the railway farm. Okay. Then press OK. Now you have a backup here, right? Same as and the size is 30 MB. And also you can schedule backup, like add backup, and then backup name. You can say scheduled. So you don't have you don't you cannot put spaces. Okay, backup, scheduled backup, and I think that the name is too much. So I'll too long, right? Backup. This appliance, and then I can specify the frequency. Daily, weekly means days, Monday and Wednesday, right? 2 and 4. Monthly also you can do, right? So let's say this and add, and this is the backup that will be created automatically on that day. Okay, so this is how you do the backup thing. Now let's go and configure some stuff, right? Let's make some changes. So I'll configure a route 172.16.31.0 subnet mask 255.255.255.0, right? Next hop, normal. Add a gateway IP address. So mine will be 192.168. 1.111. So I've added a static route. So it will come up here. What else? What else? I'll just change the message. This system is for authorized user. Message of the day. Welcome to CP Gateway 2, right? Apply. And show host name on the login page. Apply. And what else can I do? System configuration. Okay, system login. Network access. Host name. Host access. Okay, fine. Let's do one thing. Let's what else? Let's add some users. Add username is Zubair. Password is Zab1234. Okay, Zab1234. The password is wrong here. 1234. Nice. Okay, and then I have to add the admin role. Okay, done. Now let me log out of this. Okay, now I log as Zab. What was that? Zubair, right? Zubair, and password was 1234. So I logged in, right? Welcome to this, and I can see that I have that extra static route, and then I have the users, right? These are the users. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's configure some routing also. So for OSPF, I'll add interfaces. I have E0. Okay, rest is fine. Let's configure the area. Let it be backbone only, 0. Save. That's it, right? That's it. I don't need to do anything. So the router ID, if I want to change, I can change here, right? Okay, save. Done, right? So I have my routing here, and say this was for like external, right? Say for internal, I am running something else. Say rip, add, interface H1 version 2 save, right? Now, okay, this is saying that this is disinfectant used to exchange routing to routing fine. So now for the internal I'm running right, and for the external I'm running OSP. Now let's do one thing. Now go to our system restore, right, this backup, and then I can restore my old backup. So here what you do have to do, you can see it's grayed out, right, but when you select this it will be highlighted. From here you can export this to, you're about to export this file, right, and download it to your computer. So the computer where I have like logged in using this CLI, right, it will import it to that computer. It will be downloaded, so then you can keep it safely, right. Then import also from the same machine, you can just import a backup to this appliance. So I have this backup inside the appliance. Again, restore. Let's see what are changes. I will see, right. So all my this routing and all those stuff will be erased, and I'll have my this machine as it was, right, with the default config, the IP addresses on the interface and the default one single default route. So once the restore is complete, it will reboot the firewall, right? Because here it is now restarting the firewall. Okay, so you will have to again HTTPS to the firewall IP. Okay, it has not yet restarted. That's why the GUI is not accessible. Okay, now let's try once again. I can log in. Now if I try that Zubair account, right, Zubair, it will not work because that was after I had created that backup, right? So Zab1234. No, see. So I have to log in with the admin 1234. I think it was only admin 12. So right now, if I check the static routes, I have only one static route, and then also routing, right? Routing is not there. See, if I check what my OSPF, nothing, RIP, nothing. If I go into OSPF, now no interface is added, RIP, no interface is added, and also the message, right? I had the messages here, right? They are also gone. So let's do one more thing. Let's go to our let's go to this OSPF and add again this here. It's 0, save, RIP, H1, save, and then I have what network messages. What is this? Banner based system is for authorized use only, and I'll type CP gateway 2. And message of the day is welcome to CP gateway 2. Apply. When I log out now, so I'll refresh this. I should see the message. So you can see that, and also you can see this. So when I log in, I'll get that banner message also. Admin. Yeah, welcome to CP Gateway 2. So that was the banner. And let's do one more thing. Let's add some users here. So my user is, first one is Zubair, and then password is Zab1234, Zab1234, and I'll assign an admin role. And okay. It matched one of the recent previous passwords for Zubair. Okay, fine. So let's do what? Admin1234. Admin1234. 123 only. With a capital A. So that's done, right? And now what I'll do, I'll take a backup from my CLI, but this time it will be only save config, right? I'll save the configuration. Okay, so let's go to your maintenance. So this is your system backup, right? Now let's go to the CLI. Okay, and here you can say save configuration, and you have to specify the file name, right? Back up. What's the date today? 21/04/2020, and then I'll say CLI. Okay, log interface override. Yes, and that has been created. If you say show backup, backup of the system configuration should show. So I have backups command also. Okay, I can see here. But this is the backup that was created from the GUI, right? So why not you able to see that save configuration? Because that is the running configuration. Okay. So what happens is when you say save config, it saves the running, it saves the changes to the running configuration immediately. But when you say save configuration, right, it saves that running config to a file. Okay. But what backup does, it creates a backup file of the whole configuration, right? The changes that you have made, right? With regards to routing protocols, or you can say your interface IP addresses, all those stuff, right? Username and all that. But what I want to show you is now let's go to this CLI, right? Admin, then admin 123. Okay, so as of now, I have this configuration. Let's create a backup and see if my routing and my users are saved when I do save configuration, right? Because then I have another backup solution, that is snapshot. So let's create a new backup. I have to unlock this. Okay, let's create a new backup, this appliance, and it's creating a new backup. Okay, and then we'll now backup is finished. Okay, fine. Now I'll do is I'll restore it to this backup, that the old backup, right? Done. Okay, it will restore back. Okay, once the backup restore is complete, it will reboot my firewall, right? I think, yeah, now it's rebooting the firewall in the background, right? Let's wait for this firewall to start up. Now the firewall has restarted. Let me log in with admin 123, right? So now when you see, right, I don't know from to which backup did I restore, right? If I see OSPF, okay, it is there. So that means I restored it to the latest one. My mistake, go to system backup, and then I have to go to this. That is the latest one. Oh, I have to restore to this, the old one. Okay, now that has been restored, and I can now go and log into this as the admin. Now you can see the what do you say? The host name is not there in this login page, and also I not get the banner message because it has been restored to the default setting. Right? Only the configuration static and one default route is would be there. If I go to OSPF, no OSPF is running, not running on any device. No rep is running on device. I don't have any messages. Right now, I'll do is let's see. Go to system backup and I'll restore it to the latest one, that is this one, and restore again, and let's see what all configurations do I get back. That means by doing a backup, these configurations can be saved. Right? There's a limitation to the backup also, like particular things are not included in the backup. So that's what I want to see, right? Now that the firewall has rebooted, let's log in and see what all configurations are back in my firewall. Okay, the message is back, minor message. Let's check the route. Okay, no, it doesn't back up the static routes. What about the OSPF? Yeah, our dynamic routes are there. Messages, yeah. And let's check about users. Yeah, I get the user back also. I don't remember. Did I configure static route? I don't think I did. That's why it should save the static. If it's showing saving the dynamic, that means yeah, saves static as well. Now there is another like option, that is snapshot manager. When you create a new here, what you do is you create a backup of whole system, right? That's why it needs more memory. See, creation of an additional image will require this much, and amount of space available for images is this much, right? So it creates a backup of the OS itself, of the GAIA OS and the configuration. So this is like complete backup. Okay, so the process is same. You go here, click new, and insert the name, and then it will appear here, and then you click and revert to that later on if you want. And the system backup will only work if the target machine and the source machine, right? Source is where the backup was taken, and target is where the backup has to be applied, right? They should be having the same version of OS. If it's R8010, R8010 should be the target also. So that is one thing. Now let's do the same using the CLI, right? Admin 123. So what I do is the set backup command, right? And then on the restore, set backup command. Okay, you say set backup, and then you specify the Okay, sorry. This is for the restore. So for to set the backup, it's actually add backup, add backup, add backup, and then you should have the name. First, the target, right, where you want to store is local, and then your name, right? Yeah, you specify the target. And then, okay, log system, log database override, right? Okay, this has started. So now let's show. I think show backup status is a command. Uh, yeah, show backup. Show the status of the latest backup restore, right? That's what status. So it has finished. Let's see. Now show backup if we see. Hmm. So I have one backup that is April 2020 14. And this is a new backup actually. If I go to the CLI, sorry, GUI, so I should see now three backups. Right? Okay, I think I have click this and yes. And if I go to the maintenance, yeah, I have three backups. Right? This one is the latest one. So this is how you create the backup using CLI. And to restore is set backup. And then you restore. And then the local, and then you will get all the file names. Right? Then you have to select that file. Then you can restore to that file. Okay. So that was your system backup and restore. Okay. And this is the uh, like directory where the backups are stored. Right? If it's on the appliance, this is this one, var log cp backup and backups. If it's on an open server, then it is stored in var cp backup and backups. Okay?
In this lesson, we will be talking about the feature of Checkpoint that is known as the ClusterXL. Right. In this lesson, we will be talking about what ClusterXL is and the types of ClusterXL that we have on offer, and then the cluster requirements, and finally the synchronization process. And then I'll lab it up in my own lab that I'm running on the Vmware workstation, and I'll be demonstrating this to you and how to set up it, right? So without wasting much time, let's see what is ClusterXL. So redundancy is great, right? So this is a way of redundancy. For example, if one of your firewall fails, okay, so for example, you have a firewall here, firewall 1, and then you have your LAN switch, and then you have a couple of devices, right? So these are the devices, and let's say this is the switch, and this is these devices are connected to the switch, and then it goes to the firewall, and then firewall goes to the internet, right? So yeah, like this, it goes to the internet. Everything's fine, right? This is the switch, and everybody's happy. And now what happens is this firewall goes bad and fails. So what happened now is that your whole network went down because there is a single point of failure here. So in order to overcome this, what we do is we take dual firewalls like this. So this is another box, another firewall, and we connect it like this, and this has connected to the internet. So you have different models, right? So that's why I'll be talking about. So let's talk about the active passive, active and passive, okay? Or you can say active standby, whatever. So in this model, what happens is your firewall, one of the firewalls is active, right? He's the active forwarder, and it sends the traffic on this firewall. So, and once this firewall fails, this firewall becomes active, and this becomes passive, okay? And there is no drop in the packets, okay? Your LAN guys, they don't know what happened, right? So that is called transparency. So that should be there. You have a default gateway, and you don't need it should not be like you go to every client on the LAN and change the default gateway to this firewall, right? Because the primary failed. Now you want the secondary to become active, but then you have to change the gateways. No, it should not be like that. So that is what transparency means, and that is taken care in your Checkpoint. And then you have fault tolerance. Fault tolerance is again the same. A little bit of difference is that if you have 100% of traffic taken care by this firewall, once this firewall fails, the second firewall should take the 100% of traffic. It should not be like it will be overloaded or overwhelmed by the amount of traffic that is generated by your LAN. No,
so that should not make any issues on the firewall. So that is your whole story of the ClusterXL concept, right? So next slide would be our ClusterXL. So we in ClusterXL we actually have two ways to deploy ClusterXL. One is called the HA, high availability mode. In this mode we have two models. I mean, yeah, two models, but then again both are like active and standby, active passive. Okay, so the primary firewall or the second firewall, whatever. One of them is active and the other one is on standby, waiting for the other to fail and then he can join. Okay, and then the next one is your load sharing or load balancing. In this also we have two types. You have multicast and you have unicast. So I'll be explaining you all of this. Okay, so let's take the board here and let me explain you the concept. Okay, so let's go with the HA. Okay, HA has two modes. Okay, let me write down. We are talking about HA. Okay, it has the old, or you can say legacy mode. In this, what happens is you have one firewall, you have two firewalls, right? You have a pair of firewalls here. Okay, if any of you knows the concept of high availability in this ASA, Cisco ASA, it's similar like this. So you again have this external interface, both of them going to a router or say the cloud, whatever, and then internal interfaces going to a switch again, right? So like that, and then you have the internal your devices, right? And then they have so this is your primary, this is your secondary, right? So just remember this is primary and secondary. So now you have some IP address range, right? So let's go here. Then you have the CCP. This is called the Checkpoint Control Protocol. This is the sync link. Okay, sync link, and the protocol that is used is called CCP. We'll be talking about this in the same video, but yeah, later on. So what happens is say for example, this is my 176 network. 170. Okay, not 176. Let me erase this. So this is my 172.16. .1.0 network. Okay, /24. So this is my 110.110. Okay, this side, and this is my .111. So what I do is on my end devices, right, I should have a gateway, right, and that should be, I mean, static in a sense. I should not, I mean, there should not be any requirement that I go on and change the default gateway again and again, no, right? So in this case the default gateway would be 110. Okay, and this is your active firewall and this is your standby, right? So you can define this by, I mean, if you want to change this behavior, you can use the value called priority. So higher the priority, that would be the preferred one as the active. Okay, so you have to increase the priority and that firewall will become the active firewall. Anyway, so right now you have 110 and this primary firewall will be active and it will be forwarding. So now what will happen, say this firewall fails and this firewall becomes okay, now this is secondary, right, but it is not standby now, it is now active. And when this takes over as active, it will also take the IP address of the active, and the active will be 111, and this will become now standby. Okay, this is called your old mode. Okay, so you have two IPs on the firewall, and the active this firewall will have the IP address of the active firewall, right, like that. So that is your old mode. And also one more thing in the old mode is preemption, right? Preemption means, so what happens is, say this primary firewall failed, now it's in standby mode. What if it comes back again online? So that is called preemption. If your preemption is enabled, this primary firewall will again become active, and then the other side will become standby. So that is preemption. And if preemption is not enabled, so this will remain as standby only until the secondary fails, the active one, right, that fails. So that is the concept of your old HA, legacy HA. And now we have the
new model, right? New HA model, or you can also say the VRRP model. So you know that in Cisco we have Cisco, or what? It's not just Cisco, it's open standard VRRP, right? So that is the same concept. So you now here again you will have your two firewalls, firewall 1, firewall 2, okay, and then you would have some connections on the between them, right? And this connection is going to the internet, and the below one is going to your switch. Okay, then again you will have some devices here connected to that switch, right? Like that. This is your cloud. Fine. Now what will happen is you have this as 110. Fine. You have this as 111. Now in this case you will have a virtual IP VIP. So say this is 120. So virtual IP is 120, and the gateway on the devices will be 120 only. Okay, so all the traffic will be sent to this virtual IP here, 120, and then whoever is active here, okay, this traffic will be taken care by the active one, like that. And also you can have a VIP on the on this side, on the WAN side, like that. You can have, say, this is again in some another network, this is say 20, this is say 21, and you have a VIP of 22.22, like that. So here the the requirement is you should have the IP address, right? In the earlier model, in the old model, you needed only 2 IP addresses, but here you need an extra IP address. So /30 would not do. You need minimum /29. Okay, so that is your new model, new model, which is the VRRP. Okay, and yeah, also you have the preemption option here. You can do the same thing. Active fails, standby becomes active, and when the standby, right, when the old active comes back again, it will take over as active, right? That is preemption, and that is also there, and you can set it. And also you have the priority option, so that is there. That is the concept of your HA. Wait a second. So where are we? Okay, we were here. Now you have the load balancing, the load sharing cluster that we say. So in cluster, what happens is, let me take my whiteboard, or let's keep it like this, and let me take my notepad. Okay, I find it easier like that. So in your cluster, right, this is load sharing. This means both the firewalls will be in active mode. So you have the concept, you have one firewall, you have two firewalls. Okay, and then again you have the LAN, right? This is the switch, this is the WAN. Okay, let me just design this again like this, and then you have the links to this, and you have the sync link, right? So in this, what happens is you have both the firewalls as active sorry, active. So the first mode we'll be talking about is multicast. Okay, multicast, right? So this is the multicast mode. So in this, what happens is you again have the VIP, right? Virtual IP is there still, but what happens is with virtual IP, so in this cluster mode you can have, up to 5 members. Okay, so in this mode, what happens is when you have a traffic TCP or UDP based, whatever, it will be forwarded to all the cluster members. Okay, and one of the cluster member through the CCP link, right, the sync link, and that is controlled on the CCP protocol, they will be agreeing with each other that who is going to take care of this request. Okay, they will agree to each other, and one of the firewall will be taking care of that request. So that is like that. If they have 5 members, all of them will agree with that guy and with that firewall, and it will forward. So like that you will do load balancing. This is called your 50-50. Okay, so if you have 4, then 25, right, like that. So this is your load balancing that you say, because you have equal balancing, right? Because you have an equal amount of traffic passing through both the firewalls. So that is the multicast mode. Now you have the unicast mode. Unicast. Now you people would think, why would you use multicast, and why is there unicast? There is a big reason why. Because maybe the switches are not supporting multicast, or not all network would support multicast, right? So in that case, you will be going with unicast. So in unicast, it's kind of load sharing. Okay, load sharing. Here also you have the concept of preemption and all those things, priority and everything. What do you think? I think I just said something that I should not say. So that active standby concept is not there. So obviously you don't have the priority concept, right? So pardon me for that. So both of them are active, right? And now this is the load sharing method. I'll just undo something. Okay, load sharing is going on. No, I'll not. I need load sharing here. And what we'll do is, so I need the VIP here. But then what happens is this is not 50-50. Okay. Now you are doing 30 and 70. 30 and 70%. So this guy who is the 30, you can manually define that. This is called the pivot firewall. And this pivot firewall is actually responsible for the decisions that who is going to take care of the request. So in the earlier case, you used to, I mean, the packet that you received on VIP, virtual IP, was sent to both the members, right? Or how many members you have, it will be sent to all the members. But in this case, in the unicast case, the VIP would forward this request to the pivot firewall, this firewall. And this guy is the decision maker, and he'll decide, mostly he'll decide to send it to the other firewall, the 70% guy, because this 70% of firewall will be handling most of the traffic, and all the decision will be done by the pivot firewall, but he will be also handling some of the requests, 30% of it, right? So it's not like that only the other firewall will be doing that. In case the pivot fails, obviously the second one will become pivot, and he'll be doing the decision, because he's the only guy who will be sending all the traffic, so he'll be responsible to send the 100% of the traffic, right? So that is the concept of your unicast. Okay, hope you understood, right? You have the concept of VIP here also, multicast, unicast, both. But in both the cases, you have active firewalls, active, both of them, right? And this concept of, decision making, while it was in the case of multicast as well as unicast, wherein in unicast you call that firewall as the pivot firewall. This whole thing is called the sticky decision function, right? SDF. Okay, and in unicast the pivot firewall will do the SDF, sticky decision function, right? Okay, so that was the concept of your multicast and unicast load sharing concept, or you can say clustering. Next comes your concept of your sync, right? So you have this let me go here and let me go here and again draw the firewalls. So now you have two firewalls, right? And then you have the sync link, this one, sync link. So you have this sync link, and all the configuration is sent through this sync link to the firewalls, each other. Okay, so the active sends to the passive, or the active both, how they are managing the connections. So the connection table, the configuration, everything is sent through this. So this is for the control plane, right? So there are two types of sync. One is called the what do you say? Let me just take out this and you will see this. Okay, so one is called the full sync and the other one is called the delta sync, and you can see that. Okay, let me take this. Okay, let's talk about the full sync. So in full sync, what happens? So let's talk about the full sync. Full sync will be in the case wherein, okay, this is full, guys, this is full, FULL, full. So full sync will be in the case when when one of these firewalls goes down and this comes back online again. So you have to send all the synchronization to the other side, right? You have to receive it. So that is called the full sync. In that case, the full sync will be done on a secured and encrypted line, that is your TCP, and port will be 256. Okay, full sync will be done on port 256 encrypted. And then you have another one that is called the delta. So in that case, in delta, what will happen is delta sync. Okay, so this sync packets are sent every 0.1 second. Okay, so this is like when both the firewalls are online, they are sending anything. I configured, I received a new packet, I will send I create a connection table, I'll send the details to this side. I received a new packet, I create a connection, I'll send the details to that. Some configuration, send it to the other side, right? So that is done every 0.1 second, and that is called your delta sync. Okay, and this is done on TCP 8116 port. So that is the concept of your sync and all the concepts. Okay, let me just take hold of this. And okay, so that was the concept of your synchronization, ClusterXL, and the types of ClusterXL you have, whether it be the HA mode, the new mode, old mode, the RRP mode is the new mode, and then you have the load sharing, multicast, unicast, right? So though that was the concept of the HA or cluster in Checkpoint, right? So yeah, let's go to the lab and we will see how we are going to configure this on the firewalls. And in this lesson, we will I will guide you through the step-by-step process of how to do upgrade on the ClusterXL. This is also known as the transparent upgrade of your ClusterXL, or you can also say this as zero downtime upgrade on a cluster. And the upgrade procedures will be same whether it's a cluster or a standalone. But yeah, in ClusterXL, you have to follow certain steps in order to achieve zero downtime, right? So your users should not experience any downtime when you are performing the upgrade. So the Checkpoint supports zero downtime upgrade, and also the other third-party clustering products like the FortiGate and the ASA and Palo Alto, right? But the steps may be different in those products. So we're talking about Checkpoint right now. So the during a zero downtime upgrade, one cluster member remains active while the other cluster members get upgraded. So the active cluster member is upgraded at last. So you can have multiple cluster members, right? So it's not I mean, hard and fast rule. You should have only 2. You should have only 3. So you might end up having, say, 3 cluster members. So what you do is you wait, guys, I have to take the pen and I will just demonstrate this. Okay, so I have the pen right now. So the thing is, you might have you would have 2 modes in Checkpoint, right? You have the high availability mode, wherein you have the scenario of a active and a standby firewall, and maybe the standbys can be more than one, right? So in this case, you will be connected to a switch, say, and then your the sync ports, okay, will be connected to the switch, and they will be part of the same VLAN like that, right? So this is your CCP link, right? So something like this. Okay, guys. So what you will do is this is part of the logical and physical topology, right? This will be part of the same VLAN, and this will be your CCP. The thing is, the Checkpoint recommends you to change the mode of the CCP protocol to broadcast or multicast. So how you do that is you have to go to your all the cluster members and type in the command cpha config space set underscore CCP and then the mode. So by default it's multicast, so you will do it as broadcast. So this is recommended by your by the Checkpoint to change this mode to broadcast in order to save some time. And if you're not running multicast, I mean, maybe you will face some issues with the layer 2 MAC's learning and all those stuff when the upgrade has been completed, right? So after the complete, you can change it back to your multicast. That is I mean, recommended by your Checkpoint. And the next thing is in this high availability mode, right? You will upgrade both the standby. So this is your active, this is your standby, and this is also your standby. So you will upgrade these 2 first, and then after that, at the last, you are going to upgrade this active member. But before that, you will make the standby as active, and then when your present active is as a standby, you will upgrade that and again maybe switch the roles back. So that is how you do in your high availability mode. But in case of your load sharing mode, you have all the members as active, right? So all the members are active. So in that case, what you do is you randomly select one of the member. Say I select this 3rd member and I will upgrade him at the last. So that is how you do it. That is the difference. And before proceeding for the upgrade, you have to make sure that you have attached the upgraded license to all the cluster members, right? And the best way is to do it when you are upgrading the manager. So first you are going to upgrade the manager, and then you are going to upgrade the cluster members. So the steps how you do it is you have to, so let's first of all log into the console of my smart manager. So this is my manager, right? So I can go to the manager, see this GUI, and admin123 is my password. So I'll log in, and here is my console. I'll log into this also. So first thing first, you have to go to, in order to upgrade, you have to go to the upgrades status in action, and then you have to check for the upgrades, right, if you have available. So in my case, I will not be having the upgrades available because this is license. It's trial based license, so I will not be having the options to upgrade. But I have the screenshots from my on this slide. So this is what you will get. You will go to the status and action, and here you will select this from recommended to all, and you will have the major versions, right? So you will download that on your manager or your standby gateways. And also you can download it on your active gateway, but you will not install it, right? So next, on the standby, you will go, and after this file has been downloaded, you will go and click on the upgrade. Right click and you will find these options, and you have to click on upgrade. Remember, you have to click on upgrade. You will not do clean installation, because clean installation is going to wipe everything out and do a clean installation as a fresh box, right? So remember to upgrade in order to save your configs. So once that upgrade is finished, first of all, it will start. Obviously, at that time, your mode of the cluster standby will be down. Right now you can see in the this screenshot, it's ready, right? This is when the upgrade has completed. So you have to wait until the state has changed to ready on your standby, and once that is ready, then you have to go to your smart management console, this one, click on the ClusterXL properties, and you have to change the mode to the latest one. So I don't have the 8.30 because this is again trial evaluation, right? So you will have something like this. So for example, you have upgraded to 8.30 or 8.40, you will click that and then hit OK, and then you will install the policy. Okay, and then you will install the policy like this, publish and install, and you will select the cluster, and you will have an option that is this one, the one highlighted in yellow. You have to uncheck that. Okay, this one, you have to uncheck that, because this just if you go through the words, it says for gateway clusters, if installation on a cluster member fails, do not install on that cluster. So that means if you have 3 members, 2 members, and one of the members the installation is not successful, you will roll back, right? You will not install on the other cluster members. So I don't want that, because one of my cluster members is on the higher version. The standby has been upgraded, right? It is on 8.30 say, and your active is on 8.10. So obviously when I install this on my standby, it will be 8.30 and the active will be at 8.10 say. So my active will fail, obviously. So that is what we want, that is what we know, right? So you will uncheck this, and then you will hit on yes, and then you will see that the policy installation on the standby will be successful and on the active will be failed. Okay guys, so I've repeated this couple of times, hope you understood. And next what you do is, so now your standby is ready, okay, and your active is active, standby is on the new version, you have pushed the policies. Now what you need to do is you have to sync the connections table, right? Right now it's stateless, you have to sync the state table. So how you do it? On the standby, you go and type the command cphacu start no dr. What will this do is it will fetch the connection table from the cluster member and it will update to itself. So you can see I have the connections here now. So you can see you have to type the cphacu stat to view this table. So you can see here, you can type the cphacu stat and you will see the connection table. So this should be on your standby. Okay, so and the no dr means no dynamic routing. So in case you are running dynamic routing on your firewall, so you don't have to specify this keyword. Okay, you just delete and just say cphacu start. That will replicate the connection table as well as the dynamic routing table. Okay, so next is your cphacu stat. You will see, and if you have the connection table values up on your, it should be same as well, on both the active and standby. Once that is done, you will go to the active member and forcefully get him down by saying cp start. Okay, cp stop, sorry, cp stop will force the failover, and your standby will become active, and you will have 0 down because it already has the connection tables, right? So after that, once your standby is active, now you can perform the upgrade on your active member, and again you have to follow all the steps. So you will go to your active member, go to the upgrades, and again do the upgrade, and again you will wait for the status to be ready. Once that is ready, you will again go here and do 8.30, again push the policy, but this time it will be installed on both the members. Okay, so then again you will go here, and I don't think you don't need this to do this, but you can do it, but this is done on the expert mode. Remember, you don't type it in the normal mode, you have to go to the expert mode. Once that is done, then you can again type the command cp start, and your firewall will become the active member. If preemption is enabled, then only this will happen. So guys, that was it for the cluster member 0 downtime upgrade. But the thing is, I will not be able to show you I mean in my lab, because I'm running on the evaluation version. But these are the steps you have to follow in case you want to do the upgrade on a cluster member. In case of your standalone, it's quite simple. I've already created a video regarding that. But yeah, you will have a downtime for your what do you say, the cluster for the LAN side when you are doing upgrade on the standalone. And while doing upgrade on the CP manager, no downtime, because the policies will already have been pushed to the cluster members and they will be forwarding traffic. But yeah, during the time the manager is getting upgraded, you will not be able to push any new policies, right? So yeah, that was it for the cluster upgrade, guys. And if you have any questions, please do feel free to comment, and I'll try to answer questions. So thanks for watching my video, and please do not forget to subscribe, like, and share my channel as much as possible. Today in this video, I will be talking about the IPsec VPN, and that is a site-to-site VPN in your Checkpoint. So I'll be first of all explaining you what IPsec VPN is, and secondly, we will be demonstrating this in my lab. So let's begin. What a site-to-site VPN is. So in site-to-site VPN, what you do is you have a kind of tunnel between two sites, and it's like a dedicated connection that you build virtually over the internet, right? Over an unsecured network. So what we do is we have say a firewall at one side, and this is the branch side, okay? And say this is the headquarters, and this is the branch firewall, right? So headquarter and branch, right? So they need to communicate. Say for example, the branch needs to speak to the headquarters, because the fact is that you have a server over there, and this branch has to access this server. But this cannot be done over the, this can be done over the internet, but the communication should be secured. So in that case, what we do is we form a IPsec tunnel between these two firewalls, and that too is actually over the internet. So this is your internet, and you build a tunnel literally over the internet, which is encrypted, and so that nobody on the internet can peek into the data that we have or the traffic that we have and sniff or steal some important data that we don't want anybody to have, right? So that is the whole concept of site-to-site VPN. But in case of IPsec VPN, what we do is we have different modes and we have different packets. So you need to understand the modes and the packets and why we have those modes and what these modes mean. So first of all, we have the phase 1 and we have the phase 2. Okay, so the phase 1 is also called your IKE. These are many versions, version 1, version 2, and this actually uses, phase 1 uses your what do you say, ISACAM, Internet Security Association, Security Association Key Management Protocol, yeah, and it uses UDP 500 to communicate. So in the case that you have two routers forming a tunnel, and you have a firewall in between, so you have to allow this UDP 500 for the phase 1, right? And also for the phase 2, it uses your ESP protocol, and it has its own protocol number, and that is your protocol 50. Okay, ESP provides you encryption, hashing, as well as authentication. Then there is another method, AH, authentication header. This uses protocol number 51, but generally we use ESP because AH only provides you authentication and hashing, no encryption. So it doesn't make any sense to use AH instead of ESP, because ESP provides you encryption, and that is the whole point of this VPN, right? So that is the two phases that you have, phase 1, phase 2, and these two phases have their own packets inside. So let's see what phase 1 means and what phase 2 means, right? Let me just clear this, and also let me clear this, and let's go to the next slide. Okay, so this is phase 1. What is defined in phase 1 is, you can remember by the word haggle. Haggle stands for hashing. The first thing that you define in phase 1 is your hashing. Then you have authentication. You have to define the type, the authentication type. Is it pre-shared or is it certificate based, RSA? Inside hashing, you again have different options. So you would have your MD5. You would have your SHA, and SHA has again different flavors, SHA 256, SHA, like that. And then authentication, I told you already, pre-shared, and your RSA. Then you have group, again that is your keying material, the session key. So DH is you have from group 2, 5,7 like that, and then you have lifetime. The lifetime depends on the vendor. Some vendors, I mean, it changes from vendor to vendor. So as I see in Cisco, the default lifetime for the phase 1 is 24 hours, 86,000 some seconds. It's 86,400 seconds, I guess. Yeah. But in case of Checkpoint, it's different, and we'll see what it is, and you can change it. No worries. Then you have the encryption method. So here, what you can say is encryption method. Different methods you have. You have the DES. You have 3 DES, and you have AES, and then you have AES 256 like that. So higher the encryption power, obviously higher the resources it would consume from your device, right? So DES is around 56 bits, and like that 3 DES multiplied by 56 like that. So that is your phase 1, and phase 1 you have to configure all these options, right? And next, let's move to your phase 2. Again, in phase 2, what you do is, okay, this is a phase 2, right? Phase 2 is also called your IPsec security association. Again, in phase 2, you have hashing. Again, you have the same options, MD5, SHA, lifetime. Again, we will see in Cisco by default 1 hour, and like that. And encryption, again, you have DES, 3 DES, and all those stuff. And also, you define the encryption domain. Now, or you can say the interesting traffic, right? You in Cisco routers, you use this with an ACL, right? You configure this with an ACL. So that is your domain. So this is what you define in your phase 2. IPsec, yeah. So IPsec full mesh. So we have different type of topology. So let me just clear this. Yeah. Okay. So let me grab this. So if you see a side to side is simple, right? One firewall and another firewall, and you build a tunnel in between, and that is your side to side, one side to one side, right? This is the tunnel, phase 1, phase 2 both. So this is your side to side. Now you have full mesh. In full mesh, what you do is you have multiple sides like that, multiple branches. So now what you do is you build tunnel from, not this one, sorry, not like this. So how can I build? Yeah. Okay. So you have a tunnel like this, which goes from this to this. Okay. Then again, you have a tunnel from here to here. Hope you understand, guys. So this is a tunnel, and again you have a tunnel from here to here, right? And again a tunnel from this branch to this branch. Now what you missed is this to this, so you again have to have a tunnel like this. So everybody has a tunnel with every other branch side, right? So this is your full mesh. You can see this guy has a tunnel with this branch and this branch and this branch. So one tunnel with this guy, one tunnel with this guy, one tunnel with this guy, right? Likewise, every other side will have 3 tunnels with their neighboring headquarters, or you can say branches, right? Like that. This guy also has like this with this, with this, and with this, and likewise this will have tunnel with this and this and this. So this is the way you can define the full mesh. So every side has connectivity with every other side. Okay, so this is your full mesh. And then you have the IPsec star topology. Let me just grab my, yeah, then you have the star topology. So star topology is like, you can say hub and spoke. Okay, there is a centralized side, and then all the branch sides connect to that centralized side. What is the difference between the IPsec, full mesh and star is that inside star you can write, you can go with dynamic routing protocols, but inside your full mesh or your side to side you cannot go with your dynamic routing protocols. In fact, you don't have this option of to select the dynamic VPN routing, right? This one. So this is only available when you select the community as star. Okay, guys, and star is like this only, that it has this shown in the picture there. One central site, and then you have the headquarters like this, like this, like this. Okay, then you have tunnels from there to the center like this. And if you want to talk to this guy, you have to go through the center like this. So you will be able to talk to, say the site 1 will be able to talk to site 2, but then he has to go through the site 5, that is your the hub, right? So it has to go like that, like this, and everybody has to talk through the hub. So that is your star VPN, and star VPN has different options also. So you can see you can do a topology where the
satellite sites will have only routing with the center, and then again you have an option to center and to other satellites through the center, so you can have a routing neighborship through the center from between 1 and 3 and 2 and 4 like that. And then you have last one that is again the same through the center, but also you can reach the internet via the center. So center can be your DC, where all the sites are sending their internet traffic, and after that, after processing the firewall policies and all, the hub actually directs your traffic to the internet. So all your sites have your internet reachability via your hub. So that is the last type that you can see. Okay, so let me just clear this all nice, and let's move to the next topic. So you have VPN introduction. In here I'll be discussing with you the different type of objects you have inside your Checkpoint VPN. So first of all is VPN peers. So what do we call as VPN peers? So for example, let me just draw my the topology that we will be having. So what we have is see, this is our headquarters firewall, this is our manager, this is the smart console, okay, and this is our branch firewall, and behind branch firewall I have a PC like this. Okay, let's connect them. So I have the connectivity like this and like this. So this is connected, okay, and then I have I have a connectivity like this. Say this is connected to my firewall, this is connected to my PC, and this is connected to my manager. So let me just quickly write down the. So this is my PC1, I will say HQ, and this is my manager MGR. This is my firewall 1, HQ firewall. So I can say what HQ firewall, HQ FW, and this is my branch firewall BR FW, and this is my PC2. Okay, so this is PC2. So now that this will be connected via the internet. So I have the internet here, and this is connected to the internet, and again this is the firewall is also connected to the internet. So I have an IP address here and here, right? So this whole range, internet range, I'll be simulating with my 192.168.1.0/24, and this this IP will be .111, right? And this IP would be .112 like that, right? All the IPs on this firewall 1 is .111 actually, okay, and all the IPs on this firewall 2 is .112 like that. Okay, so this range is 10.2.2.0/24. So the inside IP of this firewall would be 10.2.2.112. Likewise, this PC here is .10. Okay, so the whole IP would be 10.2.2.10, right? And this side is the whole address is 10.1.1.0/24, and this one is your 110, and this is your 10.10. Okay, so hope you understood the whole design that we have in our lab, and we will be building a tunnel in between like this. Okay, so the VPN peers are nothing but the IP addresses on the external side of the firewall that we are going to use to form the VPN. So for branch firewall, the peer IP is .112, and for branch headquarters firewall, the peer IP is 111. Okay, that is your peer IP, and then you have the VPN encryption domain. So encryption domain is the subnet that you want to encrypt. So for me, the subnet that I want to encrypt is this one, the whole subnet. Or you can take just one host, that is also possible, and in here I will take this 10.2.2.10.20 whole subnet. Okay, so whenever my firewall, anybody inside this 10.1.1.1 wants to reach, so say for example 10, okay, let me just undo this, okay, and grab the text. So say for example 10.1.1.10 is trying to reach 10.2.2.10, right? So when this packet reaches the firewall, what firewall is going to do is it's going to check the routing table, right? And whenever it checks the routing table, it sees that there is an VPN applied to it, right? The policy, it's there, and it says you have to send it through the VPN, right? So it will encrypt this traffic, and it will encapsulate actually on the public IP address. So it will be encapsulated. So you will see this as .111 talking to your .112. Once this reaches the firewall 2, right, the branch firewall 2, it will have the decryption key, right?
that is required to decrypt this packet. Once it decrypts the packet, it sees that the packet is actually for 10.2.2.10, and it checks the routing table and it forwards it to the 10.2.2.10 inside. But before that, obviously, you will have policies that will be checked. We have to create those policies, and I'll show you that and that thing. So hope you understood this encryption domain, right? In Cisco, we use this as an ACL, but here you have to define, and I'll show you where you will be defining all this. Okay, and then you have the VPN community. So VPN community is the most important thing. So inside VPN community, it is like an object, and inside VPN community, you define the VPN peers, you define the type of topology you are going to have, you define the encryption domain, you define phase 1 proposal, you define phase 2 proposal. Everything is defined inside this VPN community. Okay, this is your VPN community, which has lots of information. I mean, every information, if you see, it's inside the VPN. So this is the most important object in your VPN part of your checkpoint. Okay, so next is let me just undo this, guys. Yeah, so next would be your okay, wait a second. Okay, let's move on to the next slide, and this is your understanding the IPsec packets. Okay, this is the best thing. If you learn this, it will be easy for you to troubleshoot any IPsec VPN issues. Okay, so let's go with this. So you have two modes in phase 1 and phase 2. Let me just again grab my pen. Okay, I have the notepad here and I have pen. So what we do here is this is your phase 1, right? So let me write down phase 1. This is also called main mode, MM. Okay, we will see as MM inside the VPN. So we have 6 packets inside this if you are running the normal mode, not the aggressive mode. Okay, you have packet 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So packet 1 is actually your proposal. Okay, so this is your proposal from one side. So proposal consists of all the things, right? The encryption, the hashing, the lifetime, the DH key, all those things. So this will be from say the initiator to the peer, and then you have again the peer responding with his proposal. Okay, but one thing to remember, that when the initiator sends the proposal, it sends all the proposal that has been configured on that side, on the initiator. So you might see tens of proposals being sent to the peer, right? But peer will reply with one proposal back, the one it selects that matches. Okay, and then you have the third one. So inside you have the DH key going to and fro your peer. So this is the DH key. Okay, and then here you will never see any problem. Because this is automated, and DH you don't have any control on the DH unless you don't misconfigure the DH. In the first 2 packets, if the proposal is not matched, then you will be facing problems in there, and you have to see that the proposals are matching. And the 5th one is for your the key, the authentication key. So authentication key is exchanged here. Okay, so authentication key is exchanged on both side will exchange the authentication key. So any misconfiguration with the key will result in failure in packets from 5 to 6. Okay, so that is the phase 1. Now you have phase 2, right? So let me just see the PowerPoint. Okay, check VPN proposal, encryption hash life, response from the peer, obviously, DH key. And yeah, announce is sent in DH key, obviously. So announce is nothing but it's a garbage value which will be used to check the DH key. So when the initiator sends the announce, it will be encrypted, and the other side will be decrypting using the exchange the key. And if it's successful in decrypting, that means the DH is successful, right? So that is why the announce is used. And also until here, all the packets will be open. Okay, so until here it is not encrypted. You can see this clear. What proposals you're sending, what proposals you're receiving, it's clear over the internet. But once you have the DH, then this 5 and 6 will be encrypted, because this is the most important part, because this will share the authentication key, and if the authentication key is compromised, then the security is compromised, right? So from packet 5 and 6 the encryption will begin, And let's move to the quick mode, and the next mode is quick mode. Again, you will have 3 packets in this. Total 9 packets are there. So from 7, 8, and 9 is your quick mode, and from 7, 8, and 9, the 7th packet will be the the proposal for phase 2, and also it will agree on the encryption methods, right? And the what do you say, the ACL and all. So that is if you are facing any issues here, so you now know where you have to look for. You have to look for the proposal in phase 2, right? And the final is an acknowledgement. You will never face any, if you face an issue there, so you have to again check the proposals. Okay, so that was phase 1, phase 2, and the explanation of phase 1, phase 2. And this is the troubleshooting. We'll do it when we will do the lab. Okay. In the video, and in this video we'll be going through the implementation of the IPsec VPN on site-to-site VPN on the Checkpoint Firewalls. So this is the topology that I'm going to use, and I'm creating this lab on EVNG, and you can do this lab on the VMware as well. So in case you want to do this on VMware, then what you need to do is wait a second, let me grab my pen, guys. So in that case, if you want to use the VMware workstation, what you need to do is you need 3 VMs obviously, and then on the first this VM you can do is on each one you can bridge this, right? And on manager you will have only one interface that should be bridged, and on the other firewall each one should be bridged, right? And the other two, the each 0, which is the inside of HQ1, should be say in VMnet, some VMnet, say in my case I'll keep VMnet 3, and this side on VMnet 2. So that means this is on VMnet 2, and this is on VMnet 2, and this is on VMnet 2, and this is on VMnet 2, right? So like that you will be able to create this topology, and likewise you will assign the IP address range to the particular interfaces like that. So that was the case if you want to do it on the VMware workstation, but I'm doing this on my EVNG. And if you don't know how to add the Checkpoint firewall inside EVNG, I will be pasting the link for the video that I created earlier, showing you how to add the Checkpoint inside EVNG, and also I have the download links for the files, right? And so let's begin. What I've done is I've already gone through the initial setup wizard, and I have configured these nodes as manager and the other 2 as the firewall. So the username is admin and the password is capital TEST123. So I've gone inside and I have configured this as this is the manager, so it will have only one IP address, that is 1.10, and it should have a static default gateway is 1.1, right? So it has this IPv4 static route, and it points to the 1.1. that is my router at home. So what I want you to think this red portion as the internet, a cloud, right? And say this manager is deployed inside cloud, right? It can be an AWS, Google Cloud, Oracle, whatever, right? Or it can be on premises on some of the other site, right? So, and then you have the smart manager, smart console there also. So in our case, the smart console is my PC. So what I have right now is my PC is on this network only here on the 192, right? So I'll be accessing all these IPs through my local PC, and also the console I'll be opening through the local PC. Okay guys, so without wasting much time, let's start this. So I've done the initial configs. You can see this is my HQ firewall. If I go here 1, 2, 3, and let me log into my branch 1 admin, and the password is test 1, 2, 3 with a capital T. So yeah, as you can see, this is my HQ firewall, right? And the interface that I have inside is 10.1.1.1.111, and this is 192.168.1.1.1, and I have a static route pointing towards the internet. And likewise here also on the branch I have the inside as 2.1.1.2, and the outside is 192.168.1.1.2, and it is pointing towards 1.1. So if I go on my say firewall admin test 1, 2, 3, so I should be able to ping the internet, say google.com, right? And also I have configured the DNS as well, so I'll be able to resolve the URL as well, right? So nice. That is the basic setup. Now let me begin from this. So now what I have to do is I have to go on the manager, right, overview, if you see, and I have to download the smart console. I have already downloaded and installed it on my PC. So I will go minimize this, and what I can do is I can run the smart console, and I will log into the smart console. Okay, let this start. Okay, so here you specify the username and the IP address of the manager and the password, that is capital TEST123. So it will go on and connect to my manager. You should throw out the fingerprint. Yeah, I can proceed, or if you want to check the fingerprint, you can go to the CLI and log in first of all into the cp config, and you will have option number 7. Yeah, 7. So you can see the last three is hap lead reef, like hap lead reef. So yeah, so this is the manager that we want to connect. We want to save on file, no, and then 9 is exit. Okay, so we will wait for the server to initialize, right? Okay, great. So the console is up. Let me just resize this window so that I can see it properly, right? So we have the objects bar here, then we have the gateway server, this tab here, security policy tab here, and the logs and monitor. So the manager is already installed, so I have to add both the gateways. So I'll add the gateway here, visit mode. So yeah, so I have the name as HQ for FW firewall, and this is an open server obviously, and I'll go and type in the IP address, that is this one, and it will go and fetch the details from the gateway, right? So it should fetch me the details of the interface, or before that it will ask me for the SIG. The SIG is test 1 2 3. That's what I set, and yeah, great. So I have this in my smart manager added. So did I click finish? Yeah, and if I did, it should open the properties of the firewall 1, and inside the properties what I'll do is I'll go into my network management, and I will again fetch the topology accept, and I have to assign these interfaces to the zones, because I will set one policy on both the firewalls that will be a zone based. So each 0 is my inside, so I don't have an inside. I have to create a new inside zone and assign to this. Okay, and I need the second one is this one, edit, modify, specify security zone, new, and this will be outside, right? So that is done. Okay, and next what I want to do is I want to enable the IPsec blade here and hit enter. Okay, that is it for now, and let's go on and add the second gateway. Okay, I clicked here, just be patient, and done this, and now here it is the branch firewall, right? And it's again an open server. The IP address is 192.168.1.112. Next, and then the SIG, capital TEST123. Next, okay, close, fine, finish, and it'll open the properties of my branch firewall. I'm waiting for that to happen. Okay, nice. So I'll go to network management, I'll pull the interface with topology, accept, and then I'll go and assign the interfaces to the zones. So this should be my inside zone. Yeah, okay, and the second one should be my outside zone, right? Yep, done. Okay, next I want to enable the IPsec blade on this firewall. Okay, so that is done. I'll publish this. I'll publish. I hit, yeah, did I hit? Yeah. So in the meanwhile what I'll do is I'll go to the EVNG and turn on my inside PCs. So I have Windows here and Linux here. So what I need to do is I have to configure a policy which will allow my Windows PC to pass through the firewall and to go to the internet. Likewise, Linux should also be given a policy, and I will set these next hop as for the Windows as this firewall 10.1.1.1.1, and for Linux as 10.2.2.1.1.2, right? So let me go to my this thing, yeah, and first of all I'll go to my manage licensing package, so I can see that these are not turning green. So I'll go and open the smart update client, and I'll fetch the license for these HQ. Not here, here, get license, it's already there, so you can see it's green now. Nice. Now let's go to the second thing is I need to create two network objects, right? One for the HQ network, and this is my 10.1.1.0, and this is /24, right? And I will NAT it, and I will NAT it, hide NAT on the HQ firewall. Okay, that is what I need to do, and I need the branch network to I'll create a branch network also as an object. So I have the HQ net here. Now I'll create a new object, brnet, right? Capital R, and then this is the 10.2.2.0, 255.255.255.0, and we will NAT this, and I will hide NAT on the external IP address of the branch firewall. Okay, so that is that, and I need to change the policy as well. So this is drop, obviously this is my cleanup rule. So I create one rule above this which says the name would be into out. So without this rule I'll not be able to go to internet. If you want to see, let's go to the Windows 7 here. Even though my firewall can reach to internet, right? I can ping the internet, but my PC will not be able to go to internet. That is for sure. So if I go here, let me just scale to this, and let me just, yeah. So that is, I think, capital TEST123, yeah. Hopefully that is the password here. Yeah, super. So I'll go to the desktop here quickly, and I'll go to my connections, say yes, whatever. I'll go here and check the IP address. This should be already set up to 10.1.1.10. So if I go to adapter settings, I have the adapter here. Go to properties of this adapter and go to IPv4, double click. Yeah, so I have my firewall as my default gateway, and I have the DNS, Google DNS, right? And my IP is .10. Okay, fine, but still I will not be able to go to the internet, or even though I will not be able to go to my I will not be able to ping my default gateway. That is the firewall. So firewall by default will be blocking everything, right? So if I see ipconfig, you can see my IP address is this, right? So likewise, this Linux will not be also able to go to internet if I open this. So if I go here and configure my network with control panel and go to network, and my IP address should be 10.2.2.10. Subnet is fine. Gateway should be 112, and name servers are fine. So DNS name apply. Exit, and if I go now, close this, and if I go to the terminal, if I check my IP address, this is 10.2.2.10, right? You guys, if you can see, that is there. This is 10.2.2.2, and if I try to ping 10.2.2.112, that will not happen, right? Okay, this should not happen. Yeah, so that is not happening. Why? Because the firewall by default drops everything. So if you want that to happen, I will go to global properties, and I'll check this accept ICMP request. So okay, so the source should be for this into out. I will specify the source as inside zone, destination as outside, and I will allow certain traffic, right? So what we want is this is source, right? Source should be inside. So can I see inside? Yeah, inside. Destination would be outside, or you can say all internet, but I would prefer outside. Let's say outside. Nice. And VPN, leave it any, and the service I will add DNS. Okay, yeah, DNS, and I would add HTTP and HTTPS. So HTTP is here, port 80, add, and I would add the proxy, and I would add HTTPS. So that's it. That's all I want. And also I'll allow this, obviously. Without allowing, I'll not be able to go out. Lock this in case I want, and I will install these two policies on both the firewalls. So I'll go and install. If I install, I have to publish first automatically. So what I've done until now, I've added both the firewalls on the manager. Then I have push the policies which will allow the inside users to go to the outside, that is internet, and also I have NATed this this network, these two network on the outside interface IP of both the firewalls. So because of that, my PCs will be able to reach the internet. So I'll install this. Yeah, install, come on. So let's wait for this to happen, and while this is installing, let's try and ping the gateways on both the sides. So this is what was not working earlier, and this is what was not working earlier, right? So once the policy gets installed on the firewalls, this ping should start working, because I have accepted the ICMP request on the policy that I'm installing, right? So let's wait. Let's do this again. This side is fine. Okay, it's taking some time, guys. I'll just pause the video and I'll resume once this has been installed. Okay, great. The policy has been installed. So let's check the ping that was not working. So this one was not working earlier. It's working now, and this side also is working now. So let me break the ping from the Linux machine, and if I try to reach Google or the internet from here, it will work smoothly. So branch PC is able to reach internet, and also my headquarters PC, right, inside PC will be able to reach internet. If I ping www.google.com, sorry, could not find. Okay, there are 4 W's, so only 3 W's in the World Wide Web. So yeah, I am able to reach internet, or also if I go to Google from here, it should open easily. So yeah, so now the idea is, so what I want my what do you say, wait a second, guys, let me grab this. So what I want is, I want to create a tunnel, right? I want to create a tunnel that is from this to this. You can see the IPsec, right? So I want a tunnel from this to this. So if right now, if I try to, let me clear this, and if I go to my Windows PC and try to ping 10.2.2.10, right? This will not happen, right? Why? Because what's happening is, if I say, let me have this. So if I go to my Windows PC here, right, and if I'm saying that I want to go to 10.2.2.10, right, that's my destination. So my source will be 10.1.1.10. That's my PC. So locally, what does it do? It does the binary ANDing and sees that it is not in my own subnet, so I have to send it to my default gateway, and my default gateway is 10.1.1.1.1.1. Likewise, this guy, the firewall will do the same thing, and it will check the routing table, right? The firewall, after the policies and all, it will check the routing table, and it will find out that I don't have a specific route to 10.2.2.2.0 network, right? But what I have is a default gateway pointing to 192.168.1.1. But this address, right, 10.2.2 is not via the internet. It's actually on the branch side, right? So this will not happen, obviously. So we will create a tunnel, and what will happen is, once we have a tunnel, the encapsulation will be done on this say source of 10.1.1.0 10 and destination of 10.2.2.10. Sorry, bear with me, guys. I hope you can understand this. So this is the source, this is the destination. What will happen is, because of the IPsec, there will be an encapsulation using ESP encapsulation as well as encryption, and what will happen is, it will attach a new header, and the header will be the public IP address of the PS. So 192.168.1.111 going to destination would be 192.168.1.112. So this will be the destination, this will be the new source. So on the internet, it will be like this. These two firewalls are talking to each other. Nobody on the internet would be able to see these things, this inside data. It will be all encrypted. So that's what we will do now. So you can see the ping has been failed right now. So once I create the tunnel, it should work, right? So for that, what we need to do is, I will just go and minimize this. So we have to go to the manager here. Okay, I'll close this, and first of all, I have to go to the to each of the firewall, and I have to define the domain, right? So domain is inside your IPsec VPN link. This is not the domain, sorry. So here is the domain, sorry, in the network management domain, and you manually define the domain. So this is my branch firewall. So branch net is my domain, right? This the checkpoint is not a member of the remote access community. Okay, I clicked it on this by mistake. So this is my branch net, and this will be the encrypted traffic. So that is one thing. And second, I want to specify the address that should be used is my public IP address. So that is it for this side. Hit OK, and on the HQ firewall also I will do the same thing. So I'll open the property, I will define the domain, and I will define the public IP address. So I'll go here, VPN domain, and I will define the address manually as my HQ net, and in the IPsec link selection, I will select the topology main table and the public IP address, right? I'll hit OK. Okay, now that is that is done now. What I can do is I can publish these changes to all the admins, Okay, once that is done, I will go and create the VPN community now. So I've defined the peers, right? And no, not the peers. I've defined the community, sorry, VPN domain and the public IP address that I'll be using. So now I'll go here and more and the VPN community. I can specify from here star or mesh, or also I can do it from here, or no, not from here. So I have to go and do it from here only, VPN community. So I'll do a mesh type of community. So I'll say my VPN lab. So this is the name of the VPN, and I can add the firewall here. Both the firewalls I will add, and this is the encrypted traffic. So this is by selecting this, you don't need to create a separate rule. This will create a rule in the security policy saying all the traffic should be passed. So I will not select this. I'll show the other way around. And this is in the encryption. You define the phase 1 and the phase 2 these settings, right? So for the algorithm, I'll be using 3 DES, not SHA MD5, and group 2 fine. Here also I'll be using 3 DES, not SHA. I'll be using MD5. So this phase 1 and phase 2 does not need to be same. So I'll keep a SHA1. Come on. And this is your aggressive mode. It will in the phase 1 you have 6 packets, right? But when you click the aggressive mode, it will be using only 3 packets for the main mode and 3 packets for the quick mode. Okay guys, so that is it. Tunnel management, you can set a permanent tunnel. By default your tunnel will not be permanent, and that is for some reason, right? But if you trust your peer that much, you can just set a permanent tunnel and the tunnel will not be resetted. But by default it is not recommended, right? So you have a certain time period where the phase 1 and phase 2 will be renegotiated. That is for your security only. So VPN tunnel sharing, this option is like how many tunnels you want to build, right? Is it per gateway pair, or is it per subnet? In our case we have 2 subnets, right? So it will be 1 tunnel, or do you want it per each pair of hosts? So this will be this option will for many tunnels, right? So this is the most widely used, the tunnel per subnet pair. So I'll select the same. These are the excluded services, the service that you want to exclude from the VPN. These are shared secret keys we will not be using. This is like PSK. This is PSK, and we'll be using the certificate. And this is wire mode. So if you want to, if you have certain traffic that is trusted and you don't want the firewall to inspect them, you can add it there. So this is the the renegotiation time, right? In minutes. Phase 1 should be Cisco has 24 hours, and phase 2 would be 1 hour, and likewise you can see 36 seconds means 1 hour. And this is your so if you want to reset all the properties here, you can do it. And then I'll hit OK. This is a disable NAT inside the VPN, so I'll not select this and hit OK. Right. So after I do this, one more thing I need to do is I need to create the policy. Without the policy, this VPN will not work. The policy should be to and fro. So I can, what is this, inside to outside, any, and so I'll create a new rule about this, saying this is my VPN rule, right? Okay, source would be my, so this should be like a crisscross branch net and the HQ net, and on the side other destination also HQ net and branch net. So whether it's coming from the branch firewall or from the HQ firewall, this is sufficient. This one rule is sufficient. And here I will specify my the VPN, right? So specific VPN community, my lab VPN, my VPN lab services, I will specify only ICMP. Okay, we'll test this with a ping. So ICMP, if you see here, echo request. Yeah, and I'll specify echo request. Anyway, so that is done, and I'll accept this and I will log it. Yeah, I need to log this. And the target is both the firewalls. I'll install, and fingers crossed, I will wait for the policy to be installed. And if everything works good, I should be able to reach the 10.2.2.0 subnet from my HQ PC. Right, let's hit install, and I will wait for the policy to be installed. Okay, until then I will pause the video. Okay guys, as you can see, the policy has been installed successfully. Let's close this, and now I want to go to my Windows PC and I want to try this one. Come on, and yes, it is working. So how can you check this this logs and all? If you go to this one and you can see hits is not there. So if you check the log, not able to see anything. If you go here I think I've not enabled the monitoring on the firewall, so for that you have to enable the monitoring, and you will be able to see all the logs. Anyways, searching for might be slow. Okay, it will take some time for this, guys. Okay, not working. Okay, let me go to here, VPN communities. You can see the community here, whatever settings we have, it's there, and you can go to the logs and monitor, but I mean there is some issue. Let me just show you quickly. The problems. Okay, let's go on the gateways here and enable the monitoring blade. So where's the monitoring blade? Come on, yeah, monitoring, and this one also, and from the CLI also you can see. So let me just do this and install the policy, and we will go to the CLI to check that. Okay, now I'll install. Come on, install like this. Great. I can also capture this on the ETH0 here. Open Wireshark. Let's see, and I will ping this. What do you say? Again, I'll ping this like this, and you can also go to the wait a second, did I install? No, let me install this. And now if you go to your HQ firewall, here you have a CLI test 123 is my password. You have a utility that is called VPN tunnel utility. So you say VPN TU. Now here you can see the IP ISACAM SA, and you can also see the IPsec SA. So you have this one, right? You can see the pair also, and also you can delete all the IPsec SAs or delete both the SAs like that to renegotiate. So that is this one. And if you see on the other side as well, on the branch as well, you will be able to see this, because this is admin TEST, sorry, capital TEST123. If I do a VPN TU here, I will be able to see IPsec, the ISACAM first tunnel, and 2 the IPsec tunnel. So if you compare this, an interesting fact is this: the inbound from here will be outbound from here. If you match, it should match. See, this is the SPI value D9, right? And the outbound from here will be inbound here. So this is how encrypt and decrypt, right? So in the GUI, right? In the GUI also you can go to log and monitors. I don't know why this is not working. This should work. Let's try once again. Okay. Okay, it's taking some time. So what you need to do is you hit on the plus symbol here in a new tab, and you'll see a tunnel and user monitoring here, right? You click on that, and it will open the smart event. I can open the event smart view monitor, and you can go and check the these are the firewalls that you have. You can see gateway to gateway tunnel 1 specified, and HQ also you'll see the same thing. You can go to the VPN tab, and from here right from here I can check the IPsec here. If I click here, and yeah, I can see the encrypted and encrypted throughput like this, encrypted packets and decrypted packets, all these things. So I mean, if I go and send few more packets, this number should rise, right? So if I go here, yeah, you can see this is rising, right? So yeah guys, that's it for this video. Hope you enjoyed my video. Please do practice this and let me know if you face any issues. And that's it for this video, guys. Stay tuned and don't forget to like, subscribe and share my channel as much as possible. Bye bye guys.